Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today I'm excited to share a brand new Naruto fan fiction with you. Naruto. Starting with the Ōtsutsuki bloodline. In this story, we travel to Konoha, year 58. Kitagawa Gen spent 13 years waiting for recognition, waiting for power, waiting for a chance to change his fate. That chance finally came when he accidentally sent his two teammates to the hospital. The incident caught the attention of none other than Kakashi Hokage, who made Gen his very first disciple. But just when Gen thought his life couldn't get any stranger, he received the novice gift pack he'd been hoping for all along. And inside, reward acquired, Ōtsutsuki clan bloodline, blank slate. Please develop it properly. From that moment on, the already chaotic shinobi world spiraled into even greater turmoil. If you enjoy stories about hidden potential, world-shaking power, and the price of destiny, you're going to love this one. Want to access the next part early or read all the chapters yourself? Check out my Patreon page, patreon.com/mv7. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss an update. Alright, let's dive in.
Part 1 of Naruto, starting with the Ōtsutsuki bloodline inside Konoha Hospital. The harsh fluorescent lights above swayed slightly, casting a cold glow over the sterile white walls. The pungent scent of disinfectant hung so thick in the air it was nearly suffocating. On a long bench in the corridor, Kakashi sat with a young boy at his side. His exposed, dead fish eye looked dull, expression blank. From time to time, his gaze drifted toward the hospital room across the hall. It was impossible to say how much time passed, but eventually, the sound of footsteps echoed from the room. In an instant, Kakashi stood up from the bench. "Are they okay?" His voice betrayed his concern as he turned to the medical ninja emerging from the room. "They're stable now," the medic confirmed with a nod, though his expression quickly shifted to one of reproach. "But Kakashi-senpai, wasn't that a bit excessive? I know it's your first time serving as a Jonin instructor, but they're still just kids." Kakashi inhaled sharply. He opened his mouth, as if to defend himself, but the words refused to come. This wasn't his fault, don't blame Kakashi-sensei. The boy next to him stood and spoke up in his defense. He looked to be around 13, with jet black hair and a handsome, clean-cut face that exuded sincerity. Head lowered, he added softly, "If someone's to blame, blame me instead." Kakashi's face turned even more expressionless, but the medic sighed. "What a good kid. Kakashi-senpai, even if it was an accident, you still need to take responsibility. And take care of him, he's worth the effort." With those parting words, the medic gave a polite bow and left the hallway, leaving behind a stunned Kakashi and the boy. "Kakashi-sensei, what do we do now?" After a moment of silence, the boy looked up. "Also, did I pass?" "Pass?" Kakashi nearly laughed from frustration. He glared at the boy. "A squad is made up of 3 people. You're the only one left. How is that passing?" He was beyond exasperated. Never in a million years had he expected that his first team since leaving the ANBU would end in such disaster. 3 students. 2 in the hospital, their condition still unknown. Only this kid, Kitagawa Gen, was left standing. It made him seriously question whether he'd made a mistake by leaving ANBU. "Kakashi-sensei, even just one person is fine, right?" Gen blinked innocently and spoke with utmost sincerity. "I heard from Guy-sensei that when you graduated, you were alone too. Couldn't teammates be added later? Besides, we did get the bells." "Please stop talking, and those bells. I gave them to you on purpose." That was the last straw. Kakashi, who had been mentally preparing to explain everything to the Hokage, snapped. All 3 students had shown promise. Their teamwork wasn't bad either. Gen, especially, stood out. Despite not coming from a notable clan, he had far greater skills than most of his peers. That's why Kakashi decided to throw them a curveball. He let them get the bells. And then dropped the final challenge: there are only 2 bells. Decide who gets them. That's when things went off the rails. Jen had immediately handed the bells to the other 2 and simply sat down in silence. If that was all, it might have been fine. But the other 2, they started fighting. Seriously fighting. To the point where Kakashi thought they were trying to kill each other. Even he had been stunned, wondering if these kids were secretly part of Root. After all, that sort of survival of the fittest attitude reeked of Danzo's teachings. But no, they were just regular academy students. And now, thanks to their deadly earnestness, both had ended up hospitalized. The whole point of the 2-bell test is to examine trust and sacrifice within a team, Jen said with a wronged expression. I even gave up my own bell to show my willingness to put the team first. What else do you want from me, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi was at a loss for words. Before he could recover, Jen pressed on. I didn't expect things to go that far. I really do care about them. You see, Gai-sensei once told me something important. What did he say? Kakashi rubbed his temples, still battling a pounding headache, but now he was curious what Gai had told the boy. He said it was something he heard from his best friend. Jen's expression turned serious, his voice steady. He told me, those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. I truly believe that. That's why I kept urging them to work together. I didn't express myself clearly enough, and that's on me, but I really want to become a ninja who protects the leaf, and my comrades. I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei. For a split second, Kakashi genuinely wanted to slap himself. What the hell am I doing? He'd known that Guy and this boy had a close relationship. He'd even seen them train together. But now he was beginning to think, maybe it wasn't a bad idea to train this kid one-on-one, it wasn't right to let 2 fools ruin the future of such a promising talent. He really didn't want to be waking up in the middle of the night, regretting this whole mess and hating himself for it. Go home for now. After a pause, Kakashi finally spoke. Jen was visibly confused. Kakashi clarified, go back and rest. I need to report everything to the Hokage. But be prepared. He stopped there for a second. Then, taking out a copy of Ika Paradise, he began flipping through it as he walked toward the exit. If everything goes the way I think it will, your days of easy schooling are over. Why yes, sir. Watching Kakashi's back as he walked away, Jen's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, after 13 long years, he finally received his starter reward, / main mission stage 1 complete, become a ninja, / starter pack acquired, / side quest complete, become Kakashi's sole disciple of this year, / reward obtained, Kakashi's Kenjutsu, swordsmanship, Kitagawa Gen was a transmigrator. Even now, he could vividly remember that fateful day 13 years ago. He had simply stepped outside for a walk and the next moment found himself staring down a runaway construction vehicle. The timing of his transmigration wasn't exactly bad, but it wasn't great either. He was 3 years older than the Prince of Konoha, Naruto, which meant he missed the brutal Third Great Ninja War. But on the flip side, there was very little he could actually do about the events that followed. Take last year for instance, Uchiha Itachi finally reached his moment of enlightenment, and decided to follow in Obito's footsteps by giving his clan a filial send-off. Every time he thought about that, Kitagawa couldn't help but sigh, damn it, I transmigrated too late. If he'd been a bit stronger, he could have at least tried to mine some value from the Uchiha clan before they were wiped out. Luckily, he wasn't completely without hope, he had a system. And in the ninja world, system wielders weren't exactly rare. Naruto himself practically had a plot armor system, and it was so overpowered he got nicknamed Hack's Prince by fans. But even with a system, it didn't mean much. Naruto and Sasuke had still nearly died multiple times fighting top-tier threats. And unlike those who were born with golden bloodlines or ancient clan powers, Kitagawa's system required missions to earn rewards. Compared to bloodline hacks, genius prodigies, and Uchiha plot twists, his system was basically budget tier. Worst of all, even the so-called newbie gift pack that should have arrived right after transmigration never showed up. I still can't believe I had to become an official ninja before I could even unlock my starter pack. Kitagawa clenched his teeth in frustration. Why did it have to be tied to Konoha's official registry? Did the universe really revolve around having a government job, and now what? Chunin exams were coming up soon. Was he just meant to be cannon fodder? Even if he survived those, the fourth great ninja war was still waiting down the line. What was the point of transmigrating if it just meant trading one death flag for another? Fortunately, his system also had side quests. And these, at least, offered rewards that could tip the scales. Though some of them were downright ridiculous. Like the time he met Hinata and the system suggested, twin sisters, tasty delights. Or when he bumped into Naruto and it popped up with, let Naruto smoke a cigarette with pain over the ruins of Konoha. Thankfully, side quests could be ignored. But if he accepted one and failed to complete it, he wouldn't be able to pick up new ones until it was done. Also, if he skipped too many side quests, the system would judge him as too weak and start assigning mandatory quests. That's how he got stuck with, become Kakashi's only disciple. He had considered graduating early, but Konoha, still recovering from the war, was extremely strict about that. Only a prodigy like Uchiha Itachi got that kind of special treatment. Everyone else had to follow procedure, and that basically killed his plans. System panel, name, Kitagawa Gen age, 13 bloodline, none, probably a generational peasant, chakra capacity, B rank, average Chunin level, chakra attributes, wind, fire, earth skills, body flicker technique, earth release, Kakashi's kenjutsu, sword style, shuriken jutsu, note, skill effectiveness scales with chakra control and reserves. Inventory, starter gift pack, self-cleaning ninja clothes, never need to wash, Kakashi's kenjutsu, huh? Not bad. Jen murmured as he walked out of the hospital, flipping through his system menu, but his attention was locked onto the long-awaited starter gift pack. 13 years, even Neza was only in the womb for 3 years and 6 months, but he had waited 13 whole years just for this one damn starter pack. Jen. Just as he was about to rush home and open it, a familiar voice called out behind him. He turned to see Might Guy running over. Guy-sensei. What are you doing here? Jen immediately pulled himself together, greeted him with a smile, and jogged over. He'd met Might Guy a few years ago while secretly training in taijutsu. Thanks to his familiarity with the Naruto world, Jen had quickly won Guy's trust and become close with him. In fact, most of the abilities he had picked up outside of the academy were laundered through Guy, which gave his training a legitimate cover story. So, when Jen told Kakashi earlier that it was thanks to Guy's teachings, he wasn't lying. I heard something happened to your team. Guy gave him a once-over, eyes full of concern. Are you alright? What happened? Did Kakashi mess up? I'm fine, sensei. Jen waved his hand, smiling. It wasn't Kakashi-sensei's fault. We made some mistakes ourselves. He really didn't want to admit that his team self-destructed from internal conflict, especially since it was mostly his fault. To complete the mission, become Kakashi's only disciple, Jen had to make sure the other 2 members of the team got eliminated from consideration. He remembered that one of Kakashi's former student teams had gone through a brotherly conflict arc, so the system probably assigned this task to him because of that. So the moment his team was assigned, he got to work. He spent time getting close to the others, constantly expressing his determination to become a ninja and proving his strength during training. On the day of the bell test, he even used every trick he had to make himself shine. And when Kakashi gave them the bells and let them decide who would get them, he didn't say a word. He just handed the bells to the other 2, and let them stew in the pressure. The result, they turned on each other. If they had shared the bells and passed as a team, fine. But if they tried to cheat him out and got caught, he had backup plans. Even the speech he gave Kakashi at the hospital was tailored for either outcome. And it's all thanks to your training, Guy-sensei, Jen said sincerely, bowing slightly. If not for you, I don't think I would have earned Kakashi-sensei's approval. Good. That's the spirit. Wait, hold on. Guy's expression shifted in surprise. You mean? You passed Kakashi's test? Yup. Jen nodded. Guy grinned, slapped him on the back, and gave him a gleaming thumbs up. Nice. I was worried he'd be too harsh. Too bad I didn't get approved to take a genin squad. Kakashi really lucked out. This calls for a celebration. Let's run 10 laps around Konoha together. / new side quest, outrun Might Guy. Objective, beat Guy-sensei in a lap around Konoha. Accept? Yeah, no thanks. Jen smiled stiffly and declined without hesitation. He had more important things to do right now. Sensei, I just finished the test, and Kakashi told me to rest up and be ready for tomorrow, so. Fair point. Guy scratched his chin, then nodded. All right. In that case, I'll run for you. 20 laps. This is the fire of youth. He struck a handstand, kicked up a trail of dust, and vanished into the distance like a green blur. Jen finally let out a long breath, then sprinted toward his home. He had waited so long to open this damn gift pack. He wasn't going to waste another second. If this thing doesn't give me something good, he muttered, I swear I'm taking it down with me. Slamming the door open and kicking it shut behind him, he jumped onto the bed and called out in his mind, open starter pack. A flash of light blinded his vision. His body trembled, and his breath quickened, then everything went dark. He collapsed onto his bed as a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, / starter gift pack opened, reward unlocked, Ōtsutsuki Bloodline, unawakened, note, please develop with care. I really didn't expect this to happen. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in silence, a deep frown etched on his face as he listened to Kakashi's report. This was beyond anything he'd imagined. On the very first day Kakashi took on a genin team after leaving the Umbu, something like this had happened. What the hell was going on with the academy these days? Kids turning on each other like wild dogs, this was a complete educational failure. Don't blame yourself too much, Hiruzen finally said, lighting his pipe with a sigh. No one saw this coming. It's not your fault. While wondering if the academy needed a very aggressive curriculum overhaul, he offered Kakashi a rare, reassuring smile. Your judgment wasn't wrong. This is clearly a result of poor foundational guidance. Let the kids return to the academy for now, except for the one you chose to keep. Yes, Lord Hokage, Kakashi responded with a firm nod. Despite what happened, there's one who values teamwork, and still wishes to protect the village. Hiruzen exhaled slowly through his pipe. Kitagawa Gen, he wasn't unfamiliar. The boy had stood out at the academy, not just for his grades, but because he didn't treat Naruto like a pariah. True, he mostly hung around Naruto to freeload ramen off his stipend, but still, intentions aside, it made the kid stand out. He even remembered Might Guy mentioning the boy, saying he had the spirit of a future genius. That alone had made Hiruzen consider placing him under Kakashi's guidance. Now, even after an incident, things didn't seem to have gone too badly. A boy with the will of fire, is he? Hiruzen chuckled softly. All right. Follow your instincts, Kakashi. Just like old times. Kakashi bowed deeply. I'll do my best. No need to be so stiff. You're not Umbu anymore. Hiruzen waved him off. And don't bring those old habits into genin training, understood? Yes, Lord Hokage. As Kakashi turned to leave, he recalled Jen's words, quiet but determined, and found himself smiling under the mask. Maybe, this was a good start after all. Ichiraku ramen, dusk. Here's your extra spicy, large pork chashu ramen. Thanks, Tuchi-san. Jen lowered his head and dug in immediately like a man on death row eating his final meal. Whoa there, Tuchi said with a helpless smile. You'll burn a hole in your stomach if you eat that fast. No worries. I've been starving all day. Truth be told, Jen had underestimated the side effects of his sudden power-up. After his chakra transformation knocked him out, he'd woken up hungrier than he'd ever been in 2 lifetimes. But the results, status panel, Kitagawa Gen, age, 13, bloodline, Ōtsutsuki clan, blank slate, chakra reserves, A rank, Jonin level, chakra affinities, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, yin, yang. Jen slurped down the noodles while eyeing the stats with disbelief. 10 years of effort to crawl to mid-Chunin level, and now, 1 starter pack and boom, Jonin tier chakra reserves and all elemental affinities unlocked. Even if his Ōtsutsuki bloodline was just a blank slate, the potential was insane. Damn it, this world really is run by bloodlines. This was the world of techniques, Ninja Warfare Edition. You either had the right genetics, or you prayed to not get curb-stomped by someone who did. Let's be honest, he muttered, sipping his soup. Hard work can get you to Might Guy's level, but only if you don't die trying. Still, the power difference was undeniable. He could feel the smooth flow of chakra, so refined that he probably didn't even need hand signs anymore. At this point, I'm practically the new copy ninja, and the best part, his chakra reserves were still growing. The only problem now, was figuring out how to actually develop this Ōtsutsuki bloodline. He didn't exactly have a tutorial. Unlike the Uchiha's Sharingan or the Hyuga's Byakugan, no one had written an Ōtsutsuki for Dummies guide. Just as he was deep in thought, old man. Ramen. I want ramen. A loud, cheerful voice snapped him back to reality. Naruto burst into the shop like a whirlwind, his orange jumpsuit flapping behind him. Hey, Naruto. Out of class already? Tuchi asked with his usual warmth. Yeah, finally. I'm starving. Then Naruto spotted Jen. Whoa, Jen. You're here too. I heard you got hospitalized. Of course that rumor got out. I'm fine, Jen replied casually. Didn't fail or anything. Naruto grinned, full of naive optimism. Maybe we'll be teammates someday. With your ramen obsession. Good luck keeping your stipend from running dry, Jen teased, sipping his broth. Then he smirked, who knows, maybe I'll be your proctor during your graduation exam. He wasn't entirely joking. After all, main mission complete, survive the bell test, new mission unlocked, become a Jonin. Jen paused, staring at the notification floating in his mind. Jonin already, he muttered under his breath. Let me guess. Next up, Hokage. Ōtsutsuki King. Still, considering the last reward was a bloodline, who knew what was next, his gaze drifted to Naruto, and narrowed. There was something odd in his chakra. 2 foreign yet familiar energies swirled inside him, and a wild idea sparked in Jen's mind. Could I use that too? Naruto's voice brought him back. My stipend just came in, wait. You passed? Naruto froze. Yep. Jen sipped his soup like it was no big deal. Didn't even break a sweat. But, weren't you hospitalized? I was. They were in worse shape though. I just walked away. Guess that made me the last man standing. Naruto blinked. His brain was buffering. Beat up your teammates to graduate. That's allowed. Moments later, Naruto finished his ramen and slammed the table with fiery resolve. Yosh! If Jen can do it, so can I. I'm gonna start training right now and become Hokage. Not so fast. Iam's voice cut through like a kunai. You haven't paid yet, Naruto. And where do you think you're going? Ah, sorry. Oh, and Jen told Dad you were treating him to celebrate his graduation. So thanks. Naruto froze. Jen slowly finished his soup with a satisfied smile. Thanks, buddy. Kitagawa Gen had a pretty good relationship with Naruto. They lived in the same district, in those identical housing units. Both were orphans, too. And since Gen was a transmigrator, there was no way he'd bear any malice toward Naruto. After all, he knew the truth behind Naruto's situation. So over time, they naturally grew close. At first, Gen was a bit wary. Naruto was probably being watched by the Umbu, or even Danzo's root. But after a while of interacting with him, Gen realized something shocking. No one was watching. No one came knocking. No one followed him. No shady fuguri breathing down his neck. Guess I'm still too young, and I've got no background. Not a Uchiha or anything. So what the hell was I scared of? Even Sasuke, an actual Uchiha, was in the same class as Naruto, wasn't he? And on top of all that, Naruto was loaded. His government allowance wasn't your average pocket money, it was hefty. Problem was, the villagers didn't treat him kindly. A lot of shops outright refused to sell to him. So whenever he could buy something, he'd hoard it, only for it to expire at home. He also had a bad habit of buying weird, limited edition, instant ramen, expensive stuff. Gen wasn't exactly dirt poor, but it was still nice to have a rich friend who treated him every now and then. Honestly, I should thank him, he gave me a huge hint. Back home, Gen flopped onto his bed, thinking back to that strange sensation when he and Naruto first met. He had a general idea of how Ōtsutsuki powers worked, but with his blank slate bloodline, he wasn't sure how to unlock its potential. If he had been an Uchiha or even a Hyuga, it would have been easier. Wait a few years, beat up some blind dude on the moon, boom, power unlocked. But after meeting Naruto, he noticed something odd. Naruto's body emitted two very familiar, yet foreign energies. And somehow, Gen's bloodline resonated with it. That got his thoughts running wild. If I'm truly a whiteboard type Ōtsutsuki, wouldn't that mean my compatibility and flexibility are off the charts? In that case, why not gather all power sources related to the Ōtsutsuki, like Indra and Azura's chakra? Sure, those were technically mutations of Kagaya's divine tree fruit powers, but weren't they still from her? And what about the tailed beasts? They were literally split from the 10 tails, which was Kagaya's pet/power source. Even that bamboo-eating clan with Uchiha-style insanity and Senju-level physique. What were they called again? He wasn't sure if the Kagaya clan were confirmed descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, but they had to be in the bloodline mix somewhere, right? Especially since Kagaya herself used a technique called all-killing ash bones. That required some serious genetic juice. And the Byakugan. Gen still hadn't awakened it. Maybe if I develop my bloodline properly, I'll get it naturally. Hopefully. He used to worry about accidentally turning into a Hyuga Gen, but nothing like that happened. No activated dojutsu, no cursed seal drama. Maybe he needed to collect more power. Or maybe he hadn't hit the trigger point yet. But now, at least he had a plan. Step 1, go outside the village and meet more powerful people. The only way to unlock higher tier side missions and potential evolutions. One day later. Wait, what do you mean you haven't figured it out yet? At a training ground the next morning, Gen stared dumbfounded at Kakashi. You're joking, right? No need to be so surprised, Kakashi replied lazily, ruffling his already messy hair and giving Gen a helpless shrug. Your case is a bit unique. Based on what happened yesterday, you're clearly way past D-rank missions. I haven't figured out a suitable path for you yet. Don't forget, I just left the Umbu myself. That part was true. Kakashi really hadn't given it much thought. Mostly because He spent the entire morning standing in front of the memorial stone, spacing out. But he also had his reasons. Can't you just train me the way you were trained? Jen asked, frowning. I was a special case. It was wartime back then. Things were different. Kakashi shrugged again, and Jen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Different how? Ninja are basically hired blades, take a mission, cut someone down, earn some cash. What's so complicated? Technically not wrong. But that's a little too aggressive. Kakashi's eyelid twitched. Jen scratched his chin, clearly not giving up. I heard from a merchant. There's this guy named Gato, some fat cat trying to take over the trade routes in the land of waves. What if we just... He made a pulling gesture like snapping a trap. Boom. We get rid of him and make some cash for the village at the same time. Kakashi was speechless for a moment. Was this kid really the one who gave that heartfelt line about protecting his comrades, maybe those two classmates beating each other half to death yesterday? Actually made sense. No. Absolutely not. That's too extreme. We only take official missions. Got it? Yes, yes. Jen pouted. He'd thought about submitting a mission himself just to trigger one, but he didn't have the money. Plus, all missions were logged. It wasn't something he could fake. Meanwhile, Kakashi was rubbing his temple. This kid is going to be a handful. Still, he could tell Jen had genuine will of fire. Just expressed through slightly criminal tendencies. This is going to take some real work. Alright. Enough with the crazy ideas. Let's just start with something simple today, Kakashi sighed. Jen didn't look thrilled, but nodded. I noticed during your fight yesterday, you've picked up some earth and fire techniques from Might Guy. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, recalling the fight. In that case, I'll teach you an earth-style jutsu. Jen blinked. You're a ninja from the land of fire. And you're teaching earth-style, but then something popped up in his system, / new side quest unlocked, who's the real copy ninja, accept mission Y/N, before Jen could respond, Kakashi continued, being a ninja isn't all about offense. Let me show you a defensive technique, this one's very useful for protecting teammates. He formed a long, slow series of hand seals, clearly for Jen's benefit. Then, slamming his hands onto the ground, he channeled his chakra. Earth style, earth wall. The ground rumbled, and a thick wall of earth shot up from the ground. Got all that? Kakashi asked, already pulling out his copy of Ika Paradise. It's not hard, just take your time learning it. Actually. Jen raised his hands, his fingers already forming seals. Thanks for slowing it down, that helped a lot. Kakashi blinked. Wait, are you? Boom, with a surge of chakra, Jen slammed his hands into the earth. Earth style, earth wall. The grass trembled. To Kakashi's shock, a wall just as sturdy and tall as his own erupted from the ground. Wah, but Jen wasn't done. I think I can refine the technique a bit more. Like, say. This, the wall changed. Intricate carvings began to form across its surface, the faces of all past Hokage, sculpted in earthy relief. Kakashi could only stare. This jutsu can be used like that? You learned it just like that? Kakashi stared in disbelief at the earth wall in front of him, then slowly turned toward Kitagawa General for a brief moment. Even the seasoned jonin felt his brain go offline. He had deliberately slowed down the hand seals. No matter how talented a person was, ninjutsu wasn't something you could copy after seeing it once. It required chakra control, finesse, and countless repetitions to master. But this kid? He hadn't just copied the earth wall technique, he had modified it. Not only that, by the time Kakashi looked up from his book, the technique was already completed. You've got to be kidding me. Ah. I've encountered this jutsu before, so. Jen rubbed the back of his head and gave a modest smile. In truth, he didn't even remember the full sequence of hand seals. But he didn't need to. With the Ōtsutsuki bloodline flowing through him, his chakra sensitivity and control had long surpassed the realm of ordinary shinobi. The moment Kakashi used the technique, Jen could feel the chakra pathways and nature transformation, and from there, recreating the jutsu was almost instinctual. Hand seals. Those were originally created to help ordinary shinobi guide chakra. For someone with his level of affinity, it was like asking a fish to learn how to swim. Of course, I'm no Hashirama, not yet. But getting the shape of the jutsu down. That much I can do. As for the added bonus, Jen glanced at the earthen wall behind him, where, instead of the standard dog-head statue Kakashi's version conjured, he had casually carved the faces of the Hokage. Why not? Kakashi-sensei didn't add any style, so I figured I'd show some love for the village. No one loves Konoha more than me. I see. Kakashi nodded stiffly, feeling vaguely disturbed. Weird. Guy hadn't mentioned any of this. Your potential's even higher than I expected. Thanks for the compliment, Jen responded with a sincere smile. Guy-sensei said something similar. He actually wanted to mentor me personally, but his application didn't go through this year. Kakashi's dead fish eyes returned. Great. So I'm the substitute teacher now, huh? Still, if this kid had gone to Guy, it would have been a waste. Yes, Guy was powerful. But his specialty was taijutsu. With Jen's ridiculous chakra talent and rapid ninjutsu learning speed, he needed someone who could provide more balance. He even understood Obito's words. The more Kakashi thought about it, the more his annoyance faded. Replaced, instead, with intrigue. This kid, maybe he's exactly where he needs to be. In that case, Kakashi said, face turning serious, let's see what you're really capable of. But didn't we already spar yesterday? Before the sentence even finished, Kakashi moved. A flicker. In an instant, he was behind Jen, hand forming a knife chop as it aimed straight for the boy's neck. Yesterday was a team test, Kakashi spoke mid-motion. But your team is no longer valid. With only you left, I need to reassess your role. Show me your limit. Whoosh, the strike cut through air. Jen vanished. TCH. That shunshin of his is seriously fast. Even knowing what to expect, Kakashi couldn't help but feel impressed. At least this much guarantees he can escape real danger. A breeze stirred the training field. High above, Jen crouched on the earth wall, kunai already in hand. With a swift motion, he hurled them toward Kakashi. Terrible aim, Kakashi muttered, sidestepping effortlessly. But just as he landed, for more kunai whistled through the air, sharp and precise, aimed at his blind spots. Now that's more like it. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, right as he saw Jen finishing a rapid set of hand signs. A breath. Then flames. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. 6 small fireballs erupted from Jen's mouth, weaving between the airborne kunai like a synchronized attack. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Uchiha-style projectile coordination, when had this kid learned that? The fireballs and kunai came from all directions, leaving only one narrow escape path, conveniently near the first kunai's landing point. Kakashi dashed for it. But the second his foot touched the ground, clink. Wire traps, so the first set was bait? Kakashi's eyes gleamed. This wasn't a random attack. It was planned. Not bad, kid, but rather than dodge again, Kakashi made a decision. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Flames surged forward, scorching the incoming projectiles and unraveling the wires. A brilliant explosion of chakra and heat tore through the field. Jen didn't flinch. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. His response came instantly. He barely needed hand seals, his chakra flow alone did most of the work. Boom, the two fireballs collided midair. An explosion erupted, blowing back grass, dirt, and smoke in all directions. Gen didn't wait. He shifted positions again, eyes scanning for movement. But, shoo, Kakashi reappeared behind him like a ghost, kunai at the ready. "Never let your guard down," he said calmly. But Gen had already drawn his own kunai, twisting to parry. Clang, metal clashed. Gen's left hand shot out with a second blade, forcing Kakashi to disengage. Gen pushed forward, initiating close-quarters combat. Kakashi's movements were refined, polished by years of experience. Gen was raw, but he adapted with every exchange. His chakra control enhanced his physical reactions. His body, now strengthened by system rewards, moved with precision he hadn't known just days ago. He saw it clearly: Kakashi-sensei's attacks, they follow the same rhythm as the swordsmanship technique I got yesterday. If that's the case, he leaned in harder. Their blades clashed again and again, sparks flying with each strike. Kakashi began to frown. This kid is copying me. At first, Gen's strikes were a little too wide, too slow. But now, his timing, angles, and even footwork had started to mirror Kakashi's. Each parry, each counterattack grew sharper, smarter. There was a brief moment where Kakashi thought, "I'm fighting a reflection." This, learning speed, unreal. Finally, Kakashi stepped back, raising a hand. "That's enough." Gen immediately halted and took 2 steps back, breathing heavily but eyes still sharp. "I've seen enough," Kakashi said after a pause. "You're far better than I expected. You still lack actual combat experience, but," he glanced toward the edge of the forest, then back at Gen, "pack your bags. We're leaving the village tomorrow." "Really?" Gen lit up like a kid in a candy store. And just then, a prompt flashed in his mind: side quest completed, who is the real copy ninja, reward, lightning release, Kakashi's technique unlocked, of course it's real, Kakashi replied with a sigh, noticing Gen's reaction. "Be ready early. I'll handle the paperwork." "Understood." Gen bowed deeply and sprinted off, barely containing his excitement. Kakashi remained in the scorched training field, staring at the crumbling earth wall technique. The faint outlines of the Hokage faces still lingered on its surface, half-burned but somehow dignified. And for the first time in a while, Kakashi felt something stir in his chest. A student, worth teaching. Kakashi's lightning release. After parting ways with Kakashi, Kitagawa Gen sprinted straight home. His head was buzzing, an overwhelming surge of knowledge had just flooded his mind. The system's rewards were always simple and brutal, it directly shoved everything into his brain: how to use it, how to execute it, and all the intricate theory behind it. Of course, there were drawbacks. Sure, he could use the jutsu now, but whether his body could handle it? That was a whole different story. Not to mention, that massive data dump didn't exactly give you a euphoric, surfing the sea of knowledge, vibe. If anything, it just made his brain itch, like he was growing a second one. Also, these lightning release techniques are insane. As he sifted through the knowledge in his head, Gen felt a headache coming on. Kakashi had tons of lightning release jutsu, yes, but most of them stemmed from Chidori, which relied heavily on the Sharingan. Not exactly ideal for someone like him without one. But these jutsu can be modified. The more he thought about it, the weirder his expression became. He was discovering something truly intriguing: modifying these jutsu wasn't all that difficult for him. This wasn't like sculpting a face into a mud wall, this was reshaping the entire functionality of a jutsu, even changing its very nature. A normal shinobi wouldn't even dare entertain such a wild idea. But Gen wasn't normal. With a system that fed him full jutsu knowledge and a bloodline that gave him an extraordinary affinity and control over chakra, things were different. From this high-level overview in his brain, he could see that jutsu were just specialized applications of chakra, and with the control granted by his Ōtsutsuki lineage, he could tweak them with ease. He realized something chilling. If he wanted to, he could effortlessly create his own Chidori stream, or even Shurden. Sure, the power still depended on chakra capacity, but the potential? It was off the charts. Suddenly, Gen felt like he had a toothache. He was hit with a realization: ever since he'd awakened the Ōtsutsuki bloodline, he'd been too much of a genius. And that led to another problem: he now had to clean up or justify a lot more jutsu. After all, jutsu needed a clear origin. You couldn't just pull random overpowered moves out of nowhere, that'd only draw suspicion. Even if Danzo had been quietly sidelined after the Uchiha massacre and wasn't pulling strings from the shadows at the moment. I still have to stay cautious. Who knows when that old snake will crawl back into power. I need to explain everything to Kakashi too. At the very least, I need my techniques to have a clean source. Gen rubbed his forehead. He wasn't strong enough yet. If he were, he wouldn't need to be so careful. But if he wanted to grow stronger, he'd need to dig even deeper into his bloodline's potential. Gen, you bastard, there you are. A loud shout broke through his thoughts. Gen turned his head. It was, unsurprisingly, Naruto. And he wasn't alone. With him were 3 other brats, Kiba Inuzuka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. Gen sighed. He already knew what this was about. Naruto had run up, teeth bared in frustration. You bastard. You ditched me with the bill again. How many times is this now? You better pay up. Gen shrugged, playing innocent. Hey, aren't we friends? Yeah. Naruto hesitated, but nodded. Gen was one of the few who never treated him badly, even if he was kind of a jerk. Well then, Gen said, eyes twinkling mischievously, shouldn't a friend help celebrate when another becomes a ninja? He sighed dramatically. Naruto. I guess our friendship isn't what it used to be. You. Naruto froze. Somehow, this all sounded wrong, but he couldn't quite argue against it. Also, Gen added slyly, shouldn't you be in class right now? Naruto blinked. Gen smirked. I get it. You're cutting class. Well then, Naruto-kun. I'm sure you wouldn't want Irika-sensei to find out you're skipping, right? Naruto's face went pale. Hey, Gen-senpai. Shikamaru and the others had finally caught up. Kiba gave Gen a curious look. Naruto said you hospitalized your teammates and graduated alone. Is that true? Gen shot Naruto a look. Really, bro? Okay, technically that's what he'd told him, but still. Something like that, Gen said vaguely. My case was special. TCH, you can graduate like that? Kiba grumbled, clearly annoyed. Then he turned to Naruto with a glint in his eye. Hey Naruto, if you're graduating early, want to team up? What? No way, you jerk. Naruto snapped. And I'm not gonna copy him. I'll graduate my way. But doesn't the academy ban early graduation now? Shikamaru chimed in lazily. Not that it matters. You probably wouldn't pass anyway. Shut up. Shikamaru turned to Gen, by the way, Gen-senpai, if you're a genin now, shouldn't you be doing missions or something? Yeah, I heard genin have to do tons of chores, Choji added through a mouthful of chips. Like weeding, cleaning rivers. Sounds rough. Wait, I thought being a ninja meant going on cool missions. Naruto looked confused. Not that easy, Gen said with a shrug. Like Choji said, new genin start with basic chores to gain experience. Really? Naruto scratched his head. This wasn't what he imagined at all. Of course, Gen said. And even becoming a genin isn't guaranteed. Some students drop out every year. You haven't noticed. He looked at them seriously now. There's still a final graduation exam ahead. Fail that, and it's back to the academy. My old squad. Perfect example. One more fail and they probably won't make it as ninja at all. It's that hard? Naruto gulped. Even the others looked surprised, except for Shikamaru, who just looked annoyed he was still part of this conversation. Of course it's hard. Think about it, Jen continued. Konoha's huge, but how many actual ninja do you think there are? He smiled. And even becoming a genin is just the beginning. Some die before ever reaching chunin. Some lose motivation once they do. Only a few ever push further. That's why. Being a ninja isn't child's play. For most people, not becoming a ninja is the norm. And for people like us, being a genin might be the end of the road. The group went quiet. For the first time, Naruto and his friends really grasped how harsh the ninja world could be. But then, no matter how hard it is, I'll push through. Naruto suddenly clenched his fists, eyes burning with resolve. I'll become a ninja. Then I'll become the Hokage, no matter what. I won't lose. TCH, stop running your mouth, Kiba shot back, though his eyes showed a glimmer of admiration. You're not the only one working hard. You too. Shikamaru groaned. This whole conversation's gone off the rails. Thankfully, Choji was still focused. But Jen-senpai, you don't look like you're struggling at all. Are you just planning to stay a genin forever? Oh, that? Jen tilted his head, then gave a devilish grin. Well. I might be leaving the village for a mission tomorrow. So no, I'm not exactly stuck doing chores. What? Naruto and the others gawked. That was not what Jen had just said. As for staying a genin, Jen smirked, eyes gleaming. That's just something I say to other people. My real goal? Fame and fortune, of course. The kids were speechless. So was Naruto, who suddenly felt like he'd been tricked again. But deep down, he couldn't help admiring him. See, 10, 9, 8, at 6 in the morning, Kitagawa Gen silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. Just before the alarm could scream, he slammed it off with precision. If he weren't still under mission restrictions, he'd have smashed that noisy thing that had been tormenting him for years. After quickly getting dressed, he looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction. Good looks are a combat asset. Whether I'll get a taste of a beautiful kunoichi one day might just depend on this face. Once everything was in place, Gen headed out. While Kakashi had said there was no need to be early, he already knew where to find him. Naruto. To his surprise, he spotted Naruto clumsily climbing out of a second-story window. Out this early? Gen asked. TCH, I've got to work hard. Naruto huffed and clenched his fist. I'm gonna graduate, then become Hokage. Believe, it. Before he could finish his grand speech, his foot slipped, and, under Gen's stunned gaze, he tumbled straight down from the window. Ugh, ow, watching Naruto groan on the ground, Gen couldn't help but marvel. Ninja might be a squishy profession, but clearly, some people were built differently. Some get taken out by a kunai, others get their hearts ripped out, and this guy. He just doesn't die. You should focus on enjoying the journey, Gen shrugged and turned to leave. Oh, and water my plants while I'm gone, will you? Try not to kill them this time. You jerk. I will become Hokage. Naruto shouted from behind him. Gen didn't respond, his face carried a faint trace of regret. Too bad, still no mission. To obtain the chakra of Indra and Azura, Gen knew he'd need to rely on the system. But he wasn't too worried. Plenty of time. Konoha Cemetery. In front of the memorial stone for Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara. Good morning, Kakashi-sensei. Gen greeted with a bright smile. Kakashi looked genuinely surprised. You knew I'd be here. Never mind, let me guess, Guy told you. Jen simply shrugged and grinned. Ever since getting on Guy's good side, things had been a lot smoother. Kakashi just filled in the blanks himself. So, what's our game plan? Jen asked. It's ready, Kakashi replied, pulling out several scrolls from his ninja pouch. 5 C-rank missions, 1 B-rank. They're all along the same route, we'll handle them in one go. He glanced at Jen. Honestly, you could probably handle higher-level missions. But your experience is lacking. So we'll ease into it. I'll be training you along the way. Be prepared. Kakashi had debated assigning tougher missions but ultimately decided against it. He wasn't here to babysit, this was about training and growth. And though Jen was impressive, he was still technically a genin fresh out of school. No problem. Jen agreed readily. Where are we headed first? Kakashi hesitated. Toward the land of waves. But don't get any funny ideas. Oh. Jen raised an eyebrow but said nothing. All that money. And we're just walking past it. TCH. Well, maybe in 3 years, I'll get another shot. Alright then, let's move out. After a final glance at the gravestone, Kakashi turned, and the two of them departed. Leaving the village was easy, just a quick form and a little face card courtesy, thanks to Kakashi's rep. This era belonged to Kakashi's generation. His name alone was smoother than any paper pass. Jen occasionally wondered, if only I'd been born in their time. With what I've got, I'd be running things by now. Of course, that assumed he didn't die on the battlefield or get recruited by Danzo. Ninja life is easier now, Kakashi said casually as they walked. At least it's not full-scale war anymore. But danger still lurks. The competition between nations never stopped, it just changed form. There are mercenary groups, rogue ninja. All of them are dangerous. I understand, Kakashi-sensei, Jen nodded. He already knew some of this. Especially about groups like Akatsuki, where Kakashi's best bud Uchiha Obito was hiding out. Speaking of which, those two back there, they were your teammates, right? Yeah. Kakashi paused before nodding. Guy never told you. Not much. Just that your copy ninja title came from them, Jen said. He also said they were heroes of Konoha, just like you. I'm no hero, Kakashi murmured. They are. I'm just someone benefiting from their sacrifice. The air hung still for a moment before he changed the subject. I heard you're close with Naruto. We're neighbors, Jen said, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. At first, I was wary, with all the rumors. But after spending some time with him, I realized, he's kind of dumb, yeah, but he's a good guy. Plus, the guy's got plenty of government stipends, so, you're in it for his allowance. Kakashi looked half amused, half annoyed. But he soon shook his head and said more seriously, never mind. Naruto's got a unique situation. Don't listen to the rumors. He's not a bad kid. In fact, I think he treasures your friendship more than you realize. He glanced at Jen with his lone visible eye. Friends are important. Especially for ninja like us, I understand, Kakashi-sensei. Jen nodded seriously. Naruto was a genuine friend, no matter the reason they met, that fact wouldn't change. But just then, his system pinged with a new alert, / you've received Kakashi's exclusive side quest, that's my dearest friend, my brother-in-arms. Objective, help Kakashi find and reclaim his friend, Uchiha Obito. Note, exclusive quests will not interfere with standard quests. Accept? Yes/no, Jen stared blankly at the notification. Meanwhile, Kakashi's lone eye curved into a crescent moon. As long as you understand. Now focus, things won't be easy from here on out. The following days truly weren't easy, though, to be honest, not for Kitagawa Gen. The one really struggling was Kakashi. Kakashi had planned for this trip to be long, combining hands-on missions with training Gen along the way. But to his surprise, things were going far more smoothly than expected. This wasn't the grinding, hardening experience he'd envisioned. What happened to the struggle? Sure, at the beginning, Gen had his rookie moments. A few fumbles here and there due to inexperience. But the kid adapted quickly, too quickly, and before long, his performance was exceeding expectations. That surprise only deepened once the actual training started. Because that's when Kakashi realized, this wasn't just a promising kid. This was a problematic genius. Gen's fundamentals were solid. His talent? Off the charts. Kakashi barely had to explain how a jutsu worked, how to weave the hand signs and circulate chakra, before Gen figured it out and pulled it off with ease. And the craziest part? His execution often matched or even surpassed seasoned shinobi who had trained for years. Even with taijutsu, it was the same story. Kakashi showed a basic pattern of his blade techniques, using only a kunai, mind you, and Gen managed to imitate it almost perfectly. At this point, Kakashi was starting to understand what his own teachers must have felt like back in the day. So this is what it's like to teach a prodigy, except Gen was arguably more startling than he had ever been. He not only learned fast, he had ideas. He was constantly tweaking techniques, changing hand signs, adjusting chakra flow, trying to make everything his own. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. With a few hand signs, clearly simplified, Gen spat out a massive fireball. It roared through the air and engulfed the bandit camp in a storm of flames. The thieves didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to ash. Task complete, Kakashi-sensei, Gen said casually, turning back. I scouted in advance. All 13 bandits were inside. No hostages. No risk of collateral damage. Should be a clean sweep. Right, Kakashi muttered, nodding slowly. He gave a mechanical thumbs up. Good work. Your progress exceeds expectations. He'd said that so many times by now, it had lost all meaning, even he was tired of hearing it. Teaching a genius? Not as fun as people think. They learn so fast, you run out of things to teach. Sensei, I think we've cleared all the C-rank missions by now, right? Shouldn't we move on to that B-rank one? Gen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. If I remember right, it's the one involving a noble in the land of waves. Someone placed a high bounty on him in the black market, which means we might run into enemy shinobi. Yeah. Kakashi instantly snapped back to serious mode. That mission's a bit tricky. The target's bounty isn't low, so we might face capable opponents. Huh? Gen blinked. Then why is it only a B rank? Because the noble already has his own bodyguards, Kakashi explained, shrugging. Samurai trained in chakra. They're not too fond of ninja involvement, so we're basically backup. The pay's not great, and we're expected to keep a low profile. Hence, B rank. I see. Gen nodded slowly, but internally, he couldn't help but scoff. Low pay, unclear intel, unfriendly allies. Yeah, sounds like a great job. But for someone like him, still building experience, it was decent enough. Well then, Kakashi-sensei, since this is technically a B-rank mission, shouldn't I be leveling up too? Kakashi raised a brow. He'd heard that tone way too many times already. What do you want to learn now? Gai-sensei mentioned your specialty is lightning style. Gen scratched his chin thoughtfully. And I did test positive for lightning affinity. He had his eye on Chidori, or at least Kakashi's modified version, Shurden. He wanted to learn it, analyze it, purify it into something uniquely his. Sure, I know lightning style, Kakashi said cautiously. But it's not really meant for you. It's heavily tied to the Sharingan. I know, Jen nodded. But I still want to try. Besides, don't you want your one and only student to master your signature style? Mission verified. Payment received. Here's your reward. Inside a hidden black market facility in the land of hot water, two men dressed in black cloaks with red clouds accepted a large sum of cash from the administrator. Without a word, they took another job and quietly exited the facility. Another one down, said the taller of the two, sharp teeth, red face paint, a massive sword slung across his back. His name was Juzo Biwa. You're getting used to this, Itachi. It's been over a year, replied Uchiha Itachi, calm as ever, his forehead protector slashed straight through. I've long since adjusted. Indeed, Itachi had been in the Akatsuki for over a year now. And during this early stage of development, their job was simple, earn money through missions. It was mundane, but oddly fitting for the pair. What's next? A noble in the land of waves. Itachi glanced at Juzo, letting his curiosity show. Yeah. Another target for elimination. Some nobleman, Juzo said after skimming the brief. But it doesn't matter. The more peaceful the world becomes, the more jobs we get. A target is a target. He stuffed the paper away and gave a cold chuckle. We don't ask questions. Doesn't matter who they are or why someone wants them dead. Even if it's just a prank job, if they pay, we kill. You've said that before, Itachi murmured, his gaze drifting to the distant horizon. But don't worry. I understand. Good. Juzo nodded. Then let's move. If we finish early, maybe we'll have time to enjoy ourselves a little. This mission is really a pain in the ass. A few days later, in a modest inn in the land of waves, Kitagawa Gen sat on the edge of the bed, a troubled look on his face. Kakashi had gone to meet with the client, so Gen naturally stayed behind. But his eyes were glued to the system panel, more specifically, the newly appeared / exclusive mission. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He had accepted the mission, of course. Who wouldn't be curious about the reward from their first ever exclusive mission? The only problem was, if his guess was right, the target was none other than Uchiha Obito. Sure, the original story path has them cross paths. But that's years from now, isn't it? Time was a sensitive topic for him. After all, that so-called beginner reward had delayed for 13 years. No matter how generous the prize was, that wait had nearly driven him mad. Maybe I can think of another approach, he muttered to himself. His hunger for these system rewards had grown far beyond normal levels. This might be the key to unlocking his bloodline potential. Especially considering his old buddy, Uchiha Obito was practically a treasure trove. Known as the shinobi world's first six-path seamstress, Obito had almost nothing on him that was truly his. Even now, at this point in the timeline, he had plenty of goodies. If Gen could snatch even one, it could speed up his own development by leaps. If only I could get my hands on an arm or something. That'd be perfect. And if he already had an arm? Well, what if he dug up a grave or two? Gen didn't even dare to finish that thought. No, one step at a time. Let's get some training in first. Shaking off his spiraling thoughts, he stood up and headed out to practice. Kakashi had already taught him Chidori on the way to the land of waves, which was solid. But he kept warning Gen, this jutsu required high-speed movement, and without the Sharingan to track counterattacks, it was dangerous to use. One misstep, and it could hurt the user more than the target. Gen understood. But from the start, he never intended to use the original Chidori. His real goal was Shurden, that trump card used by the 6th Hokage to wipe out 50 elite jonin with pure taijutsu mastery. This place is not bad. Strolling down the busy streets, Gen tilted his head, taking in the crowd. He knew this was one of the better spots in the land of waves. Most of the country still resembled the poor village where bridge builder Tazuna came from, just as he remembered. As he walked, a certain alleyway caught his eye, bathed in red lights. Ha! Could this be Jeriah's happy place? Jen blinked, feeling a sudden surge of curiosity. Should he take a look? Jeriah was the anti-role model of ninja. If he wanted to prove Jeriah was wrong, maybe he needed to experience that joy himself to make a fair judgment. Maybe with the transformation jutsu. I could sneak in. He stroked his chin, still debating it, when suddenly, his expression darkened. Two powerful chakra signatures appeared faintly in his perception, not close, but not far either. Thanks to his Ōtsutsuki bloodline, he had some sensory ability, making him extremely sensitive to such presences. Who the hell? Playing it cool, he turned casually, sweeping a glance behind him, only to instantly lower his gaze. But his expression shifted strangely. Because he'd seen them, two men in black cloaks with red clouds. And at that moment, his system flashed again. The next day, Land of Waves Assembly Point, hey. Finally showing up, huh? What's with you ninja, always so unreliable? A group of warriors dressed like farmers frowned at Kakashi and Jen as they arrived just on time. Their leader, visibly annoyed, spoke up again. Late, flashy, and expensive, are you even real ninjas? First, yes, we're certified by the Hidden Leaf, Kakashi replied calmly, not at all ruffled by the provocation. Second, we're not late. In fact, we're exactly on time for departure. And lastly, if you had more money, you could have hired someone better. You. The samurai bristled, but Kakashi just gave a lazy smile and pulled out a book from his pouch. Well then, shall we get going? We've got a long way to travel. Humph, move out. The leader grunted but signaled for the group to depart. The rest of the men lifted a heavily veiled palanquin, and the entire convoy set off. TCH, such a dramatic entrance. Jen glanced at the covered palanquin. The noble inside hadn't shown their face once. And these guys' attitude is seriously annoying. Just do the job. We're getting paid, no need to care about their feelings. Kakashi shrugged, eyeing the guards, then returned to his book. Besides, didn't you say you sensed two very dangerous individuals yesterday? If it comes down to a fight, these guys might actually help. Jen had filled him in after returning to the inn, though vague on the details, he'd made it clear those two chakra signatures weren't normal. Yeah. But I doubt they'll be of much use. Jen nodded, then shook his head. Kakashi-sensei, did you request backup from the village? I don't think we can handle those two alone. Even with just a glance in the crowd, he knew that red cloud cloak anywhere. As for who those two were. Damn it, it doesn't matter who, it's bad news either way. But the more he thought about it, the more a certain thought nagged at him. A palanquin. Warriors dressed like farmers. Wait a second, isn't this just like the mission Juzo Biwa took with Itachi? And if that was them, Jen's eyes sharpened. He glanced at Kakashi. He remembered clearly, Uchiha Itachi had once dropped Kakashi in seconds, mainly because he wasn't familiar with the Mangekyo Sharingan at the time. That incident was what pushed Kakashi to develop Kamui 3 years later. And if this really was that moment, Jen's eyes gleamed. He had to complete this mission. And now / He had a plan. Don't worry. I'll protect you, Kakashi said gently, his eye curving into a crescent. But tell me, how's your lightning chakra coming along? Not bad. Jen smiled, his earlier tension easing. But I've run into a few problems. I can't use it like you do, so I'm focusing more on shape and nature transformation. As they brought up the rear of the group, the two discussed jutsu as they walked. With Kakashi's lightning release knowledge and his own Ōtsutsuki bloodline, Jen had already formed a clear picture of what Shurden truly was. To him, it was similar to the black lightning of the hidden cloud, an advanced evolution of a single element via shape and nature transformation. Even Sasuke's Chidori spear was a variation through shape manipulation. But because Sasuke had the Sharingan, he didn't need to push that path too far. Kakashi, having lost his Sharingan, had gone all in. And in the future, his masterful use of purple lightning, Shurden, would confirm Gen's theory completely. Now Gen's goal was simple: make Kakashi understand his line of thought. Whether he helped or not didn't matter. What mattered was having someone who understood the technique's origin. Interesting idea, Kakashi said, rubbing his chin. But very difficult. Even the third Raikage only managed a rough prototype. If you pull this off, you'll be breaking new ground. I've already got some ideas. Gen smiled confidently, but the moment he spoke, his expression darkened. And he wasn't the only one. Kakashi had also looked up, eyes narrowing as he stared ahead. Just ahead of them, two figures in black cloaks patterned with red clouds stood silently in the path. Oh. Two-leaf ninja. A deep voice echoed from one of the figures. And the other added, Kakashi-senpai. It's been a while. Hatake Kakashi, the infamous copy ninja. Hearing Uchiha Itachi mention that name, Juzo Biwa's expression subtly shifted. Kakashi's name echoed far and wide across the ninja world. Ichem. I didn't expect him to leave the Umbu and take on students, Itachi responded calmly. Still, he felt a faint headache coming on. Of all places, why did it have to be here? Though he now stood on the opposite side, Itachi still considered himself a part of Konoha. Whether others agreed or not didn't really matter to him, tch. This just got complicated, Kakashi muttered, finally closing his book and glancing at the boy beside him. These are the dangerous individuals you mentioned, Gen. He thought, sweat forming at his temple. Calling them dangerous was an understatement. One was Juzo Biwa, a former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and the other was Uchiha Itachi, the man who wiped out his entire clan and was once Kakashi's comrade in the Umbu. Kakashi couldn't help but wonder if his bad luck was acting up again. How else could a random escort mission turn into a deadly confrontation with two of the most feared rogue ninjas? Assassins. Attack. Unlike Kakashi, the sword-wielding farmers disguised as guards didn't hesitate. Irritated by the presence of the 2 extra ninja in the group, they saw this as the perfect chance to prove themselves. Drawing their chakra-infused blades, they charged with battle cries. Wait, don't. Kakashi shouted, alarmed. But it was too late. He caught a glimpse of Itachi forming hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A roaring inferno surged toward the guards. They instinctively raised their weapons, chakra pulsing as they tried to block the flames. Boom, when the smoke cleared, Juzo was already among them. His massive executioner's blade, Kobikurabocho, swept through with terrifying ease. 2 guards fell without a sound. Bastard! The remaining guards leapt to attack, but Itachi's shuriken found them before they could even get close. Juzo and Itachi worked together flawlessly. Against such overwhelming power, the guards were nothing more than wheat before a scythe. Kakashi could only sigh. They didn't even last long enough for me to step in. He turned to Gen, his expression serious. If you get an opening, run. This mission's gone way off script, we're facing enemies far beyond our pay grade. But to his surprise, Gen wasn't listening. Instead, the boy had pulled out a signal flare, and fired it into the sky. Kakashi froze, speechless as the red light bloomed above them. Wait, is he serious? Itachi, Juzo said, narrowing his eyes at the glowing signal. Think they've called for backup? Gen smiled and stepped forward. Funny thing, I actually saw you 2 in town last night. He straightened, his tone growing cold and sharp. Especially you, the one who slaughtered his entire clan. I'd say most Konoha shinobi would recognize you on sight. We sent a request for reinforcements immediately. You're out of time. Itachi's calm expression wavered just slightly. Even though he was prepared to be called a traitor, hearing it out loud from a fellow Konoha ninja still stung. Meanwhile, Kakashi was staring at Jen like he'd lost his mind. Who called reinforcements? Are you trying to get us killed? Seems like you've made quite the name for yourself, Itachi, Juzo said, eyeing the two-leaf shinobi with growing aggression. But kid, did you ever think, suddenly, Juzo disappeared in a blur. What if we just finish this quickly? Whoosh, Jen leapt back just in time as Juzo's massive blade cleaved the ground where he'd stood. I'll deal with this brat. Itachi, handle Kakashi Hatake. I'll back you up once I'm done. Damn it. Kakashi cursed silently. This was the worst-case scenario. Jen's bold move might have worked as a bluff, but if their enemies were determined to finish the job quickly, the flare had only pushed them harder. Now, not only did he have to fight Itachi, he had to figure out how to protect Jen too. No choice. I have to get Jen out of here. He thought, gripping a kunai tightly. But then, forgive me, Kakashi-senpai. Itachi appeared in front of him, his Sharingan spinning. Itachi. Kakashi murmured, frowning. He knew his former teammate well. Rumor had it Itachi's eyes had evolved further after the Uchiha massacre, and now he was more dangerous than ever. But regardless of the past, Kakashi was a Konoha Jonin. He had a job to do. He had to stop this traitor, and protect his student. Kakashi pushed up his forehead protector, revealing his own Sharingan, voice cold. If I were you, I'd turn back now. But it doesn't matter anymore, he added, his tone sharper. We only need to stall you until reinforcements arrive. This ends today. Perhaps, Itachi replied calmly, though chakra surged through his body. But what about your student? With those words, Itachi lunged. The two began to clash, high-speed jutsu and taijutsu filling the air. Elsewhere, Juzo's attacks came fast and heavy. His massive blade moved like it weighed nothing, each strike kicking up wind and debris, turning trees and boulders to rubble. Jen didn't speak. He dodged swiftly, breathing carefully. Yeah, I wanted to run, he thought. But now that I've seen them, I know how to trigger Kakashi's exclusive mission. And, just as conveniently, a new side quest had triggered as well. / new side quest acquired, Kakashi's new moonlight make Kakashi realize, who matters most to him now. Jen had been reluctant at first. The objective sounded personal. But if they were going to fight anyway, he might as well accept it. He wasn't confident he could win, but stalling? That was doable. Besides, there was Itachi. A man who still considered himself a Konoha shinobi, whether he admitted it or not. He might hesitate to go all out. If Jen could give him a reason he couldn't ignore, maybe things could shift. And worst-case scenario? Jen was fast. Alright then, swish, dodging another of Juzo's monstrous swings, Jen felt his chakra surge. Time to see, just how far my purple lightning, Shurden, has come, but just as his hand sparked with electricity, Juzo's eyes suddenly narrowed, not from fury, but from something else. A flicker of confusion, or perhaps, hesitation, boom, the massive blade cleaved straight through Jen, or so it seemed. In the next second, the figure splattered into a mess of earth. Earth clone. Juzo's eyes narrowed. He hadn't even noticed when the kid cast the jutsu. Shing! 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 A barrage of senbon and kunai rained from all directions. TCH, child's play. Juzo snorted. With a blur, his executioner's blade spun into a deadly dance of steel. Clang! 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 Each projectile was deflected, ringing sharply against the heavy metal of his sword. Even under a sudden ambush, Juzo proved why he was once one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. His swordsmanship alone was enough to repel most enemies. In the chaos of steel clashing, his sharp eyes locked onto a moving shadow. Found you, brat. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Gen didn't hesitate. The instant he was spotted, he formed hand seals and launched a massive fireball roaring toward Juzo water style, water formation wall. Juzo's instincts kicked in, no room for arrogance here. Even an elite jonin could be killed by a careless moment. Especially since the boy had mentioned reinforcements, possibly ANBU, Juzo wasn't about to hold back. SSSSSSSH, the scorching fireball crashed against the surging water wall, erupting into clouds of hissing steam. Invisible again. Damn missed. Gen cursed under his breath as he formed more hand signs. Earth style, earth wall. Massive slabs of rock erupted around him, forming a protective shell. Not bad. Fast hand seals for someone his age. Juzo could still see clearly. After all, he was born of the mist, the thick fog was his natural hunting ground. He scoffed and began weaving his own signs. What an idiot. Fighting a mist ninja in mist. You've already lost. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A monstrous dragon of water tore through the mist, roaring as it crashed into the stone walls around General Boom. The earth walls crumbled like paper. Gen's form was obliterated, only to burst apart into splashing droplets. Juzo surged forward, cutting through the haze like a reaper. The kid's defenses were down, this was the perfect opening, but something was wrong. He paused. There was a chakra, intense, unstable, unnatural. It prickled at his skin, set his instincts on fire. What is that? Then he saw it. Within the mist and shattered stone, Gen stood still, eyes closed, face calm, surrounded by flickering arcs of eerie violet lightning. Electricity pulsed around him like the breath of a storm, twisting, crackling, beautiful and terrifying. I've been waiting for you. Gen's eyes snapped open as he lifted his head, a faint smile on his face. And thanks for creating the perfect environment for me. The moment he spoke, the purple lightning surged, wild and violent like a dam breaking. Juzo's eyes widened in horror as the lightning leapt through the mist and water in the air, directly at him. Elsewhere, fire style, fireball jutsu. Earth style, earth wall. The duel between Kakashi and Itachi had already begun. Itachi's hand seals were blisteringly fast, each jutsu perfectly executed. Even Kakashi found himself struggling to keep up. But it wasn't surprising. Itachi was a genius in every field, ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, he had mastered them all. Worse still, his battle IQ was absurdly high. Like Kakashi himself, Itachi preferred a reactive style, waiting, analyzing, then countering decisively. I need to force him into a mistake. Kakashi tried to strategize, but that single moment of distraction nearly cost him. SHHK, Itachi appeared behind him like a ghost, kunai already at his back. Kakashi-senpai. You should never let your guard down in battle. Humph. Just what I'd expect from you, Itachi. Lightning crackled from Kakashi's body, and in the blink of an eye, he dispersed into a surge of electricity. Lightning clone. The shock gripped Itachi's body before he could react. Too late. Kakashi emerged from underground, Chidori flashing in his hand, aimed straight for Itachi's chest. But, is that so? Itachi's voice came from the clone, not a flicker of panic in it. Then what about you? What? Kakashi's eyes widened. The clone he struck, its chakra was irregular, surging. Boom, the clone exploded in a violent blast, tearing through the forest and flinging Kakashi back. He landed in a heap, breathing hard, dirt and smoke swirling around him. Too dangerous. He's too dangerous. His Sharingan spun slowly, desperately scanning for Itachi, but his thoughts kept drifting toward that chakra from earlier, that blast. That wasn't normal. Still, Itachi wasn't giving him time to think. That eye. It doesn't suit you. Itachi stepped calmly out of the smoke, eyes locked on Kakashi. And your chakra, it's almost depleted. True. Kakashi gave a wry smile. But I don't need to win, just stall long enough for Anbu to arrive. You're mistaken. Itachi's voice dropped an octave. You can't even use the Sharingan properly. Let me show you what it really means to wield its power. His eyes shut for a moment, then reopened, burning with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now /. Witness the true power of these eyes. A cold, alien chakra spread from him like a tidal wave. No. Kakashi's vision warped. The world twisted, black and white, bleeding at the edges. When his senses cleared, he found himself crucified on a cross in an empty void. Welcome to the world of Tsukimi. Itachi appeared before him, calm and merciless. In this world, I control time, space, even mass itself. He raised his blade, and stabbed Kakashi in the gut. The pain is real. The damage is real. And for the next 72 hours. You'll feel everything. / 2 more strikes. Agonizing. Unbearable. This genjutsu. Kakashi gritted his teeth. Blood seeped from his mouth as dozens of Itachis appeared, blades gleaming. The pain mounted. The screams echoed in his mind. He couldn't even lift a finger. Don't worry. Itachi's voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. We've got plenty of time. But, just as the next blade fell, his movement froze. Kakashi noticed it too. Something unnatural, had interrupted the genjutsu. Through the cracks in this false world, a flicker of purple lightning shone. And even Itachi's eternal calm cracked for the briefest of moments. Reality. After trapping Kakashi in the Tsukimi, Uchiha Itachi's eyes stung with pain from the strain. But this was all part of his plan. By using Tsukimi, he gave himself a justified reason to withdraw from the fight. This way, he could avoid killing Kakashi and still maintain his cover. Of course, if Kakashi couldn't hold out, or if Juzo managed to kill Kakashi's student and rushed over to join him, then what happened next would no longer be his concern. As a double agent for Konoha, Itachi had already done enough for now. For the sake of his little brother, he had to continue playing his part in the Akatsuki, even if, up until now, he hadn't been able to deliver much intel back to the village. Kakashi has the Sharingan, and I held back a lot in the Tsukimi. He should be able to endure it, Itachi murmured to himself. But suddenly, boom, a deafening explosion rang out, snapping his head toward the noise. What he saw froze him in place. That's. In the distance, lightning arced wildly through the mist with dazzling flashes, accompanied by fierce thunderclaps. And within that storm of electric light, Kitagawa Gen's figure flickered at high speed as he relentlessly attacked Juzo. The swordsman was being forced to defend himself, his expression contorted with frustration. The way they fought was like a clash of two entirely different taijutsu styles, one fluid and unpredictable, the other powerful and aggressive. Their battle rocked the forest, sending shockwaves and debris flying. Trees were shattered, boulders destroyed, anything in their path was obliterated. But something felt off to Itachi. This isn't Juzo's fighting style, he muttered, eyes narrowing. Then it clicked. Juzo fell into a trap. He could see it clearly now, how Juzo's own water release had backfired, creating the perfect battlefield for Gen's jutsu. In the mist, those crackling purple lightning arcs weren't just dangerous, they were surgical, hunting Juzo like guided predators. But what technique is that? Itachi frowned, focusing his Sharingan on the electric energy dancing in Gen's hands. At first glance, it resembled Chidori, but as someone who had fought alongside Kakashi, he knew better. This wasn't Chidori. It's even more adaptable. Doesn't rely on high-speed thrusts. Yet it's just as powerful, if not more. The more he observed, the more shocked he became. The technique took lightning release, a chakra nature typically limited to simple piercing attacks, and pushed it to terrifying new heights. This kid. He's reshaped and refined a single chakra nature to its absolute limit, Itachi realized. Not even Kakashi's Chidori compares in terms of versatility. Only the third Raikage had a similar technique. Suddenly, Juzo burst from the mist, electricity snapping at his heels, and he was headed straight for Itachi. And at that exact moment, Kakashi woke up. Boom! A deafening thunderclap split the sky, darkening the already overcast heavens. On the devastated battlefield, the two groups stared each other down. Around them, the forest was in ruins. The earth was cracked and cratered. Trees lay in broken heaps. Only Gen's purple lightning still danced in the air, vivid and blinding. He stood with ragged breaths, purple electricity crackling over his wounded body. His clothes were in tatters, several fresh cuts marking his skin. But he was still standing. Juzo wasn't so lucky. Though his brute strength let him mount a counterattack or two, the toll was clear. His headband was gone, his hair spiked out like a hedgehog, and his cloak, once pristine, hung from his shoulders in shreds. His body bore deep, charred cuts, some clearly inflicted by lightning-infused blades. As for Kakashi and Itachi, they were both clearly exhausted. But Kakashi looked especially worn down, pale and breathing heavily. "You all right, Kakashi-sensei?" Gen asked quietly, steadying his breathing. "I can still stand." Kakashi muttered with a shake of his head. He was barely holding on. But as he glanced at Gen again, at that strange purple lightning still crackling around him, he felt a chill. That technique. Was it this lightning release that broke me out of Itachi's Mangekyo? Kakashi wondered. He hadn't forgotten that surreal moment in the illusion world, when an arc of purple lightning shattered the fabric of the Tsukuyomi and pulled him out. And then there was Juzo, utterly wrecked. The proof was undeniable. This kid's jutsu was on another level. He actually pulled it off. Kakashi's expression grew more serious. He'd always known about Gen's ideas for new techniques. He also knew just how insanely difficult they were. And yet, here they were. But even if Gen succeeded, there's still Itachi. Kakashi's gaze turned toward the calm, unreadable shinobi across from him. That Mangekyo power, silent, deadly, inescapable, it terrified him more than anything else. I have to buy time. Gen needs to escape. Stepping forward, Kakashi positioned himself between Gen and the Akatsuki. But before he could speak, Juzo gave a hacking cough and finally broke the silence. Not bad. Brat. That jutsu of yours, impressive. But what now? What now? Gen tilted his head, purple lightning flashing around his fingertips. You're missing the point. Our job was never to beat you, just stall you until the ANBU arrive. And in case you forgot, it's still 2 versus 2. Juzo's face twitched. Even in his prime, going up against a squad of Konoha's elite would be tricky. In his current condition, a death sentence. His eyes slid over to Itachi. But before he could say anything, Itachi spoke. We're done here. His eyes closed briefly. I used the Mangekyo. The purple lightning disrupted the Tsukuyomi. I failed to kill Kakashi. And now, in our state, a quick victory isn't possible. If we get pinned down, and ANBU shows up, we're screwed, Juzo finished with a sigh. He got it now. They were on borrowed time. He gave Gen one last look, this little punk who'd wrecked their entire mission. Neither he nor Itachi had expected a child to cause so much damage. You're a lucky one, brat. Next time, we won't be so forgiving. Juzo gave a cold snort, then turned to leave. Itachi followed silently, fading into the mist with him. As they vanished, Gen finally let out a long breath of relief. But under his breath, he muttered, next time. You'd better worry about surviving the fourth Mizukichi first. It's over now, Kakashi-sensei. Watching the silhouettes of Itachi and Juzo fade into the distance, Kitagawa Gen finally relaxed, though he couldn't help muttering to himself. This battle had been far more dangerous than he'd imagined. If not for Uchiha Itachi being conflicted, whether for his brother's sake or for the sake of the village, and for his own lightning technique purple lightning being dazzling enough, they wouldn't have gotten out of this alive. Yeah, Kakashi slumped to the ground once he was sure the two had left. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan was even more terrifying than he had expected. Even though he possessed a Sharingan himself, the gap between it and the Mangekyo was overwhelming. No wonder he was able to slaughter his entire clan single-handedly. Kakashi still felt a chill down his spine. Had it not been for Gen's interference at that critical moment, things would have ended very differently. Especially that lightning, there was something deeply unsettling about it. But just as he was deep in thought, his eyes narrowed as he looked at General. His expression darkened. Didn't I tell you to run? You did well, even developed the technique you were working on, but, alright, Kakashi-sensei. Gen cut him off with a grin before he could finish. We fooled them, didn't we? But what if we hadn't fooled them? Kakashi's voice grew stern. If this keeps up, you'll end up dead. But I couldn't just leave you in danger, could I? Gen blinked, then said with a soft smile, maybe I didn't follow orders, but, didn't you say it yourself? Those who abandon the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Kakashi stared at him, momentarily speechless. Anyway, you should rest now. I'm going to check on our client. Gen got to his feet and jogged toward the palanquin nearby, leaving Kakashi sitting there with a complicated look in his eyes. This kid, Kakashi murmured. To be honest, when they encountered Juzo and Itachi, Kakashi had thought it was the end. His life had always felt cursed with loneliness, his father's suicide, Obito and Rin's deaths, then the loss of his mentor during the Ninetales attack. He had wandered through darkness, numb and drifting from mission to mission. If not for Guy and the others pulling him back, he was sure he would have died in the ANBU. After leaving ANBU, he finally got his first student. At first, he hadn't thought much of Gen, he was even ready to give up on him after the others were injured. But then, that kid had said the exact same words that Obito once told him. And now, Gen had proved that he truly believed in them, by saving him. This time. I was lucky, Kakashi whispered. The last person who saved him after saying those words, died right after. But this time, everything turned out differently. Slowly, Kakashi's gaze softened. He pulled his headband down over his Sharingan. The visible eye curved into a half-moon smile. Looks like, this really is a new beginning. / side mission complete, the light in Kakashi's heart, / reward gained, information on a divine artifact. As Kakashi sat reminiscing, a notification appeared in Gen's mind. He couldn't help but sigh, Obito's words really hit Kakashi harder than anything else. But when he saw what the reward was, his expression shifted into something much more complicated. What the hell is this? In his memory, the term divine artifact only brought to mind those weird tools used by those crazy brothers from the Cloud Village. But after reading the info carefully, his expression changed. Totsuka blade and Yata mirror. Gen frowned. Weren't those the weapons used by Itachi's Susanoo? If he recalled correctly, Itachi had used the Totsuka blade to instantly seal Orochimaru, even when Orochimaru had used the forbidden 8 branches technique. And both weapons were made of chakra. He had always assumed they were just part of Susanoo's standard equipment. But now, could it be, those so-called divine artifacts are chakra-based entities that existed long before, and Itachi just equipped them onto his Susanoo? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it sounded. After all, both Orochimaru and Black Zetsu had recognized the weapons immediately the first time Itachi used them, right down to their abilities. Which meant, these divine artifacts had always existed in the ninja world and even had legends about them. Otherwise, those two wouldn't have known so much about them right off the bat. So how did they end up in Itachi's possession? Either he got really lucky, or the Uchiha clan had access to this info all along. That thought made Gen's eyes light up. He didn't particularly care for fancy gear, but if these divine artifacts were connected to the Uchiha, or even further back, could they belong to Indra, or even the Sage of Six Paths himself? No matter which it was, a chakra-based artifact would retain traces of its original user's chakra. And that chakra, if obtained, might help Gen unlock more of his own bloodline potential. Especially if it came from the Sage of Six Paths, that could shortcut years of training. And now that they're retreating, they'll probably report back to Obito about Kakashi. Gen's expression grew thoughtful, but also excited. Even if he didn't like Itachi, he couldn't help whispering, "You really are a good guy, Uchiha Itachi." Elsewhere, in the forest, you alright? Itachi glanced at Juzo, whose body still twitched occasionally from the lingering numbness. "I'll live, but I'll need time to recover." Juzo scowled. "I was careless, charged in without intel. But damn, that kid's lightning technique is insane." Despite having been outplayed by a kid, as a former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Juzo didn't deny it. In the world of ninja, trickery was part of the game. He'd lost fair and square. What stuck with him most was that dazzling purple lightning. That move had left a real impact. No surprise. He's Kakashi's student, after all. And Kakashi himself isn't easy to deal with either. Even with the Mangekyo, he still resisted. Itachi nodded, then closed his eyes. "Let's get out of here. I need to recover as well. If Konoha's ANBU catch up, it'll be a problem." He wasn't sure if the ANBU backup was real, but as a spy, he stuck to the story. "Yeah, let's move." Juzo nodded and stretched his numb limbs. "Damn, got my identity exposed by a brat. Mission failed. I'll let the others know later." Still, we were up against the copy ninja Kakashi, and a little genius. We really took a loss this time, barely got paid, and ended up facing some ridiculously strong enemies. In the land of waves, Kitagawa Gen supported the still wobbling Kakashi as they made their way back toward the town. Although they had encountered fierce opposition from Uchiha Itachi and Biwa Juzo, the mission could be considered complete. After all, the situation had far exceeded the mission's original scope, and with Naruto absent, they had every right to call it off. Kakashi especially needed rest and medical attention. Maybe it was because they weren't in the Hidden Leaf, or maybe Itachi simply didn't go all out this time. His use of Tsukimi hadn't been as devastating as Gen remembered. Kakashi was badly weakened, yes, but at least still mobile. "I figured something was off about this mission from the start, but I didn't expect it to go this badly," Kakashi muttered as he ruffled his messy silver hair with a tired hand. "To think we ran into 2 rogue ninja right off the bat, Juzo Biwa and Uchiha Itachi. Especially those eyes of Itachi's. Damn near impossible to deal with." Gen chuckled. "Yeah, Gai-sensei said the same thing about you." Kakashi glanced at him sideways. "Oh. Yup. That's why he's been training himself to fight you without ever looking at your eyes, just reading your movements. Maybe you should try the same against Itachi. That guy." Kakashi sighed, a faint smile on his lips. Honestly, nothing surprised him anymore when it came to Might Guy. But still, the idea stuck with him. Maybe it was a viable countermeasure. Still, he had other thoughts too. After experiencing Tsukimi firsthand, he felt something stir in his own Sharingan, some unfamiliar resonance. "But seriously, what's the deal with your lightning release?" Kakashi changed the topic. He could always examine his eye later, but Gen's technique had left a deep impression on him. "I thought I already explained my idea to you, Kakashi-sensei." Gen shrugged, then decided to elaborate a bit more. "It's strange. I always felt that lightning release wasn't as hard to control as people say. But I know that achieving perfect shape and nature transformation is no small feat somehow. In that fight with Juzo, it just clicked. I can't fully control it yet, but it worked on my first try." As he spoke, Jen raised his hand. Chakra surged from within him, crackling and dancing across his palm, forming a blade of shimmering violet lightning. "That's impressive." Kakashi's eye twitched slightly. He could sense the raw power behind it, and also how unstable it was, with arcs of electricity leaping unpredictably. Still, the fact that Jen had pulled it off so cleanly on his first attempt. "Kids these days are monsters," Kakashi muttered. "To achieve that kind of breakthrough under such extreme conditions. Your luck is pretty damn good." "Guess I rolled a natural 20, Jen grinned. "But that kind of leap also speaks volumes about your talent," Kakashi added, growing more serious. "Without enough potential, no amount of danger would push you that far. Your affinity for lightning release might even surpass mine." "Huh?" Before Jen could respond, a teasing voice suddenly echoed from above. "Someone surpassing you, Kakashi? That's rare. And this look of yours? Even rarer." Startled, the two looked up to see a grinning man with long white hair, a large forehead protector bearing the kanji for oil, none other than Jeriah. Both Jen and Kakashi exhaled in relief. If it was him, they were safe. Meanwhile, in the Mist Village, this pace is too slow. And we're critically understaffed. Inside the Mizuki's office, Uchiha Obito, currently posing as Madara, sat deep in thought. The situation in the Mist was a mess, with insurrection brewing throughout the village. Not that he cared much about that. His focus was on the Akatsuki. But the organization's growth had been slower than he'd hoped. There still weren't enough reliable members. And then there's Nagato. Nagato was still busy feeding chakra to the Geto statue in order to slowly restore its strength. Obito couldn't fathom how much power Madara had siphoned from it, how badly it had been drained. "How long until I finally create the world I envisioned?" he muttered bitterly under his breath, only to be interrupted by a strange plop sound as a Venus flytrap-like figure emerged from the ground. "Obito, got some news." "Humph," Obito scowled at the plant-like creature. "Don't forget, you're speaking to Madara." He. White Zetsu giggled without a care, while the black half took over the conversation. "You'll want to hear this. Itachi and Juzo encountered someone familiar during their last mission." "Guess who?" "I don't have time for your games," Obito snapped. Fine. Black Zetsu took over again. "They ran into Kakashi Hitaki, and his student." "Kakashi?" Obito visibly stiffened, then sneered. "That failure? He's with the ANBU. Of course Itachi would run into trouble if Kakashi was there. They didn't botch the mission, did they?" "Not quite," said White Zetsu with a giggle. "He's not in ANBU anymore. He's leading a genin team now." "What?" Obito blinked, confused. "That loser quit ANBU and became a teacher." "If that's the case, then Itachi should have easily dealt with him," he muttered. "Apparently, it was Kakashi's student who exposed Itachi's identity and alerted reinforcements," Black Zetsu explained. "The kid's a genius, only 13 or 14, but held his own against Juzo, even saved Kakashi. Itachi had to retreat due to Mangekyo overuse, and Juzo was left incapacitated." Of course, neither Obito nor Zetsu fully bought Itachi's story. They both knew he was a double agent. "Kakashi's student, huh?" Obito frowned. It piqued his interest, just a little. But only just. He wasn't the same Obito anymore. "But then, you know what's funny?" White Zetsu said with a mischievous smile. "Kakashi's cursed. Every time he tries to protect someone, they die. But this time, the kid survived. Nothing happened. You think his luck finally changed?" That one offhand remark made Obito's expression completely shift. Sorry, there's not much I can do in this situation. Inside a small inn in the land of waves, an old man had just finished examining Kakashi. With a helpless look, he shook his head. After all, I'm not a shinobi, and this isn't something as simple as a surface wound. It's all right. Thanks for your help, Jeriah replied, nodding as he escorted the old man out of the room. He had clearly anticipated this. Looks like you'll need to return to the Leaf Village for proper treatment. What a shame Tsunade's gone off who knows where. If she were here, it would have been a lot easier. Back in the room, Jeriah returned to his usual carefree demeanor as he glanced over at Kakashi lying on the bed. Still, it's not as bad as it could have been. You'll be fine once we get back. Thank you, Lord Jeriah. Kakashi's voice was weak. He'd taken a hit from Itachi Uchiha's Tsukuyomi. Even though it had been interrupted halfway by Gen Kitagawa, it had still left a heavy toll on his psyche. This wasn't something that could be healed on the road. He really did need to get back to Konoha. After all, when it came to medical ninja, the Leaf was unmatched in the shinobi world. More importantly, now that Jeriah was here, Kakashi could finally let down his guard a little. Itachi and Juzo Biwa may have left, but there was no guarantee they wouldn't return. Having Jeriah around changed the equation entirely. Alright, enough with the gratitude. Just get some rest. Jeriah shrugged casually. You guys sure are lucky. I happened to be nearby, tracking Orochimaru, when I spotted your signal flare. But you, kid, he turned to Jen with a sharp look. You've got guts. Using a bluff like that to trick them, weren't you afraid they'd see through it? Not with Itachi on our side. Jen thought silently. Instead, he shook his head and answered, Lord Jeriah, they're missing Nin. Of course they wouldn't want to run into Anbu. Figured it was worth a shot. Well, you're not wrong, but that was still a pretty risky move. Jeriah clicked his tongue. This kid reminded him a little too much of Tsunade. Both of them were gamblers at heart. Still, Jen had been lucky enough to win. Whatever. You pulled it off. Just remember, you've only got one life. Don't go betting it so easily. Yes sir, understood. Jen nodded quickly. He had no intention of arguing with Jeriah. And he didn't want to hear a long lecture, either. So, he quickly changed the subject. So what's your next move, Lord Jeriah? Me? I'm going to keep tracking Orochimaru, of course. Jeriah didn't bother hiding his intentions. His mission was no secret, especially not to Kakashi's student. He rubbed his chin, clearly thinking deeply. Strange, though. I've been following Orochimaru's trail, and I got some odd intel. It seems he's joined some kind of organization. He frowned. It's hard to believe, really. That guy's always been a lone wolf. I never thought he'd sign up for something like that. What's so unbelievable about that? Jen thought. After all, Itachi and Juzo had once been part of the same group as Orochimaru. Though Orochimaru had been kicked out of it by now. Jen held back a smirk. He understood the power of inertia in one's thinking. Strong missing Nin weren't the type to team up easily. Many had grudges from previous wars. And even if they didn't, shinobi were a competitive, prideful bunch. Especially someone like Orochimaru, there's no way he'd play second fiddle to anyone. Unless, there was a power strong enough to keep them all in check. That's exactly why the Akatsuki could exist. Jeriah's intel was outdated, understandably. Jen remembered him once saying to Kakashi that Orochimaru only recently left the Akatsuki. That alone said a lot. And it made sense. The Akatsuki members were powerful. They hadn't yet started openly capturing tailed beasts, so staying hidden wasn't hard for them. As for why Orochimaru was in the land of waves, Jen guessed he was passing through, either returning from or heading to the land of water. His likely target? Kimimaro. / new side quest unlocked, Jeriah-san, the cherry blossoms are blooming in the village. Objective: bring Jeriah back to the hidden leaf. Seriously? Jen stared blankly at the sudden system prompt, feeling a sudden headache. Well, at least it wasn't something like, make Jeriah and Pain share a smoke on the ruins of Konoha. But getting Jeriah to willingly return to the village wouldn't be easy. Especially when he still had a personal mission chasing after Orochimaru, but if the reward comes from Jeriah, Jen fell into thought. After a moment of silence, he made up his mind, it was worth trying. After all, he did have some exclusive intel. He carefully began planning how to proceed. Is that so? I thought you were going to head back to Konoha with us, he said, deliberately letting his voice droop and his face fall. Wah, hey now, don't try to get me killed. Jeriah's eyes widened. In a way, Konoha was his land of heartbreak. He avoided going back unless absolutely necessary. Who knew if he'd even be allowed to leave again? But with Kakashi-sensei in this state. If we run into another rogue ninja like Uchiha Itachi again, we might not be so lucky. Jen glanced toward Kakashi, then back at Jeriah with a pitiful look. Of course, your mission is more important. We wouldn't dare impose. We'll just pray nothing goes wrong along the way. And if something does, well, it's not your fault. Just bad luck on our part. Jeriah's expression froze. He felt like he'd just been emotionally blackmailed. This brat's words were cutting deep. Enough, General, I'm alright. Thankfully, Kakashi jumped in to defuse the situation and change the subject. Lord Jeriah, could you tell us more about Orochimaru? I'll need to report it when we get back. Of course. Jen didn't speak, just raised an eyebrow slightly as Jeriah finally relaxed. After a thoughtful pause, Jeriah replied seriously, there's not much more I can tell you, really. The biggest concern is that organization. They're extremely secretive. I have no idea who their members are, or even what they call themselves. But if Orochimaru was willing to join them, they must be a serious threat. Just recently, someone claimed to have seen him near the port in the Land of Waves. That's all I've got. That's serious, huh? Kakashi frowned. If even Jeriah had no leads, things really were complicated. The Land of Waves again, huh? At that moment, Jen chimed in just at the right time. Uchiha Itachi and Juzo Biwa were there too. And if I recall correctly, during the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha clan fought against Kirigakure in the Land of Whirlpools. His words made both Kakashi and Jeriah pause. Then, a strange look crossed both their faces. The fact that those two could work together is shocking on its own. Seeing their reactions, Jen decided to drop the act. They're both ruthless, prideful warriors. One's a fallen prodigy who killed his entire clan. The other's one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. If they can team up, doesn't that mean others could too? The Land of Waves, a place where the prideful, the vengeful, and the outcasts have gathered. Kitagawa Gen's words were practically spelling it out loud. There was no way Kakashi and Jeriah didn't catch on. They just couldn't quite believe it. What kind of person, what kind of power, could actually suppress a bunch of proud elites long enough to make them cooperate? Even if it was just surface-level peace, the mere fact they weren't causing chaos and could work as a team in battle, was already unbelievable. Could it really be true? Jeriah's expression turned serious. A flicker of hesitation flashed in his eyes. If it was true, then this was no small matter. We can't confirm it for sure, but we definitely can't rule it out, Kakashi muttered after a long pause. I already felt something was off when we ran into Uchiha Itachi and Biwa Juzo, but the situation was urgent, so I didn't have time to think it through. Looking back, it does seem like a much bigger problem. And considering the intel you gathered, Jeriah-sama, it's highly likely things are just as we feared. Jeriah fell silent. Everything seemed to be pointing to the one possibility he didn't want to face. But the timing, the location, even the structure of the group, it all lined up far too well. This organization might be more terrifying than we imagined. Jeriah rubbed his forehead. His gut was twisted in knots. Uchiha Itachi, Biwa Juzo, and if we add Orochimaru into the mix, that's 3 S-rank rogue ninjas. What the hell are they trying to do? Whatever it is, it won't be simple. Kitagawa Gen blinked thoughtfully, then looked at Kakashi and asked in a lower voice, also, have you two noticed how close the land of waves is to a certain place? Close. Kakashi reacted quickly. His expression darkened. You mean, the land of water? Kakashi-sensei, I've been thinking, Gen continued, nodding. A powerful organization like that, who could afford to hire them? Definitely not the land of waves. They just don't have the resources. Well, there is one exception. But I doubt someone like that could make contact with such an organization. I'm talking about that rich guy we were planning to rob before, Gato the merchant. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Robbing a merchant. Jeriah nearly jumped. His eyes widened. Kakashi, just what kind of teachings are you giving this kid? That's a dangerous mindset. Don't listen to him, he's full of nonsense, Kakashi said wearily, rubbing his forehead. Gen hadn't brought that plan up once during the trip, and Kakashi had almost forgotten, until now. That level of obsession, still, Kakashi continued, he does have a point. Ordinary merchants can't reach organizations like that. Kakashi shook his head. Gen might talk crap, but sometimes he hit the nail on the head. A group like that either works strictly in the black market or takes on missions from hidden villages. IWA, Hidden Stone, loves hiring these types to suppress uprisings. So, if they're near the land of waves, then it's highly likely they were hired by Kirigakure, Hidden Mist. Jeriah followed the train of thought and started piecing it all together. His eyes shimmered, he was clearly making a decision. Jiraiya-sama, you're not seriously thinking of heading to Kirigakure alone, are you? Kitagawa Gen immediately saw through him and narrowed his eyes. Please, don't be reckless. Kakashi quickly echoed, stepping forward. If our guess is right, going alone would be suicide. Especially since Kirigakure is surrounded by the ocean, you won't even be able to retreat. Kirigakure's geography reminded Gen a lot of that one notorious meddler in his past life. A long sea channel separated them from land-based threats, but they could launch assaults without worry. And they did hate Konoha. Almost every major ninja war saw the mist attacking the leaf. Why? Well, rumor had it their founding elders refused to join when Konoha was first established, trying to play hard to get. Unfortunately, they ran into Uchiha Madara, who wasn't known for patience. He kindly helped them transition into a life beneath the sea. There's a lot of old bad blood between them and us. If this mysterious organization really includes the likes of Itachi, Juzo, and Orochimaru, and can control them, Gen added with a sigh, then Kakashi-sensei might need to prepare some extra incense sticks next year for the memorial stone. Jiraiya's eyelid twitched. Could this kid be any more blunt? Still, he wasn't angry. Gen was just stating facts. Cold, uncomfortable facts. Jiraiya-sama, maybe you should come back to the village with us, Gen finally suggested after exchanging a glance with Kakashi. Things are clearly beyond what you can handle alone now. If this does involve the mist, we'll need help, and the village can provide that. He's right, Kakashi nodded. I don't want to see you charge in on your own. This organization is more complicated and dangerous than we imagined. And if it really is connected to Kirigakure, only the village has the resources to deal with that. Besides, all of them, Orochimaru, Itachi, they're leaf defectors. The village has every reason to get involved. Kakashi's words carried weight. Even Jeriah had to admit that. He didn't want to go back, but at this point, he had no better options. Fine. I get it. He finally nodded, albeit reluctantly. Damn it. I didn't expect things to get this messy. And now, I'm even sacrificing my freedom. Unbelievable, Hearing that, both Kakashi and Gen let out a breath of relief. Kakashi had been genuinely worried. If their hunch was right, charging into the mist alone was basically a death wish. No one, not even the Sannin, could take on a whole hidden village solo. Well, maybe the first Hokage could have. But that was legend. Done and settled, Gen grinned to himself. For him, getting Jeriah back to the village meant something more poetic. He just wanted the old guy to see the cherry blossoms of his hometown bloom again. Of course, while convincing Jeriah, he also stirred up a bit of trouble for Uchiha Obito. Nothing wrong with multitasking. After all, Kakashi's exclusive mission was still hanging there. He couldn't let that opportunity slip by, although, if Jeriah really did go to the mist, he might have actually run into Obito. Gen was honestly curious, when exactly did Obito lose control over Kirigakure? The original series never really said. But Gen figured it must have been around this time. The clearest signs were the death of Juzo and Kisame teaming up with Itachi. Who knows, maybe this exclusive mission is about to speed up a little. And as Gen whispered that to himself, ding, his system finally lit up. And when he saw the reward, his grin widened like a Cheshire cat. Side mission completed, Jiraiya-san, the cherry blossoms of home have bloomed, reward, Jiraiya Sage Mode, seeing the reward, even someone as experienced as Kitagawa Gen couldn't help but breathe faster. Sage Mode, this was Naruto's ultimate technique, and even the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, used it as his final trump card. Even a monstrous entity like the Ten Tails most likely had chakra of this nature. When Naruto once faced the Ten Tails, Kurama told him the Ten Tails' power is the world's natural energy in its purest form, an endless, boundless source. Gen had long been interested in such power. However, he had only just awakened his bloodline, and more importantly, he lacked a method. Absorbing natural energy recklessly could easily lead to petrification. The natural energy in this world, it's nothing like what I knew before. It's dangerous, off the charts. Before being sent to this world by some almighty god, he'd read his fair share of novels. None had described natural energy as anything terrifying. Still, it was undeniably one of the highest forms of power in this world, and now, he finally had the means to begin exploring it. Even if Jiraiya's Sage Mode is more of a flashy display, the real value lies in his knowledge of Sage Chakra. Knowledge is priceless. As the memories and understanding flooded his mind, Kitagawa Gen felt deeply satisfied. With this experience, and the foundation from his own bloodline, learning Sage Mode might not be as difficult as he'd once thought. They rested one more day in the land of waves. Once Kakashi felt a bit better, they set off immediately. Thanks to Gen's deduction, both Kakashi and Jeriah were convinced that Orochimaru's group might be in the land of water. But since the land of waves was just too close to it, there was no telling whether Itachi and Juzo would return to investigate. So, better safe than sorry, they made a run for it. Luckily, their journey back was uneventful, and within 2 days, they returned to Konoha. Konoha, still looks the same, Jeriah murmured as he stood at the gates, looking at the familiar sight before him, overwhelmed with emotion. Sometimes, he wondered, if he hadn't left 10 years ago, would things have turned out differently? Sure, part of his absence was due to tracking Orochimaru, but he also hadn't wanted to face those painful memories. But what's done is done. No point dwelling on the past. For now, the priority was the present. Let's go. Turning to the injured Kakashi, whom Gen was helping to walk, Jeriah spoke. Kakashi, I'll take you to the hospital first. Then I'll go report to the old man. Kid, keep an eye on him for now. No need. I'll go with you to see the Hokage, Kakashi said, shaking his head. I'm fine. We should prioritize reporting this. You don't have to push yourself, Jeriah frowned, obviously concerned. Don't worry. I know my limits, I'm not going to collapse on you. Fine, Jeriah finally relented, then turned to Gen, kid, I'm borrowing your teacher. You're free to go for now. No problem. Jen nodded obediently. In truth, he'd been itching to leave anyway. With those coins he'd earned from Jeriah's loot drop, he could hardly wait to examine them. Finally, he thought. Been holding back for too long. Oh right, save your appetite, Jeriah suddenly added as he went to help Kakashi walk. You just finished your first mission, and since Kakashi can't throw a party for you, I'll do it instead. Bring any friends you want, just find me at the hospital. Jeriah actually had a good impression of Jen. Sure, the kid could be a bit mouthy, but when facing dangerous rogue ninja like Itachi and Juzo, not only did he not flee, but he stayed calm, deceived the enemy, and managed to hold his own in a one-on-one against Juzo, all while saving Kakashi. Even the analysis afterward came from this kid. A smart, reliable, and incredibly gifted shinobi, just like him. How could Jeriah not like him? And on top of that, he was Kakashi's student. Thanks a lot, Jeriah-sama. Jen wasn't about to turn down free food. Jeriah was loaded from his best-selling books, whereas Jen, though a shinobi now, was still pretty broke. When they entered the village, Jen noticed he didn't need to fill out any forms at all. That surprised him. Even Kakashi had to sign a few things. But with Jeriah present, everything was waved through. This guy's status really is on a different level. Finally, he watched the two walk off and turn toward his home, breaking into a run. But just as he was about to arrive, he saw Naruto jumping down from his window. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Jen froze. You're back already? Naruto looked just as shocked, then immediately got riled up. Damn it! You told me to water your plants but didn't even leave me a key. Did I? Jen blinked. He vaguely remembered saying something like that, and now felt a little embarrassed. My bad, I didn't think you'd actually come, which makes you an even bigger jerk. Naruto huffed, then puffed up proudly. But even if you are a jerk, I always keep my word. Just like how I'm gonna pass the Genin exam, no matter what. Didn't you say you were gonna take it early? Lowering the bar now? Jen asked with a grin. Naruto froze. Before he could reply, Jen added, also, if you want to pass the test, you better study. Aren't there classes today? It's a rest day. Naruto mumbled, but then shouted again. Whatever. I'm gonna pass. Alright. Jen scratched his ear. This kid really was loud. I believe you. Doing what you say, that's your ninja way, right? Huh? Naruto blinked. Doing what he said, his ninja way, that, actually sounded pretty good. Here, take these, Jen suddenly said, pulling a kunai and a scroll from his pouch. This kunai was the first weapon I used to take down an enemy. Consider it payment for watering my plants. And the scroll? A souvenir I picked up in the land of waves. It's yours. Thanks. Naruto stared at the gifts in shock, his eyes starting to mist over. He'd just called Jen a jerk a few seconds ago, and now here the guy was, giving him meaningful gifts. Hey, don't get all emotional. We're friends, aren't we? Jen lightly punched Naruto's chest. After all the allowances he'd borrowed from this kid, it was only right to give something back. Oh, and I'm throwing a party for my first mission tonight. Save your appetite and swing by. No need to be polite. Naruto's eyes lit up, then immediately dimmed with suspicion. Wait, I haven't gotten my allowance yet, idiot. I'm treating. Relax. Jen didn't give Naruto a chance to say no. He turned and walked toward his house. Also, don't come knocking later. I'm exhausted from the trip. He shut the door behind him. Sitting down heavily on his bed, he muttered, finally, time to try this out. Closing his eyes, he began carefully reviewing the knowledge he'd received from Jeriah. During the journey home, he'd already sorted through most of it, he just hadn't had a moment to focus and test it. Time ticked by. After nearly an hour of quiet meditation, Kitagawa Gen's eyes suddenly snapped open, and in that instant, a strange aura burst forth from his body, a red pigment appeared around his eyes in a distinctive pattern. He had entered Sage mode. The situation is that complicated? Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples, looking at the still visibly drained Kakashi and the serious expression on Jiraiya's face. When Jeriah first returned, he was both shocked and pleased. Konoha had clearly entered a stage of instability. Although young ninjas like Kakashi were rising, there was still a shortage of solid, middle-tier support. His 3 former students were supposed to be that backbone. But one became a rogue ninja. And the other 2? Completely drowned in gambling and other vices. So yes, having Jeriah back was good news. But the report he brought back. That was another headache entirely. Yeah, it's that bad, old man. Jeriah sighed and rubbed his forehead. If it were something simple, I wouldn't have bothered coming back. Everything is still just a theory, but that place is too sensitive. I need your help. So you do know it's sensitive? Sarutobi shot him a glare. We're talking about Kirigakure, across a freaking ocean. Just sending people over is a challenge, and with their isolationist policies, it's damn near impossible to get intel. How am I supposed to investigate that? The Mist Village was notoriously difficult to deal with. As an island nation, intelligence transmission was already hard. But ever since their infamous blood mist policy, they'd essentially gone full isolation mode. Now, to make things worse, it seemed to involve that organization. What about Uchiha Itachi? He's been undercover there for 2.5 years, how do we still know nothing? Hiruzen muttered, puffing on his pipe. Lord Hokage, Kakashi finally spoke, his voice hoarse, does the Umbu still have agents in Kirigakure? It's difficult, I know, but, could they be mobilized to send intel? That's. Hiruzen hesitated. The request clearly made him uncomfortable. Oh, come on, old man, Jeriah snapped. If it's such a damn hassle, I'll go there myself. At least then you don't have to be put on the spot. You don't understand the stakes here. Hiruzen sighed again, clearly exasperated. After a moment of silence, he finally relented. Fine. I'll look into it. But you better not act recklessly. You're good at gathering intel, sure, but you're no professional spy. Stay in Konoha for now and let me handle this. TCH. As if I could leave even if I wanted to, Jeriah muttered. He gave a reluctant nod. Relax. I won't go charging in. I wouldn't have come back at all if I were going to be reckless. If there's nothing else, I'll take Kakashi to the hospital. Later, we've got to celebrate his student's first mission success. What a pain. As Jeriah led Kakashi out, the silver-haired ninja gave a quiet, apologetic nod toward the Hokage. Hiruzen, knowing his student's personality well, simply waved them off and sighed once more once they were gone. What a mess. Kakashi's situation really was troublesome. The Umbu could collect intelligence, but for deeper infiltration and data? That was Root's domain. And Root had been officially disbanded. Unless he restarted it, even he couldn't access its full network. No choice, then. If this is really as serious as it sounds, I'll have to visit Danzo. It's been a while since we last spoke anyway. Standing by the window, Hiruzen looked out over the bustling Konoha streets. After a moment of quiet, he murmured to himself, well, at least Jeriah's return isn't all bad news. At least he's back. And it seems another genius might have been born in Konoha. That easy. Kitagawa Gen's expression was a mix of disbelief and wonder. He had expected the training in Sage mode to be insanely difficult. Just look at Jeriah, he trained for years to master it, and even then, he still needed help from the Toad sages at Mount Mayaboku to enter Sage mode successfully. Naruto fared better, but even he had to take a brutal beating from Fukasaku before getting the hang of it. Yet Gen. He simply used Jeriah's teachings, no toad assistance, no special tools, and managed to enter Sage Mode on his very first try. Bloodline really is the ultimate cheat code. He cursed under his breath, a mix of frustration and awe building inside him. Thinking back on his 13 miserable years, he almost slumped. If only I got that newbie package earlier. He consoled himself with a mutter, even Naruto and Sasuke suffered for years before going full cheat mode. But the thought didn't last long. Their cheats were like skipping straight to dessert. He still had to grind every level. Some people are just born in Rome, while others are born as pack mules. Still, a grin crept onto his face. At least now I have a real offensive technique. Sage Mode was no joke. With it, powerhouses like Jeriah, Naruto, and Hashirama had displayed insane levels of strength. Paired with his evolving purple lightning, Gen now had a way to deal with all but the most absurd monsters. And eventually, he'd be one of those monsters. No, more than that, he'd surpass them. Though I still need to find a way to legitimize this technique. Whatever. First, I should get ready for tonight's dinner. Stretching his stiff limbs, Gen groaned. He'd been meditating for so long he was starting to feel numb. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. His chakra was surging. Not just circulating, raging, as if reacting to something deeper. Not only that, his body itself felt stronger. And within his eyes, a faint stream of chakra had started flowing inward, almost as if something was being nurtured. Don't tell me. He quickly opened his status panel. And what he saw stunned him. / name, Kitagawa Gen, / age, 13, / bloodline, Ōtsutsuki clan, development, 5%, / chakra reserves, S, between elite Jonin and weaker Kage level, / it actually worked. Gen's breathing became erratic. He had just barely gotten into Sage Mode, his first attempt was rough, and yet that alone had triggered further bloodline development. It was only 5%. But it was something. It was progress. So, natural energy is part of the Ōtsutsuki power. He frowned, thinking it through, then shook his head. Not quite. Maybe the ones who possessed the 10 tails gained access to it indirectly. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He had always worried whether his collection-style training method would yield results. What if something went wrong? But now, he had confirmation. As long as he didn't do anything too reckless, his bloodline would cover him. It was a safety net. A powerful one. That bloodline gave him confidence. So I really can aim for that full Ōtsutsuki form I've been planning. He let out a deep sigh. Even if I've got a lot of work ahead of me. To assemble the perfect version of the Ōtsutsuki bloodline he envisioned, Kitagawa Gen knew he needed a lot. Thankfully, most of it had already been laid out in his plans, even though the challenges were far from easy. Now, though, his conviction was stronger than ever. He was genuinely curious, what kind of view awaited him at the peak. But, the chakra-nurtured eyes are developing slower than I expected. Maybe I still need to develop the bloodline further. Strange, though. I thought the Byakugan of the Ōtsutsuki clan was innate. After a refreshing shower, Gen stared at his handsome reflection in the mirror. Satisfied with what he saw, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Maybe it was because this bloodline of his was still a blank slate, everything had to start from scratch. Still, he wasn't worried. With this bloodline as his foundation, and time on his side, he had every reason to believe he'd reach the summit. The advantage is mine. In a poorly imitated foreign accent, he echoed the phrase to himself, chuckling. After getting dressed, he opened the window and leapt out. After all, he was a ninja, might as well act like one. Hey! Ready? Time to go. Landing on the windowsill of Naruto's house, Jen opened the window and casually called inside. "You jerk. Ever heard of using a door?" Naruto jumped in surprise and complained, while Jen simply shrugged. "You do the same thing at my place. Come on, quit whining, let's go." "That's only because you never gave me a key." Naruto pouted as he stood up, carrying a cup of ramen and handing it to Jen. "Here. Congrats on completing your first mission as a ninja." "You're giving me this for completing my first mission?" Jen was half amused, half exasperated. Naruto's brow twitched, and he puffed up in annoyance. "You idiot. That's a limited edition Ichiraku ramen cup. It's super tasty, and expensive. Thanks, but keep it for yourself. When you complete your first mission, just give me your kunai as a gift instead." Jen didn't quite understand Naruto's attachment to such an item, but he wasn't one to question others' preferences. Besides, he noticed something interesting. Naruto had actually pinned the kunai Jen gave him to the wall, on display. Clearly, he treasured it. Since that's the case, Jen figured he'd ask for a similar gift in return. "But hey, you better make sure you actually become a ninja. I heard your grades aren't great." "You jerk. I will become a ninja, and not just any ninja, I'm gonna be Hokage." That single comment from Jen sent the blonde into a fiery rage, but Jen decided not to tease him further. The two quickly set off. Before long, they arrived at the hospital gates. Naruto looked puzzled. "Weren't we gonna eat and celebrate? Why are we at the hospital? Weren't your teammates discharged already?" "Not them, it's my Jonin instructor." Jen had already mostly forgotten about his teammates. He shrugged. "He got beaten into the hospital. But the person treating us is here too, so we're meeting up here." "I see." Naruto scratched his ear, feeling like this instructor of Jen's must be pretty unreliable. Then a thought hit him, and he hesitated before asking carefully, "Hey, me coming along won't be a problem, right?" Jen blinked, then quickly understood what Naruto was worried about. "Relax. You've got nothing to worry about." He smiled. "They might seem a little off, but they're good people. I'm sure they'll like you." "Oh, okay," Naruto nodded, though he still looked a little unsure. He knew how the village saw him. Even if he didn't let it show and kept striving to be accepted, he also didn't want to bring trouble to his friend. But this time, he didn't need to worry. After all, one of them was his dad's teacher. And the other was his dad's student. Kakashi-sensei. After asking around, they found Kakashi's room. Opening the door, Jen was surprised to see Guy there too. "Guy-sensei, long time no see." "Yo. Jen." Guy's eyes lit up the moment he saw him. He laughed heartily and gave Jen a strong pat on the shoulder. "Kakashi told me, you did a great job. I owe it to your teachings, Guy-sensei." Jen was genuinely grateful. If not for Guy's brutal training, even with all his advantages, he might not have been able to handle Juzo Biwa so smoothly. "By the way, Guy-sensei, there's a celebration tonight for my first mission. You coming?" Hey, kid, I'm the one treating everyone, and you're out here acting like it's your party." Jeriah walked out of the room, shooting Jen a mock glare before chuckling. "Whatever. Kakashi's here too, if the tab gets too big, we'll just make him pay for it." Kakashi, still on the hospital bed, said nothing, but rolled his eye in response. "Is this really how you treat your loyal readers?" But then his sharp eyes caught sight of someone behind Jen. "Naruto?" "Huh? Naruto?" Guy noticed him too and glanced between Jeriah, Kakashi, and General then, as if realizing something, he stepped aside with a warm smile. Even Jeriah froze when he heard the name. That was the name of the protagonist in his very first novel, Tale of the Gutsy Ninja. And more importantly, the name of his beloved disciple's child, Minato's son, could it be? "Yeah, Naruto." Jen smiled and pulled the hesitant blonde from behind him. didn't you say I could bring friends? This guy's my neighbor. We basically grew up together. He's my friend. Friend, huh? Jeriah looked slightly taken aback. Even if he'd been away from the village, he knew Naruto's life hadn't been easy. That was just how the village treated Jinchuriki. They believed that only by forcing them to grow up in hardship could they develop the mental strength to control their tailed beasts. Jeriah never liked that idea. Maybe that's why he stayed away so often. He had considered secretly checking on Naruto this time, but to think Jen just brought him here outright, and as a friend? Yeah, this kid's a bit of a doofus. And the village, well, Jen smiled, pulling Naruto up to Jeriah. But Kakashi-sensei told me things aren't quite what they seem. And I've known this guy for years, never saw anything wrong with him. So, we're friends. You're the doofus, Naruto grumbled, tugging Jen's sleeve. But thinking about all the ramen Jen had conned out of him over the years, he sighed in defeat. Naruto, huh? Jeriah suddenly crouched down, placing a hand on Naruto's spiky blonde hair. He carefully studied Naruto's face. Those blue eyes, that golden hair, for a moment, Jeriah was transported back in time. He saw the image of Minato. Time had flown by so quickly. It felt like just yesterday he met Minato for the first time. Now, his son was already this grown. It took a while, but Jeriah finally smiled. That really is a great name. That brat. Is he the disciple of that useless Kakashi? The moonlight was hazy. Uchiha Obito's figure emerged silently within the branches of a tall tree outside a small tavern in Konoha. Draped in a dark cloak that blended seamlessly into the night, his spiral-patterned mask appeared eerie under the dim light. Crimson Sharingan eyes locked onto the tavern window with a chilling stillness. Through the glass, he saw Kakashi, still somewhat listless, yet with a rare trace of a smile on his face. Might Guy had one arm slung around Kakashi, chattering animatedly. Jeriah, meanwhile, was playfully flirting with a pretty waitress. Across from them, a handsome black-haired boy sat beside a blonde-haired kid, both of them shoveling food into their mouths like they hadn't eaten in days. Obito instantly recognized the black-haired boy. He narrowed his eyes, examining the kid more closely. After a long moment, he scoffed softly. Humph. Nothing impressive at a glance. Well, Obito. Didn't think even you could misjudge someone. A white half-face rose beside him from a pitcher plant-like growth, Zetsu. A strange grin spread across the white side of his face. That kid has a massive amount of chakra. At his age, he's already way stronger than you were. At the very least, he managed to survive Kakashi's curse. Shut up. For a brief moment, Obito had the urge to snap Zetsu's neck, but he restrained himself. Part of the reason he'd come tonight was because White Zetsu's words had gotten under his skin. He had to see for himself, what exactly made this kid different. Why was it that he hadn't survived back then? Why hadn't Rin, yet this kid had? He didn't blame Kakashi, not really. He blamed this broken world. But that didn't mean he could accept it. This brat's just lucky. Maybe he has some talent, but that's it. You should be careful. Black Zetsu, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, his tone serious as his gaze followed Kitagawa Gen. There's something off about his presence. I can't quite put my finger on it, but he's not normal. Black Zetsu, a creation of Kagaya Ōtsutsuki herself, had far sharper senses than most beings alive. Though not a full-blooded Ōtsutsuki himself, and unable to sense Gen's dormant bloodline in full, the faint disturbance was enough to pique his interest. Oh. Obito raised a brow, a glint of interest in his eyes. Then maybe I should test him a little. See what he's made of. Wait, weren't you going to check in on Sasuke? Maybe give Itachi a little warning. White Zetsu blinked, confused. Now you're changing targets. This won't get in the way. Just a little, side project. Obito snorted coldly, his gaze growing deeper. Itachi made a deal, his service in Akatsuki in exchange for peace between me and Konoha. But now he's crossed the line. I won't go overboard, just need some real intel on Sasuke. As for this kid, he'll serve as a bonus warning. And here I thought you were over the past. White Zetsu chuckled mischievously. You just can't accept what happened, can you? One more word out of you and I'll kill you. Alright. No need to be so scary, Obito. Shut it. As White Zetsu's antics resumed, Black Zetsu didn't bother intervening. His gaze remained locked on Kitagawa Gen in the distance. There's something about that kid, something both familiar and foreign. What is he? Time passed, and the moon rose high. Inside the tavern, the group's celebration finally came to a close. That bill, good grief, we spent so much money. Jeriah groaned, staring in pain at the check. He shot a glare at Jen. You little glutton. How can you eat so much? I don't know, I was just hungry. Jen shrugged innocently. Only now did he start to understand how Hinata could be such a legendary eater. As a true, Byakugan princess, with possibly strong ancestral blood, her appetite made more sense. If she could eat that much, it wasn't surprising that he could too. If that's all, I'll take Naruto and head back now. Go on. You two food monsters better not ruin this sage's nightlife. Jeriah waved them off with exaggerated disdain. Jen gave a polite bow, dragging the overstuffed Naruto along as they left. Despite his grumbling, Jiraiya's expression softened once they were out of sight. A faint smile curled at his lips. That kid's something else. He turned toward Kakashi. You found yourself a good student, Kakashi. Jen can be a little eccentric, but he's a kind-hearted kid. Kakashi, supported by Guy, smiled beneath his mask. He's incredibly gifted, too. It won't be long before I've taught him everything I can. No kidding. Jen learns fast. Guy nodded in agreement, thinking back to their time training together. I even tried to request him as a student, but you beat me to it. Damn you, why didn't you just send him back to the academy? Alright, that's enough, you two, Jeriah cut in, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Still, it's funny, isn't it? We finally meet Naruto like this. Yeah. Kakashi nodded slowly. Though he'd watched Naruto many times during his time in the ANBU, this was the first time they'd truly interacted. This was just the beginning. From now on, everything would change. Ugh. I'm so full. Back on the quiet streets of Konoha, Naruto groaned as he clutched his bloated stomach, waddling beside Jen. Wait, how are you okay after eating so much? You think I'm you? Jen raised an eyebrow, laughing. Anyway, how was tonight? I told you, they might be a little crazy, but they'd never hate you. They were, really nice, Naruto grinned as he recalled the evening. Then he frowned. That white-haired old guy though, what a pervert. Correction, Jen replied with mock solemnity. He's a super pervert. Don't get it twisted. Naruto opened his mouth but couldn't even argue. Jen tilted his head. But he's also one of the most powerful shinobi in the world. If he trains you, you'll improve fast. Why don't you try coming up with a jutsu of your own? Me? Naruto pointed at himself in disbelief. Yeah. You've learned the transformation jutsu, right? Use it to turn into a pretty girl and trick that pervert. Works every time. Jen knew full well how terrifying Naruto's sexy jutsu potential was. Even seasoned veterans like Hiruzen Sarutobi and Ebisu had fallen victim. Heck, Naruto had even managed to daze Kaguya herself with his reverse harem jutsu. Wasting talent like that would be a crime. You're such a freak. Naruto grumbled, but his eyes sparkled with mischief. Clearly, the idea had taken root. As he was still thinking it over, Jen suddenly stopped walking. Huh? What's wrong? Naruto glanced at him, then followed his gaze. Under the pale moonlight, a lone figure was walking silently ahead. Wait, is that Sasuke? The moon hung high in the night sky, its light pale and cold. The streets of Konoha lay quiet beneath its glow. Uchiha Sasuke, just finishing another long day of training, trudged toward the Uchiha compound, fatigue clear on his face. This grueling routine had become his norm, for he was a man driven by revenge. As he walked, a voice calling his name caught his attention. Turning, he spotted two figures approaching. One of them was Naruto, someone he'd always felt a strange sense of familiarity with, despite how annoying he found him. The other was Kitagawa Gen. Sasuke recognized him. Gen was several years above him and known for being quite skilled. He'd even heard rumors that Gen had been the only one to graduate. After sending every one of his teammates to the hospital. Training this late, huh? As Gen and Naruto approached, Gen gave Sasuke a quick once-over before turning to Naruto. Look at that, now that's what it means to be a real shinobi. If I remember right, he was top of your class, wasn't he? That's the difference right there. TCH, Naruto scowled and dug at his ear, as if hearing Sasuke's name irritated him by default. I'll definitely surpass him. I'll become a ninja, and then the Hokage. Idiot. Sasuke scoffed coldly. Try passing the exam first. You bastard, Sasuke. Naruto's temper flared, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to argue. Sasuke didn't back down either, shooting him a withering glare. Gen made no move to stop them. Watching these two, chakra-bound, brothers, argue was actually pretty entertaining. Besides, he was hoping they'd trigger a quest of their own. One of them already gave him 5% progress on Sage Mode. Who knew how much chakra they could unlock during a mission? Huh. Just as he was enjoying the show, a sudden sense of dread crawled down his spine, like something had locked onto him. The sensation was sharp, focused. Unmistakable. What's going on? He didn't dare act rashly. He knew Anbu usually shadowed Naruto, but they should have pulled back after his meeting with Kakashi and Jeriah. So then. Who was watching, / new side mission unlocked, don't get cocky, dead last, objective, take initiative. Confront Uchiha Obito. Great. Now he knew who had shown up, but it only raised more questions. Why would Obito be here of all places, and confronting him? That was no small task. Obito, with just one Mangekyo Sharingan, was already one of the most dangerous shinobi in the world. But then again, this was Konoha. And that other quest involving Kakashi. As Gen weighed his options, Sasuke approached him quietly. I never congratulated you on passing the test. Thanks, Gen nodded, though he looked a bit puzzled. Sasuke. Congratulating him, they weren't exactly close. Right. Sasuke continued, his tone shifting. I heard that if you send all your teammates to the hospital, you can still pass. Is that true? Gen rolled his eyes. That rumor was seriously getting out of hand. That depends on your Jonin instructor's judgment, and your own skill. I just got lucky. TCH. Yeah, real lucky, got to leave the village too, Naruto muttered. But Sasuke had latched onto the key point. Leave the village, he'd long dreamt of becoming a shinobi, so he could go after Uchiha Itachi, the very core of his obsession. Yes, leave the village. Gen made up his mind. As he casually reached into his pouch, he spoke again. And while we were out, we ran into someone you'd know very well. Someone I'd know. Sasuke frowned, as if sensing where this was headed. Gen gave a faint smirk. Yeah. That person was Uchiha Itachi. The name dropped like a bomb. Sasuke's face twisted in rage. The sheer force of his hatred made even Naruto flinch. And he's not alone. Gen's voice remained calm as he drew something from his pouch. He's part of a very dangerous group now. Its members are monsters in their own right, like, suddenly, a handful of kunai, each wrapped with explosive tags, sailed toward a tree nearby. Boom, a massive explosion shattered the silence of the night, fire and smoke lighting up the empty street. Naruto and Sasuke both staggered back. But their eyes quickly caught something in the smoke, a faint silhouette flickering in the darkness. And from behind them, Gen's voice echoed again, that guy, / meanwhile, at Root headquarters, Shimura Danzo flipped through documents, deep in thought. Ever since the Uchiha massacre, he'd been removed from office. But he was confident that he'd return to power soon enough. After all, he'd even tried to assassinate his old comrade, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and gotten away with it. And in his mind, he'd rid the village of a massive threat. He still kept tabs on Konoha's affairs, preparing, calculating. Jiraiya's back. Danzo's eyes narrowed. Why now? Don't tell me, that fool's back to claim the Hokage seat. But just as that thought struck, a voice interrupted him. It's been a while, Danzo. Danzo froze at the sound. That voice was unmistakable. You don't visit often, Hiruzen. But he quickly regained his composure, masking his shock with a thin smile. What a surprise. The ever-busy Hokage finally has time for an old friend? You brought this on yourself, Hiruzen replied, taking a seat and lighting his pipe. You never should have touched Shisui. And using Itachi like that, the Uchiha were still part of Konoha. Enough, Hiruzen. Danzo cut him off with a scoff. Shisui's Mangekyo, you know its power. Could you really rest easy with that kind of threat lingering? And Itachi? He prevented a civil war. You didn't have to dirty your own hands. You should be thanking me. You're deluded. Have you forgotten Kagami? What would he think of all this? Kagami was the exception. The rest were like Shisui, dangerous. I did what had to be done. Hiruzen stared coldly at him, biting back the words, I am the Hokage. But Danzo, as if sensing them, changed the subject. You didn't come here just to argue, did you? Hiruzen rubbed his temples and sighed. How many of your agents are still embedded in Kirigakure? Kirigakure. Danzo's eyes lit up. Finally, he understood why Hiruzen had come. That place was notoriously difficult to infiltrate. But the Root had made a lot of progress there. And more importantly, this could be his chance. There are still some of my men stationed there. But only I can activate them. Danzo, don't push it. Hiruzen had expected that, but still frowned. I can reinstate some of your authority, but this is strictly mission-related. You've already caused too much damage. Don't think the village has forgotten. Humph. I've always done what's best for Konoha. I don't care what others think. Danzo scoffed but didn't argue further. He knew he had to take it one step at a time. Besides, if I couldn't handle things like this, you'd never have kept me around in the first place. Hiruzen gave a reluctant nod. Say what you would, Danzo was effective. But before he could issue another warning, an ANBU burst into the room. Lord Hokage, something's happened. This brat. Uchiha Obito stood amid the flickering flames, his expression darkening. He had originally been observing from the shadows, waiting for news of Uchiha Sasuke. What he didn't expect was for Kitagawa Gen to collide with Sasuke. Still, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. He had been looking for a chance to test Kitagawa Gen, and with Sasuke there too, it seemed like the perfect opportunity. What he didn't expect, however, was that this brat, who was calmly discussing Uchiha Itachi just a moment ago, would suddenly throw a kunai with explosive tags straight at him. If he hadn't kept his Kamui active the whole time, that might have actually done some damage, to be spotted and even attacked first. By a kid, now that was something Obito found hard to accept. But this kid's perception seems unusually sharp. Obito narrowed his gaze. He had merely approached a little closer and was already detected. That was impressive. You two stay alert. If the chance comes, get out of here, fast, Jen whispered. He figured the earlier explosion would attract attention, but he still gave the warning, just in case. That guy is likely Uchiha Itachi's ally. And Sasuke, are you really sure the Uchiha were all wiped out that night? Sasuke, still reeling from the sudden turn of events, turned grim at that question. What kind of question is that? But as he looked toward the firelight, and saw the figure standing within the flames, face obscured by a mask, with a single glowing red eye, his expression turned pale. Is that a Sharingan? A what? Naruto was totally lost. He just knew this guy was the enemy, anything beyond that was over his head. Suddenly, Naruto clutched his stomach and dropped to the ground, his chakra growing wild. A red aura began leaking from his body. The Ninetales is reacting. Jen immediately understood. The fox clearly hadn't forgotten that man's chakra. But in a way, that wasn't a bad thing. If the Ninetales stirred, everyone in the village would notice. The Ninetales. Still just as foolish. Obito gave Naruto a glance and spoke with casual contempt. You've got sharp eyes, kid. But, he wasn't bothered by being seen. After all, he was Uchiha Madara now. He began walking forward, the flames seemingly parting around him. And then, in an instant, he vanished, reappearing right in front of the trio. It's all meaningless. Run. Jen had been watching Obito's movements the entire time. The instant he acted, Jen shoved Sasuke and Naruto aside. At the same time, purple lightning sparked in his hand. Obito's strength was ridiculous. That night of the Ninetales attack, he'd wiped out an entire ANBU team in seconds, and even controlled the Ninetales with a mere glance. He had survived a Rasengan from Minato and lived. Clearly, the man could take a beating. But his core abilities weren't that exceptional, he relied almost entirely on Kamui. To fight him, or even just stall him, you needed strategy. Fortunately, Jen knew there were 3 ways to counter Kamui. 3, buzz, the purple lightning slashed across Obito's mask, but didn't leave a scratch. Obito countered immediately, a chain appearing in his hand. He swung it as he dodged Jen's strike. But Obito's brow furrowed. Jen had clearly anticipated this, ducking low and dodging with ease. His first attack missed, surprisingly. But Obito didn't stop. Jen vanished again, narrowly avoiding another strike, putting distance between them as he began weaving hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball roared forward, engulfing Obito's path in flames. But he only sneered. Is that all Kakashi taught you? Pathetic. He didn't even bother to dodge. His Sharingan flickered, and suddenly, several enormous shurikens spun through the air toward Jen. Earth style, Earth Wall. Jen raised an eyebrow, no longer holding back. The earth quaked, and a massive wall rose to block the incoming blades. Not bad, Obito sneered. Your ceiling speed is fast. But if your goal is to draw attention, you'll need to buy time first. Oh, I've bought enough. As the wall crumbled, Jen emerged, his gaze locked on Obito. You're not a clone, and you're not an illusion. You've used some method to make yourself intangible, probably some kind of space-time jutsu. I've heard the 4th Hokage had one. Yours must be similar. Yes, Obito admitted. Then he vanished, and reappeared from the ground, launching a strike directly at Jen, but knowing won't help you. Can you endure it? Don't you know? The leaf shinobi are always late. Whoosh, the chain swept again, but Jen leapt up, hurling more kunai toward Obito. They passed straight through him. Pointless. In the face of overwhelming power, resistance is meaningless. Obito surged forward again. But as his chain struck, something felt off. Buzz, 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 Jen's body erupted into purple lightning. It was a clone. A lightning clone. During the earth wall. Obito's Sharingan was sharp, but even it had limits. He'd been fooled by Kakashi's lightning clone before, this was no different. Electricity surged up his chain, and Obito's eyes narrowed. At that exact moment, a barrage of kunai rained down behind him. This brat. Obito cursed and leapt back, his eye glowing as the world around him began to twist. He wanted to teleport himself, but he had just physically attacked, meaning he was in his real body now. And with only one Mangekyo eye, teleporting himself took longer than teleporting other things. Priority 1, get rid of those kunai, space twisted, and the kunai vanished. But not far away, Jen had already moved to a safer distance. When he saw that scene, he smiled. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. What on earth is going on? Within the Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen Sarutobi was racing toward the source of the disturbance, accompanied by a squad of Umbu, and, much to his dismay, Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen hadn't intended to bring along his old friend, but given the urgency of the situation, he had no time to argue. "TCH, looks like the village is really falling apart under your leadership," Danzo sneered as they ran, prompting Hiruzen to shoot him an irritated glare. Danzo, however, remained unfazed. Even after having Root surrounded by Umbu and losing his operative, he still didn't back down. "You think this might have something to do with Jeriah's return? Maybe he brought something. Or someone back with him. Jeriah?" Hiruzen raised an eyebrow but didn't question how Danzo knew about Jeriah's return. The man had always been good at digging up information. As for him bringing something back. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. He had a feeling he knew what Danzo was implying, but chose not to say it aloud. As they sped forward, they suddenly spotted Jeriah, Might Guy, and a visibly exhausted Kakashi approaching from the other direction. "Old man." Jeriah called out. "Why are you here too?" "Wait, Danzo. I came to check on him tonight and ran into this mess," Hiruzen explained briefly. He quickened his pace and leaned toward Jeriah to ask in a low voice, "Do you think this could be someone with a tail?" "Ah." Jeriah had initially wanted to say he had just returned and had no clue, but that second half made him pause. After a moment's thought, he answered quietly. "We returned quickly, but our movements weren't exactly secret. With Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi involved, whoever's behind this probably knew we were coming." "Hard to say." "I see." Hiruzen muttered. Jeriah shook his head with a chuckle. "Don't always assume the worst, old man. It could just be a coincidence. You're not the Hokage. You don't understand. From where I stand, nothing can be left to chance." Jeriah could only smile helplessly. He wasn't trying to debate the matter, just lighten the mood. All right, let's go see what's actually happening." But before he could finish, his expression stiffened. He wasn't alone. Everyone around them suddenly tensed, their faces darkening at once. That chakra. Is that the Nine Tails? What had been a cause for concern was now a village-wide crisis. Why haven't the Umbu sent word? Hiruzen barked, his face grim as he picked up the pace. A nearby Umbu dropped his head. "My lord, the target was with Jiraiya-sama and Captain Kakashi earlier, so we didn't think it necessary." Jeriah, Kakashi, and Guy all looked visibly uncomfortable. They hadn't expected things to spiral out of control like this. Hiruzen understood the logic. With Naruto under their watch, what could possibly go wrong? But he still shot Jeriah a sharp look before speeding ahead. "Move faster, we can't afford any accidents." "Yes, sir." Jeriah didn't dare argue, and Guy even considered carrying Kakashi to move faster, but ultimately didn't. They were nearly there anyway. Soon, they arrived at the scene. They breathed a small sigh of relief when they spotted Naruto, still alongside Sasuke. But the red chakra cloaking Naruto made it clear something was very wrong. On the other side, Gen Kitagawa stood facing a masked figure in black. And then, all of them widened their eyes. That's... Before the others arrived, Gen looked at Uchiha Obito and spoke in a low tone. Just as I thought. You must have a space-time ability, something like the fourth Hokage. Obito said nothing, but Gen continued. Your technique must involve warping space. You're only tangible when you attack, right? Sharp, aren't you, kid? Obito muttered. He didn't want to admit it, but it had been a long time since someone had figured out his Kamui so quickly. The last person to do so had been Minato Namikaze, and that ended poorly for him. But so what if you figured it out? You got a way to beat me? I don't need to defeat you. I just need to stall you. Gen's voice was calm, casual even, trying to lower Obito's guard. And there's something else interesting. You called Kakashi-sensei trash. That means you too have a history. And your Sharingan is in your right eye. While Kakashi's is in his left. Isn't that quite the coincidence? For the first time, Obito faltered. It could be chalked up to luck. Uchiha eyes had been scattered since the clan's downfall. But the more people thought about this, the easier it would be to connect the dots. And he needed people to fear Uchiha Madara, not some no-name survivor like Obito. I can't let this brat keep talking. Obito activated his Sharingan. His body started to twist as he entered the Kamui space. But Gen moved even faster. ZZZZZTTT. Before Obito could react, Gen had already become a purple flash, hurtling straight at him. The purple lightning covering his hand crackled like 1,000 birds chirping, Chidori. Foolish brat. Obito sneered. He sensed leaf reinforcements getting closer, but didn't care. If anything, the kid was giving him an excuse. You brought this on yourself. As Gen lunged closer, Obito phased out, slipping into Kamui's alternate dimension. He planned to kill this brat inside, then return. But then he heard something unexpected, electricity. Why can I still hear lightning in here? You took long enough. A voice echoed behind him. Obito's Sharingan widened in shock. Another Gen stood within Kamui's space, only this one was different. His chakra surged wildly, red eyeshadow framed his eyes, and lightning crackled violently from his palm. He struck. Damn it, I've been tricked. Obito instinctively tried to leave, but at that exact moment, the Gen outside was also upon him, forcing him to stay. Caught between both attacks, he twisted midair, trying to dodge. His right hand shot forward, wooden spikes bursting from his palm in an attempt to destroy the clone inside. Boom! He managed to destroy the shadow clone. But the purple lightning from outside slammed directly into his face. Boom! With a thunderous impact, the clone of Kitagawa Gen burst into smoke under the force of Mokutan's attack. At the same time, his mask shattered into pieces. Had he not dodged in time, his head would have likely been obliterated on the spot, damn brat. Obito clenched his teeth as he glared at Kitagawa General. Though he was enraged, he wasn't stupid, he was already piecing things together. This brat used Earth-style wall to block my vision, then applied pressure using a lightning clone. He forced me to use Kamui to warp away the kunai. But that kunai was a transformed clone all along. It wasn't an especially complex tactic, just a well-timed information gap. But the real problem was, how does this kid know so much about my abilities? Could it be, he analyzed faster than even Minato Namikaze? Obito's face was a mix of disbelief and frustration. But now wasn't the time to ponder. Whoosh! Several ANBU operatives appeared, surrounding the area. They perched atop rooftops, weapons at the ready, eyes locked on Obito. And then, Obito saw something, or rather, someone, he really didn't want to. Kakashi. Though Kakashi still looked exhausted, he and Guy had both moved in. Their expressions were strange, however. They'd clearly seen Kitagawa Gen pierce right through Obito's body. Yet somehow, this guy was fine. Only his mask was broken. Wait. That face. Both Kakashi and Guy froze. That familiar face sparked something deep within Kakashi's mind, rendering him momentarily blank. Even Guy frowned, leaning toward Kakashi and whispering, "Hey. Does this guy look familiar to you? Who are you? Why are you in Konoha?" Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward, his sharp gaze locked onto the wooden spikes and the gleaming Sharingan in Obito's eye. Mokuton. And the Sharingan? He felt a deep unease growing inside him. Beside him, Danzo's face was equally grim. "That night, didn't we clean up everything? Could it be Uchiha Itachi tricked us?" Humph. Obito scoffed and slowly got to his feet. His figure flickered, becoming distorted. His gaze swept across the gathered shinobi, pausing briefly on Kitagawa Gen, now back in position, standing in front of Naruto and Sasuke. He knew the operation had failed. He wasn't about to get cornered by all of Konoha, especially not with that damn kid seemingly having figured out his abilities. "My identity doesn't matter, we'll meet again. Attack!" While the surrounding ninja hesitated, Danzo panicked and barked the order. Kunai flew instantly toward Obito. Clang, 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 they passed right through him, embedding into the wall behind. Like a ghost, Obito vanished. Gone. Jeriah frowned, rushing to Naruto's side. After a quick inspection, he let out a sigh of relief. The seal is intact. Though his chakra's a bit agitated, guess that guy really pissed him off. "Jen, what the heck happened here?" Guy helped support Kakashi as they approached Kitagawa General. The moment Guy spoke, all eyes turned toward the boy. "Guy-sensei, I'm not totally sure myself," Jen replied innocently, though deep down he was a little annoyed. Damn it, he ran off so fast. At least leave a hand behind. He glanced at the dazed Kakashi and sighed internally. Well, might as well finish the mission. Naruto and I were on our way home when we ran into Sasuke. That's when I sensed we were being followed. I caught a glimpse of the guy's outfit. It definitely wasn't from Konoha, so. Of course, he couldn't say, "The system told me." This excuse would have to do. "So you attacked preemptively?" Jeriah glanced at the flames still burning nearby and nodded. "Smart. And it helped alert us." "Yes." Jen nodded, then added, "Also, I think that guy's working with Juzo Biwa and Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke and I discussed it before, he didn't deny it. And he has the Sharingan." "That's possible," Hiruzen muttered, but that only deepened his headache. He stepped closer to Jen, wearing a forced, gentle smile. "Jen, you fought him up close. What's your impression of him?" The fact that this mysterious figure simply vanished, and had wielded Mokuton, made Hiruzen's scalp tingle. But it was clear Jen had outsmarted him somehow, and that alone warranted a deeper look. "Lord Hokage," Jen said respectfully, thinking for a moment before continuing, "he uses some sort of unique spacetime technique to warp objects, including himself. It's nearly impossible to land a hit. I only noticed this because I caught him off guard." Naruto and Sasuke saw him ignore fire attacks too. He glanced at the two. One looked completely out of it. The other was being poked and prodded by Jeriah, who was likely reinforcing the seal. Still, Sasuke nodded, though his eyes lingered on Jen with a complicated expression. "He's this strong. Spacetime jutsu." Hiruzen felt a chill. He knew exactly how dangerous techniques like the Flying Thunder God were. "By the way, Lord Hokage." Just as Hiruzen was about to ask more, Jen spoke again. "That guy is strange." The moment he attacked, Naruto reacted strongly, almost violently. Something about him triggered Naruto. A strong reaction. Hiruzen winced. Jeriah had phrased it more gently earlier, he got angry. A dark thought crept into his mind. Could it be? Also, when I was stalling for backup, he said, Konoha ninjas are always late, and sounded really bitter. Seeing no one respond, Jen pressed on. And, he seems to have a personal grudge against Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi? The mention of his name made everyone glance toward the still-stunned Kakashi. Jen's voice continued. Yeah. He kept calling Kakashi-sensei useless, like they have a history. Oh, and his Sharingan is in the right eye. Kakashi-sensei's is in the left. Could there be a connection? That final sentence sent a jolt through the entire group. Kakashi's vacant eyes seemed to hollow further. No way, could that guy really be? Guy muttered under his breath but quickly fell silent. After all, that person was supposed to have died a hero of Konoha. The group lapsed into silence. Even Jen turned to Kakashi with an inward sigh, sorry. But just then, a familiar message pinged in his mind. / side mission complete, don't get cocky, dead last. / calculating rewards, / special mission complete, help Kakashi confront his lost friend, Uchiha Obito, / calculating rewards. Seeing this, Jen pursed his lips. Some wounds, better torn open now than later. What's your take on all this? Late at night, in the Hokage's office. After sending Naruto, Sasuke, and Kitagawa Gen home, Hiruzen Sarutobi gathered the key personnel for a late-night meeting. He'd considered telling Kakashi to just go to the hospital and rest, but clearly, that man wouldn't sit still. Might as well sort everything out in one go. This situation is tricky, Jeriah said, rubbing his temples. He decided to speak from his own perspective. I've checked Naruto's condition, Kyuubi's extreme reaction was unusual. It might really be connected to that guy, especially considering that space-time technique, MHM, agreed. Sarutobi nodded slowly. Only space-time ninjutsu seemed capable of countering the Flying Thunder God. And he has a Sharingan, no, something even stronger, a Mangekyo Sharingan, Danzo suddenly chimed in, his face dark and voice colder. That technique could very well be his dojutsu. I can't think of any other spatial jutsu with that level of precision. The Flying Thunder God was developed by the second Hokage, my teacher, so only something like a Mangekyo could stand against it. And only such eyes could control the Nine Tails and cause that tragedy 10 years ago, those damn Uchiha, maybe, Sarutobi muttered vaguely, casting Danzo a side eye. The analysis up to that point was fine, logical, even, but did he really need to end it with, those Uchiha, they're all dead already, wasn't that enough for you, and if the man they encountered truly was who they thought he was, didn't that mean Kakashi was also in danger? Turning away from Danzo, Sarutobi looked toward Kakashi, who had remained silent the whole time. After a pause, he finally asked, Kakashi, what's your view on this? Lord Hokage, Kakashi, who had regained some calm by now, still found himself hesitating. To be honest, he didn't really believe that man was Uchiha Obito. The Obito he remembered had been kind-hearted, full of the will of fire. He had even died saving Kakashi. So, how could he, after wrestling with it for a moment, Kakashi finally spoke. Based on the current clues and what he said, it's possible. But the change in his personality is hard to understand. And, there's also the matter of his age. Oh. His age? Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. Yes. Obito and I are about the same age. 10 years ago, he would have only been 13 or 14. That's not an age where someone could pull off something like that. Especially going up against the fourth Hokage. That's a good point, Sarutobi nodded thoughtfully. But Danzo, as usual, scoffed. 13 or 14. So what? Uchiha Itachi killed his entire clan at that age. Sarutobi sighed. This guy, why does he always bring up the worst examples? he shot Danzo a fierce glare but had to admit, the man had a point. It's worth considering. The Mangekyo does cause a major shift in Uchiha capabilities. We need to look into this thoroughly. What a headache, Jeriah groaned. Things were only getting more complicated. So, where do we start? Keep probing Kirigakure. Or, I think. Kirigakure is still our best bet, Kakashi said, voice heavier now. If it really is Obito, that might be our best angle, especially considering, you mean, your teammate? Noera Rin. Sarutobi suddenly caught on. Kakashi closed his eyes for a moment, as if haunted by the past. Yes. Someone may have manipulated him. I once swore I'd protect Rin, but I failed. That might be a key to all this. Plus, it gives us a chance to investigate that mysterious organization Jen mentioned. He said the man is part of it. That makes sense. His motive might lie there too. Sarutobi nodded approvingly. Digging into Kirigakure was a solid plan, and it made dragging Danzo here worth the trouble. Still, speaking of Kitagawa Gen, Kakashi, you've trained an excellent disciple, Sarutobi said, eyes bright with admiration. Regardless of who he faced, his performance was incredible. His analysis was precise, too, even if the enemy underestimated him, that's still part of his skill. And he even created a brand new jutsu. Gen, Kakashi's mood lightened slightly at the mention of his only student. He really is outstanding, calm under pressure, a fast learner, and his lightning release technique, he came up with it entirely on his own. His talent far surpasses mine back in the day. More importantly, he truly carries the will of fire. Oh. Danzo's eye twitched slightly at that comment, but he didn't say a word. Sarutobi was also surprised. For Kakashi to speak so highly of someone, and so soon, back in ANBU, he was never like this. Sarutobi knew exactly how talented Kakashi had been in his youth. So if he now placed Gen above that, maybe it was justified. That purple lightning jutsu still lingered in his memory. If that's the case, Sarutobi glanced over at Jeriah again. That look sent a chill down Jeriah's spine. Finally, it's done. Back in his room, Kitagawa Gen plopped down on the bed. Obito had retreated, and he'd even quietly nudged the others toward uncovering the truth. Now, this was way beyond what a little genin like him should be getting involved in. But hey, free security detail, right? He glanced toward the window, he could sense the hidden ANBU nearby. Never thought he'd reach the day where even he had guards stationed around his house. Then again, it made sense. He had just messed with Uchiha Obito, who knew if the guy would come back for revenge, Naruto had guards too. Even Sasuke didn't return to the Uchiha compound, he was temporarily staying at Naruto's place while they figured things out. But this doesn't affect me much. His system interface was all internal, and his background was squeaky clean. Not to mention, he was Kakashi's student, and Jeriah was back, you know what that meant, he was 100% part of the Hokage faction. When the time comes for the next Hokage? If everyone in line is on your team, does it even matter who gets the title? Kitagawa Gen already had a seat at the table. And besides, I'm the future 6th Hokage's student. With that smug little thought, he turned his attention to his system. The rewards should be calculated by now, and when they appeared, his heart nearly skipped a beat. Side mission complete, don't get cocky, dead last. Reward, Uchiha Obito's Yin-Yang release technique, special mission complete, help Kakashi reconnect with his lost friend, Uchiha Obito, reward, Obito's unique Yin release power, Yin-Yang release. And Uchiha Obito's special Yin release. Even someone as experienced as Kitagawa Gen couldn't help but feel his heart pound wildly as he stared at the two rewards. If he remembered correctly, these were the very techniques Uchiha Madara instructed Black Zetsu to teach Obito before pulling the plug on his own oxygen mask. As for the other technique, according to Madara, it was one of the 6 paths techniques forbidden to the Uchiha. Seems like my luck's pretty insane today, Gen muttered to himself. While he was curious about this so-called forbidden 6 paths technique, he wasn't too interested. What if it really only worked for actual Uchiha? Then again, I am their ancestor, technically. He scratched his head. Still, it was better to remain cautious. After all, not all Ōtsutsuki were created equal. An Ōtsutsuki who devoured the god tree's fruit was on an entirely different level than a normal one. As for the other reward, Uchiha Obito's special Ien release, is that power tied to his Sharingan? Gen raised an eyebrow. Honestly, he was a little disappointed. Why wasn't it the power from Obito's white half? If memory served, that side of Obito's body contained Hashirama's cells. Sure, white Zetsu was originally created by Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, but after being tweaked by black Zetsu and Madara, they had definitely become something else. Those two talkative white Zetsu might have acted like fools, but Madara treated them with strange fondness. Maybe, just maybe, it was because their personalities reminded him of Hashirama. Anyway, let's just claim the reward. Shaking his head, Gen wasn't in the mood to explore Madara's tragic bromance with Hashirama. What mattered more was his own power. The Shadow Clone plus Sage Mode combo had worked well to ambush Obito, but the guy wasn't an idiot. After a surprise like that, there was no way he'd fall for the same trick again. Improving his own strength was the only path forward. Yin-Yang release could be studied slowly. He had the Ōtsutsuki bloodline, after all, which made learning such advanced jutsu far easier. Let's check out what Obito's special Yin release can actually do. With that thought in mind, Gen decisively chose the reward. Even though he had already endured the intense transformation from awakening the Ōtsutsuki bloodline, the moment the special Yin release was activated, his mind went blank. He could feel an overwhelming Yin-type chakra surging within his brain, then flooding into his eyes. Elsewhere, in a forest within the land of fire, as space warped around him, Uchiha Obito stumbled out of the Kamui dimension, clearly shaken. A short distance away, a pitcher plant-like bulb broke through the earth. The white Zetsu half popped up, snickering at Obito's disheveled appearance. Obito, it's been ages since I saw you this embarrassed. Guess you believe now that kid's not so simple, huh? But man, how'd you end up like this, just like that fool Juzo Biwa? Shut up. Obito glared at him coldly. After calming down, he spoke with icy indifference. I underestimated him. That brat just got lucky. He probably tried to ambush me, but didn't expect to hit my weak point so accurately. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't make sense. Even if the kid guessed he used space-time jutsu and tried to force a mistake, he shouldn't have been able to touch the core of Kamui's ability. Obito chose to believe it was a fluke. Maybe the brat simply wanted to prank him with a transformation jutsu or some distraction, and by sheer dumb luck, Obito sucked a shadow clone into Kamui. That triggered the whole mess. Yeah, that must be it. No way that brat figured it all out. Rather than believe his secret had been exposed, Obito would rather accept that he simply made a mistake. Maybe so, Black Zetsu replied calmly. After considering it, he too felt it was just bad luck. Still, regardless of the cause, the secret was out. So what now? That kid will probably share whatever he learned from the shadow clone. That could be a big problem, no? Problem? Humph. Don't overestimate him, or underestimate me. Obito scoffed, his gaze sharp. No one can enter the Kamui dimension unless I allow it. Anyone sucked in has only one fate, death. As long as I stay cautious, this won't happen again. That's true, Black Zetsu nodded. Kamui was a one-way trip for enemies. Even if it was a battlefield, Obito could simply avoid absorbing random targets. As long as he used his Sharingan with focus, he could avoid such mishaps. But don't forget, Kakashi still has one of your eyes. If anything changed with yours, his would too. He may recognize you. Kakashi. Obito frowned but then smiled bitterly and shook his head. Let him keep the eye. I've already cut off that part of the past. Heh, isn't he the one who, shut up. White Zetsu blinked in confusion, but was immediately silenced by Black Zetsu. He knew this idiot was about to bring up something he shouldn't. Obito glanced at him for a moment but said nothing. You were going to say he killed Rin, right? Yeah. I saw it with my own eyes. But I didn't blame him. That moment made me realize that I was already in hell. The blame wasn't his. It was this entire world's. Ninja villages, shinobi, war, Rin's death, even me now, this world made all of it happen. As long as the system remains, tragedies like Rin's will repeat. He looked up at the moon, as if he could see the Chidori piercing Rin's heart again. There was a time he considered resurrecting Rin. Surely, Madara had the means. But in the end, he gave up. What good would it do? She'd just return to Konoha, get dragged into another war, and die again, maybe at the hands of another ally. Only by creating a new world can such tragedies be stopped. In that world, everything will be better. Rin will exist forever. Black Zetsu nodded internally. Perfect. The Uchiha always had strong ideals, but not enough brains to see they were being manipulated. Obito had clearly fallen for the infinite Tsukimi plan, hook, line, and sinker. Understood. Giving Kakashi your eye cuts off the past. And what about that brat? Are you going to deal with him? Eventually, Obito said. He's clever and a bit annoying, but first, we need to head back. Things in Kirigakure are far from calm. Back in Konoha, the next morning, sitting in front of a mirror, Kitagawa Gen stared at his reflection. His handsome face was still there, but now his eyes gave off a faint, eerie white glow. Even he couldn't help but shudder. After accepting Obito's special Ien release, that terrifying energy had stormed into his brain and kept feeding into his eyes. It was as if his ocular power had leveled up on its own. Name, Kitagawa Gen, age, 13, Bloodline, Ōtsutsuki clan, awakening, 8%, chakra capacity, S, mid-tier between elite Jonin and Kage level, the power hadn't fully integrated yet, just like his sage mode, it needed refinement and mastery. Still, his Ōtsutsuki bloodline had advanced, and his chakra rating had jumped from low to mid-tier. Feeling the ongoing transformation in his eyes, Gen let out a long, helpless sigh. At this rate, I really am going to become Hyuga Gen. Hey, Gen, where are you headed? To the hospital, to visit my teacher. Also, why are you two following me? Don't you have classes today? On Konoha's bustling street, Kitagawa Gen walked with his head down, making his way to the hospital. Behind him trailed Naruto and Sasuke, refusing to leave him alone, much to his annoyance. He had noticed something odd about his eyes that morning. He was seriously considering getting colored contact lenses to hide the strange glow, just in case. He remembered how Kakashi used a similar trick to conceal his Sharingan and still managed to mess with these two knuckleheads without them catching on. Though Gen's eyes weren't that obvious yet, just faintly glimmering if someone looked closely, he figured it was better to be safe than sorry. But before he could make it to the hospital, he was intercepted by these two brats. It's our day off. What class? Naruto rolled his eyes, then quickly brightened up. Hey, Gen, train with me. I just realized how insanely strong you are. TCH. You think they let me go on missions outside the village for fun? Gen snorted and then shook his head. Besides, I'm a busy shinobi. Helping you train? Not happening. You've got Jiraiya-sama, and he's way better than me. I already gave you the method, didn't I? Jeriah? Method? Sasuke raised an eyebrow, glancing at Naruto. Naruto, meanwhile, looked like he'd just tasted something sour. EW. That creepy method? Naruto's face scrunched in disgust. You've pulled off enough pranks of your own, haven't you? Jen shrugged. Same concept. You're just weaponizing your mischief. What's there to be afraid of? I guess you're right. Naruto nodded, his tone still reluctant, but his eyes lit up with interest. Did you really encounter him? Sasuke spoke up suddenly, eyes sharp. And how did you get so strong? While Naruto could be easily distracted, Sasuke wasn't so easily shaken off. Last night, Jen had dropped the name Uchiha Itachi like a bomb, rattling Sasuke's nerves. But before he could ask more, they'd run into another Uchiha. That mysterious man had been terrifying, wielding strange spacetime abilities. Yet Jen had gone toe-to-toe with him, held his ground, even gained the upper hand long enough for Konoha's reinforcements to arrive. Sasuke couldn't comprehend it. Jen wasn't much older than him. And Sasuke was an Uchiha. So why? You mean Uchiha Itachi? Jen feigned ignorance, pretending to think for a moment. I did see him. But unfortunately, I didn't get the chance to fight. As for being strong, well, not really. I just worked hard. He paused, glancing at Sasuke. Take Itachi, for example. At my age, he was already, he stopped. Sasuke's face had darkened. Originally, he was going to say, had already turned his whole clan into red bean paste. Not a smart move. Already a captain in the ANBU. That's what Kakashi-sensei told me. They used to work together. I see, Sasuke lowered his head. He had always known Itachi was a prodigy. Their father never stopped praising him. But what did he have to do to catch up to someone like that? Keep working hard, Sasuke. Jen stepped up and patted his shoulder with a grin. I once had a teacher who was considered dead last. But now, he's one of Konoha's elite, just under Kakashi-sensei. He worked his butt off. He knew he didn't have Kakashi's talent, but he believed in something else, becoming a genius through effort. He poured his soul into it, and he made it. I believe you can too. A genius through effort, Sasuke repeated under his breath, lost in thought. Well, I'm heading out. And thanks, by the way, staying with Naruto last night meant a lot. Jen shrugged and smiled, then turned to leave, waving without looking back. Jen-senpai. Sasuke suddenly called out. You got where you are through hard work too. Me? Jen paused, then put on a show of deep thought before nodding. Absolutely. Every step I've taken was built on sweat and effort. And, a little help from my cheat system. But hey, I did work hard to complete those hellish missions. Hard work, huh? Sasuke stared after Jen's fading figure, his expression becoming more serious. He had always thought he was training hard, but compared to this upperclassman, maybe he wasn't doing enough. Maybe, he needed to push himself even further. All right. That's it. Naruto suddenly yelled, breaking the silence. I'm gonna try that method right now. Let's see how effective it really is. Method? Sasuke blinked, glancing at him. A strange idea crept into his head. Should he try Naruto's method too? Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital, Kakashi-sensei, huh? Jiraiya-sama, you're here too. Jen stepped into the hospital room with a fruit basket in hand, surprised to see Jeriah. What? You think it's weird for me to be here? Jeriah scowled at him, arms crossed. Kakashi, meanwhile, was lying in bed, nose deep in a certain orange book. He finally looked up when he noticed Jen, good timing. He set the book aside. Just came to check on you, sensei. Jen placed the basket down and smiled. Looks like you're healing well. Maybe we'll be back on missions soon. Don't push your luck. Kakashi chuckled dryly. We just got back to Konoha. There's no rush. But you acted fast during the mission, so my injuries weren't as bad as they could have been. Otherwise, I might not have been able to tag along last night. Jen nodded. He had a feeling Itachi had held back. After all, if Itachi still saw himself as Konoha's spy, it made sense he'd hesitate to harm its shinobi, especially when fighting solo, without backup. But in Konoha itself, things changed. With Kisame around and reinforcements incoming, Itachi might have gone all out to retreat safely. Note, canon, still, never expected last night to turn into that. Kakashi sighed and looked at Jen seriously. I'm glad you're okay. You handled it well, but don't be so reckless next time. Alright, enough. Jeriah cut in, waving a hand. You're still recovering, so stop overthinking. You'll have plenty to do once you're back on your feet. For now, rest. He understood Kakashi's pain. After all, Jeriah was still chasing Orochimaru to this day. He didn't want Kakashi constantly burdened by the past, especially not in his current state. Hey, brat. You're with me for now. Jeriah turned to Jen, his expression one of pure irritation. Jen blinked. Huh? Jeriah clicked his tongue. The look Sarutobi-sensei had given him last night already made his stomach twist, and sure enough, after the meeting he'd been pulled aside. Now he was stuck babysitting. Your teacher's out of commission, so guess who got volunteered? Me. How lucky for you. He grumbled. Jen's eyes widened. He hadn't expected such a great turn of events. Sure, Jeriah could be a mess, but when it came to teaching, the man had no equal. Every student he ever trained ended up a legend. Alright, let's go. Let your sensei get some rest. Jeriah stood up and gave Jen a quick once-over before smirking. But be warned, brat. This isn't gonna be easy. I've been personally asked to train you, so get ready for hell. Although Kitagawa Gen didn't know what exactly Jeriah intended to teach him, he wasn't the least bit afraid. With the blood of the Ōtsutsuki flowing in his veins, his confidence was anything but ordinary. If it weren't for the concern of appearing too much like a genius and creating a suspicious contrast, he might have already shown off. I could practically be called the copy ninja myself. Following Jeriah out of the hospital, they headed straight for the bustling center of Konoha, which left Kitagawa Gen a little confused. Jiraiya-sama, aren't we going the wrong way? Why are we heading this way? There's a small training ground here. It's not big, but it'll do. Jeriah replied casually. He glanced at Jen, then burst into laughter. I know you're impressive, but what this sage is about to teach you isn't simple either. You'll have to figure it out bit by bit, so I can go do some, research. You mean the hot springs, right? Kitagawa Gen couldn't help it anymore. You think I'm that naive? Also, that book Kakashi-sensei is always reading, Make Out Paradise, that's your work, isn't it? Huh? You've read it? Jeriah blinked in disbelief, then quickly shook his head. Don't spout nonsense. Kakashi wouldn't let you read that, and you're not allowed to buy it either. It's strictly 18+. There's always the transformation jutsu. Jen shrugged. If he really wanted to get a copy, there were plenty of ways. You little rascal, such a headache. Jeriah rubbed his temples but quickly recovered. This time, he turned serious. You should worry more about your teacher. After everything that happened, anyone in his position would be struggling. He trailed off, clearly unwilling to say more, which only piqued Jen's curiosity. Sure, the mission was over, but that didn't mean he didn't want to know what came after. That guy from last night, was he someone Kakashi-sensei knew? Jen asked with interest. Come on, you can at least tell me that much, right? I was the one who discovered him, I gathered the intel. You're not going to just keep me in the dark, are you? What if I run into him again? Don't I have the right to know who I might be facing? TCH, you're a real handful, kid. Jeriah sighed. He didn't want to talk about it, but Jen had a point. That man's motives were still unclear, and Jen had already crossed paths with him. Knowing some background wasn't unreasonable. Fine. I'll tell you what I can. But even so, you'll need to follow the ninja confidentiality rules. Understand? Of course, Jen nodded. He knew Jeriah wouldn't tell him everything anyway, so he wasn't surprised. That man. He might be your teacher Kakashi's old comrade. As soon as he said that, Jeriah suddenly frowned. Wait, don't you have any teammates at all? Not my fault. They all got eliminated. Nothing I can do about that. Forget it. Let's focus. Jeriah rubbed his forehead again and continued. Your teacher's comrade, his name was Uchiha Obito. He wasn't exactly a top student, often lagged behind the rest. But he was kind-hearted and always willing to help. After graduation, he was assigned to Kakashi's team. Jeriah was surprisingly good at telling stories. Well, he was a successful novelist after all. Even if his serious works flopped, his steamy books were bestsellers. In his narration, Obito's story came alive, a so-called dead last turning into a hero of Konoha. It was passionate, uplifting, a true tale of fire and spirit. He even mentioned Rin's death, though not in detail. It was painted as an unfortunate accident. Obviously, Jeriah was holding back quite a bit. No word about the fourth Hokage's involvement. No details on what really happened to Rin. Many parts were vague and open-ended. But Jen still listened intently. In fact, he thought Hiruzen could have adapted the tale into a storybook. It had all the elements of the will of fire philosophy. Suddenly, a message popped up in front of him. / new exclusive mission, Kakashi's side quest, / the disillusioned Obito, broken and lost, / objective, help Kakashi uncover the truth about Uchiha Obito, / accept mission. / Seriously, Jen stared at the screen, speechless. He just wanted to hear a story. How did that trigger a side quest? Still, exclusive missions had generous rewards. / by the time they reached the training ground, Jeriah had finished his tale. He sighed, visibly affected. The feeling of reunion could be wonderful, but if it turned out like his relationship with Orochimaru, it would be a complete disaster. Alright, let's get started. I'll teach you one technique. Take your time figuring it out. He raised his right hand. Chakra surged and spun rapidly, forming a spiraling blue sphere, the Rasengan. This is a jutsu with limitless potential. It was created by the fourth Hokage, Jeriah said seriously. It doesn't require a specific chakra nature, meaning any type can be added to create variations. That said, it's incredibly difficult. Even the fourth never fully completed it before he died. Mentioning Minato clearly dampened his mood. He waved his hand, and the Rasengan dispersed. Slapping his cheeks, he forced himself back to normal. Take your time with it. The fourth took 3 years to create it. I took 3 months to learn it. No pressure. With that, he turned to leave. He wasn't trying to be irresponsible, he just wanted to test the genius Kakashi spoke so highly of. If Jen couldn't handle it, then he'd step in and teach him properly. Jiraiya-sama. Jen suddenly called out. While mimicking Jeriah, he extended his right hand. Earlier, you mentioned that Uchiha Obito really cared about one of his teammates, right? Yeah. Jeriah paused. You're thinking he might have come back to get revenge on Kakashi? We considered that. It's possible, but unlikely. The deaths of Minato and Kushina, Jen's recent attack, they all seemed too personal. Still, Kakashi had other close friends like Guy. If it was just revenge, they should have been targets too. Besides, Jeriah added, why didn't he take Kakashi's Sharingan? Leaving a weakness like that makes no sense. So don't overthink. Then he froze. Because right in front of him, a spinning chakra sphere, a Rasengan, was forming in Jen's hand. Wah! It's not that hard, Jen said calmly. My purple lightning technique requires extreme precision in chakra shape and nature transformation. The Rasengan is mostly about controlling chakra distribution. It just takes a few tries. He continued, as for Obito, I don't think he's out for revenge. To me, it seems more like he was manipulated, pushed to blame everything on Konoha. Manipulated, and blaming Konoha? Jeriah's eyes widened as Jen nodded. He went through war, right? I haven't experienced it myself, but even books make it sound horrifying. The real thing must have been 100 times worse. That kind of trauma messes with people. Add the loss of someone he loved, and someone whispering poison in his ear, it's easy to start blaming everything on the village. Like, why did Konoha start the war in the first place? That kind of thing. He paused. Of course, I'm just speculating. I've read a lot of books, and they make war seem too cruel. Oh, and Jiraiya-sama, look. He focused his chakra. The spiraling blue Rasengan became stable in his palm. That moment, Jeriah was truly shocked. At first, Kitagawa Gen thought Jeriah might have some new tricks up his sleeve. But nope. The moment Jeriah stepped up, he used a Rasengan, and that alone made Gen feel like he didn't even need to pretend to hold back anymore. The Rasengan requires not just chakra control and ratio adjustment, but also mastery over chakra transformation. Just like he told Jeriah, purple lightning is the pinnacle of both transformation and refinement. Having already mastered purple lightning, even if he was still exploring its depths, meant handling a simple Rasengan was no big deal for him. As for the analysis part, he'd done well enough in school, and since tagging along with Kakashi, he'd proven he could handle intel work just fine. Especially since he threw in a disclaimer with his theory, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Lord Jeriah. Hello. Lord Jeriah. Seeing Jeriah spacing out, Gen put on his most innocent expression. Did I say something wrong? Ah. Jeriah slowly came to his senses, his whole demeanor a bit numb. No, it's good. Very good. Even his speech was a bit slurred. At this moment, he finally understood what Kakashi meant when he said, before long, I'll have nothing left to teach him. Teaching a genius really does mess with your self-esteem. It doesn't take long before they don't need you anymore. You did great. That's enough training for today. Even as Jeriah said it, he blushed a little. From the time they left the hospital to now, how long had it even been, ending the session already? He didn't even spend that little time in a brothel, but there was no helping it. He was genuinely intrigued by what Jen had said. I need to go see the old man. The third. What you just said might have been a bit messy, but it had logic and gave me an idea. I have to talk to him. You go do your thing for now, just know you'll be training under me for a while, so I'll make sure you're taught properly. Aha. Is this your version of proper training? Just ditching me here? Jeriah ignored him completely and bolted. Jen could only shrug, but this was exactly what he wanted. Let's see if this plan of mine helps complete that exclusive side quest. Meanwhile, in Konoha Hospital, Kakashi's room, what did you drag me out here for? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Jeriah, then glanced at the equally puzzled Kakashi. Jeriah slumped into a chair, scratching his head. Old man. That kid, Kitagawa Gen, is something else. I think. I finally understand what Kakashi meant. Kakashi looked confused, and Jeriah continued. Teaching a genius like that really messes with your sense of direction. I knew about his purple lightning technique, but I still wanted to test him. I used a Rasengan in front of him, and the brat actually copied it after just one glance. He rubbed his temples. Minato took 3 years to develop the Rasengan. Jeriah himself took 3 months to learn it. Granted, he skipped the development part, but it was still a lot of work. And this kid? Boom. Done in seconds. Even someone like Jeriah was starting to feel a bit demoralized. Lord Jeriah, you've seen his purple lightning, right? Kakashi sat up a bit and murmured, with that technique as a foundation, jutsus requiring transformation and refinement aren't hard for him. When I taught him Earth Style, Mud Wall, he not only mastered it quickly, he even carved the faces of past Hokage into the wall. That's when I knew his talent for ninjutsu was something special. That purple lightning really is something else. I only remember the third Raikage doing something similar. Hiruzen nodded, full of admiration. As the professor of ninjutsu, he understood just how difficult that was. A kid Jen's age achieving so much, it made him genuinely happy. After all, he was a Konoha ninja. But still, Jeriah, even if he's that talented, it shouldn't be this dramatic. Kakashi still needs to rest. If it was just a Rasengan, I wouldn't have bothered. Jeriah sighed, his expression turning serious. But he also analyzed the guy from last night, and gave me an idea. Jeriah then laid out everything, Kakashi's encounter, the vague bits of info, and how Jen deduced a potential identity for the masked man. Even though the theory isn't perfect, it's worth considering. If it's true, then that Uchiha Obito, and that entire organization, are both extremely dangerous. Especially if they're using wood style. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, chills running down his spine. Jen's deductions might have had holes, but they did explain a lot. He glanced worriedly at Kakashi, he knew the temperament of the Uchiha clan all too well. They were obsessive, driven. If this turned out to be true, it could get very messy. Kakashi, I'm fine, Lord Hokage. Kakashi's mood was heavy, but he understood why Jeriah brought it all up. He shook his head, then spoke firmly. Whether or not it's true, I've long understood something, if that man is Obito. Then he's done things that can't be forgiven. The destruction from the Nine Tails attack. And what happened to our teacher, so don't worry about me. Kakashi was still Kakashi. Though shaken, he remained clear-headed. He would eventually recover, just like in the Fourth Great War, when he didn't hesitate to stab Obito's heart with Chidori. Even when Obito was dying, Kakashi had wanted to finish him off, until Minato stopped him. Back then, he had Naruto to help him heal. Now, he had General to him. Jen was a true, new beginning. The return of old friends brought joy. Seeing them corrupted brought sorrow. But neither would consume him, if anything, they gave him strength. He had a goal now, to uncover the truth. What had happened to Obito, who had turned him into this? We need to investigate both Obito and the organization behind him. Agreed. We won't slack on this. Hiruzen smiled at last, turning to Kakashi with genuine warmth. I'm glad to see you bouncing back, Kakashi. No matter what Obito thinks now, the real Obito is in our hearts, and in your left eye. I understand. Kakashi touched his Sharingan and nodded. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Alright, enough of that. Jeriah interrupted, reverting to his usual laid-back tone. Wasn't all this supposed to be handled by Danzo anyway? Let him get on it. Let's talk about that brat. How the heck are we supposed to train someone who learns everything in an instant? Kitagawa Gen, huh? Hiruzen furrowed his brow again, then after a moment's thought, came to a decision. Alright. I'll give you the Flying Thunder God technique, you go teach him. Huh? Jeriah blinked, pointing to himself in disbelief. Me? Kakashi's out of commission, and guy. Well, he's more of a taijutsu guy. So that leaves you. Hold on, old man. I don't even know that jutsu. Try teaching it anyway. Aren't you supposed to be good at training students? Come on. Why don't you do it, huh? Aren't you the strongest Hokage? Hiruzen inhaled sharply, clearly fighting the urge to bash Jeriah's head in with his smoking pipe. He glanced at Kakashi, who had already turned away to play dead. The third Hokage took a deep breath and said, "Jeriah." "Yeah. Shut up. So you're giving me something even you can't use?" The next day, at the training ground near Konoha Central District, Kitagawa Gen stared at Jeriah with an expression that mimicked Kakashi's signature dead fish eyes, while Jeriah scratched his head, looking sheepish. Truth be told, Jeriah had never wanted to take on this job. But the old man, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had dumped it on him and washed his hands of the matter. The reason? I need to focus on Konoha. Jeriah had no choice but to comply. As much as he constantly grumbled and called Sarutobi old geezer, when it came down to it, he always followed through. Rubbing his spiky white hair, Jeriah forced out a few awkward laughs to lighten the mood before finally saying, "It's not that big a deal. Just give it a try." When Minato was learning this jutsu, I wasn't much help either, but he still managed to pull it off. Oh right, Minato was the fourth Hokage. But this really makes you look irresponsible, Gen replied with exasperation. You said you'd teach me, and now you're just throwing this at me like it's some kind of hand-me-down. Alright. Enough already. Jeriah grumbled, clearly getting annoyed. After a pause, he added, just study the scroll carefully. Whether you manage to learn it or not, I'll still teach you something special afterward. Special? Gen raised a brow. The first thing that came to mind was senjutsu, sage techniques. No doubt about it, senjutsu was powerful. He'd even tried it against Uchiha Obito once using a shadow clone, and the result had been impressive. If Obito hadn't dodged in time with his Sharingan, that attack might have taken his head clean off. Still, he was worried. The great toads of Mount Myaboku weren't exactly clueless. What if they sensed something off? But for now, it was best not to overthink it. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama, Gen said, keeping things polite for now. He had no desire to be pestered later with a, "Did you even thank me?" "Do your best, kid," Jeriah said with a satisfied nod. Then his expression dimmed a little. This jutsu was created by the second Hokage. So far, only he and the fourth have been able to truly master it. As for the others, he trailed off with a shake of his head. He didn't want to burden Gen with unnecessary pressure, so he didn't say more. Don't force yourself. Just go at your own pace. Got it, Gen nodded, eyeing the scroll with some confusion. So this is how little faith he has in me. If there's nothing else, I'll head out, Jeriah said, patting Gen on the shoulder. He lowered his voice a bit. Pay close attention. The scroll will self-destruct after reading, don't try to copy it. If you really can't remember something, go find the old man. Got it? Yeah. Gen knew the rules. That much was simple. Oh right, how's Kakashi doing? He asked suddenly. He's much better. Honestly, he's more clear-headed than I am at this point, Jeriah replied, shaking his head with a self-deprecating laugh. But hey, every generation outshines the last. Anyway, this sage is off. With a wave of his hand, Jeriah turned and walked off with his usual flair. Gen tucked the scroll away and murmured to himself, looks like just passing information secondhand won't cut it. I'll have to go a step further. Trying to get someone else to explain Obito's situation to Kakashi was a good experiment, but ultimately a failure. The system didn't recognize it as complete. Or maybe, Kakashi needed to confirm it for himself. Which made sense. Anyone would have a hard time believing something so outrageous unless they saw it with their own eyes. Whatever. Focus on this for now. This is space-time ninjutsu we're talking about. Space-time jutsu. No one in their right mind would pass on that. Sure, the Flying Thunder God had its flaws, like requiring seals to teleport to, but let's be real, elite opponents weren't stupid. Top-tier ninjas had absurd reaction speeds. Just look at Minato almost getting countered by I and Killer Bee. Still, the technique wasn't something you choose to use or not. It was purely a matter of whether you could learn it. Also, aren't the Ōtsutsuki naturally tied to space-time powers? As he walked home, Jen thought back. Kagaya Ōtsutsuki, of course, was all about dimensions. Momoshiki had space-jumping abilities, even if he didn't use them much. Urashiki had the Yamatsu Hirasaka, not to mention time reversal techniques. And the strongest of them, Ishiki, his entire personal dimension held a ten-tails beast, so, do these space-time powers come with evolution, or are they part of the Ōtsutsuki's Kekiai-Mora? Jen wasn't entirely sure. But either way, he was definitely going to give it a shot. Meanwhile, at Konoha's root base, Shimura Danzo sat in the shadows, going over intel his agents had recently sent back. With some of his authority restored, he couldn't deny the pleasure he felt. Losing his position had been a bitter pill to swallow. Not that it had stopped him from acting in secret anyway, but mere scraps of power weren't enough for him. His ambition had never changed. He still wanted to be Hokage. The mist is becoming more and more fractured, could break into civil war at any moment, he muttered, reviewing a scroll. Say what you will about Danzo, he might have been a bastard, but he was effective. His intel network spanned the entire ninja world. Even after trying to assassinate Hiruzen, the third Hokage still chose to let him live, likely due to their long-standing bond. But it could have also been because of Danzo's usefulness. So, Obito and his organization are being hired by one of the Mist's factions to strike the other? Danzo theorized aloud. He didn't care about internal conflict in the Mist village. In fact, he hoped it tore itself apart. Humph. And Uchiha Itachi, always claiming to be a Konoha spy, yet never bringing back a shred of useful intel. He scoffed again. Hiruzen really is old, soft-hearted to the core. That kind of threat should have been dealt with long ago. And that Obito, Danzo's visible eye gleamed with greed as he muttered the name. Uchiha Obito. The truth behind the Ninetales attack 10 years ago. A Sharingan user, possibly with a Mangekyo. And that made Danzo's desire burn even brighter. He'd already received some of Hashirama Senju's cells from Orochimaru, and he knew those cells were hard to control. But Sharingan. Sharingan could help suppress them. He didn't know the science behind it, Orochimaru hadn't shared that much, but the results were undeniable. And that made him want Obito's eye even more. If I could just get my hands on that Mangekyo, Danzo stared at the intel for a long while, deep in thought. Then a new idea crept into his mind. What if I helped the mist spiral further into chaos? That might give my people a chance to strike. A Mangekyo Sharingan like Obito's was too valuable to ignore. Even though that night, he'd seen Obito's terrifying abilities with his own eyes, he was still willing to take the risk. Exposure, the root operatives wouldn't expose anything. And framing the mist was child's play. At worst, they'd just gather more intel and prepare for the future. If that's the case, I need to get Jeriah out of the picture. He'd definitely head for the mist if something big happens. A chilling glint appeared in Danzo's eye. Which means, it's time to make Orochimaru suffer a bit more. Konoha, Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his office, fingers resting near the crystal ball on his desk. He was just about to inject chakra into it to get a better view of Konoha's current state. Kakashi seemed stable for now, he'd been through his share of hardships, but his resilience was commendable. The investigation into the mysterious organization and Uchiha Obito was left to Danzo. As for Kitagawa Gen, Jeriah had him under watch. That meant, for once, Hiruzen could afford to relax. Just as he prepared to activate the crystal ball, Hiruzen. The door burst open. Shimura Danzo strode in, causing the third Hokage to flinch and nearly fumble the ball. Danzo. What brings you here? Feigning confusion, Hiruzen casually tossed a cloth over the crystal ball before addressing him. News from Kirigakure, perhaps? Humph, Danzo scoffed. Of course, he knew what Hiruzen had been up to, but he couldn't be bothered to point it out. There's been some progress with the investigation. Kirigakure's in chaos, on the brink of civil war. Danzo spoke plainly. If he wanted to reclaim any semblance of his former power, he needed to tread carefully. After all, he wasn't Hokage, not yet. Civil war. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. Both he and Danzo had always viewed the Mist Village with suspicion. Chaos there wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Still, considering current circumstances, Hiruzen couldn't afford to be complacent. You think our target is involved in backing one of the factions? Exactly. Danzo nodded. The situation is tense but hasn't reached its boiling point. I propose we send in more of my operatives for a deeper, more comprehensive investigation. Also, I've discovered Orochimaru's whereabouts. He's in the land of hot water. Danzo didn't hesitate to throw Orochimaru under the bus now that he'd made his decision. If he were fully involved, he'd already be in the land of water. That he's still lingering means the situation hasn't fully erupted. We should investigate him too, it might help. Orochimaru, Hiruzen frowned. Now he saw Danzo's real intention, inching back into power by deploying more root agents. Still, Hiruzen couldn't deny the logic. The root's involvement was technically appropriate, and Orochimaru couldn't be ignored. After a moment of silent thought, Hiruzen finally spoke. Very well. If the situation were that dire, Orochimaru would already be in the land of water. But from the land of hot water, it's just a short trip by sea. Investigating his movements is reasonable. As for your root operatives, he paused, deliberating again. After a long breath, he nodded. I'll allow it, temporarily. But you know the rules, Danzo. No information leaks. I trust you understand the consequences. Spare me the lecture. I know. Danzo's tone was calm, but inside, he was elated, his goal had been achieved. I'll take my leave then. There's still much to be done. Without wasting another word, Danzo turned and left. This time, his footsteps even sounded lighter. Hiruzen rubbed his temples, watching him go. But there was no use complaining. There were still a mountain of things to deal with. He tapped the table, calling out. Bring Jeriah here. I need to speak with him, deep in a forest near Konoha. Kid, looks like you're still struggling, huh? Jeriah grinned smugly at Kitagawa Gen. It's been days, and you still haven't made much progress. Gen merely shrugged, unfazed. It is tricky. But if you didn't keep bothering me, maybe I'd have figured it out already. A week had passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, Gen had been dedicating himself to recalling and organizing every bit of knowledge he had about the Flying Thunder God technique. Since it wasn't granted by the system, and the scroll had already self-destructed, he had to rely solely on memory, which made learning it twice as difficult. Given the secrecy of such a jutsu, it was expected. Though Jeriah wasn't the most serious teacher, he had stayed by Gen's side the entire time. To prevent him from spiraling into obsession, he often dragged him away to hot springs or taught him unrelated techniques, urging him to loosen up a little. According to Jeriah, it's all connected. You might learn more by stepping away for a bit. Still, while well-intentioned, it had been distracting. You brat, no appreciation for good advice. Jeriah rolled his eyes and plopped down nearby. Spacetime ninjutsu is ridiculously hard. Even I haven't figured it out. Only the second and fourth Hokages ever truly mastered it. Pushing too hard won't help, sometimes you need to unwind. That's just facts. And don't even get me started on how stubborn you are. Still refusing to make a contract with the toads of Mount Myaboku? Summoning jutsu is a type of spacetime technique too, you know. I just don't like toads. Gen shook his head, though his reasons ran much deeper. His bloodline was no longer human, it was Ōtsutsuki. The elder toad from Mount Myaboku had once helped the Sage of Six Paths fight Kagaya Ōtsutsuki. If he signed that contract, and they sensed something about his lineage, things could get complicated. To stay safe, he had no choice but to decline. TCH, whatever. Jeriah gave up trying to convince him, just as he noticed an ANBU approaching from afar. More trouble, huh? Rising to his feet, he glanced at Jen. Looks like you're training solo today. Don't slack off. Got it. Jen nodded as Jeriah leapt away with the ANBU operative. Watching him disappear, Jen stretched and muttered to himself. Yeah, time to focus. This flying thunder god is seriously a mental grinder. All the other techniques Jen had learned before, even the non-system ones, weren't this complex. The system-granted jutsu came with shattered-down knowledge injected directly into his mind, making learning efficient. But this demanded full recall, analysis, and reconstruction. Still. I think I've got a grip on it now. Closing his eyes, Jen began channeling his chakra according to the structure he had rebuilt in his mind. Time passed. The chakra within him surged, growing stronger and more refined. Then, suddenly, whoom, a sharp tremor of spatial energy pulsed through him. In that instant, all his chakra burst forth, and most startling of all, he felt his very blood begin to boil. This is. Kitagawa Gen felt his entire body burning up with energy, leaving him momentarily stunned. He knew exactly what was happening. He had experienced this sensation multiple times already. Spatial abilities are really tied to the bloodline. Although he'd long suspected this, feeling the tangible change brought by it left him a bit dazed. What doesn't this bloodline come with, seriously? Now that I think about it, these guys could travel the cosmos with just their bodies, searching for habitable planets. Their space manipulation is probably as innate as their flight abilities. With that thought, Jen didn't even know what to say anymore. But he was starting to understand more and more why the Ōtsutsuki clan, despite being absurdly powerful, kept getting outmaneuvered by the so-called little monkeys they looked down on. It's because they're too strong. They never needed to think things through, they just steamrolled everything. So when they finally faced someone using strategy and intellect, it was like dinosaurs, apex predators who could feast on anything, spending their days just chomping down on other dinosaurs. They never had to evolve brains, it was just wasted energy. The Ōtsutsuki clan could crush everything in their path, so why bother learning or innovating? Shaking his head, Kitagawa Gen waited for the heat in his body to subside. Once it did, he immediately pulled up his status panel. \name, Kitagawa Gen age, 13 bloodline, Ōtsutsuki clan, development, 10%, chakra reserves, S, Kage level average, \, looking at the updated stats, Gen pursed his lips thoughtfully. Comprehending spatial power actually bumped it up 2%. So now I'm officially a 10% Ōtsutsuki, huh? Still, just 10% bloodline development gave him such an insane chakra reserve. He couldn't help but look forward to what came next. He understood that among ninjas, or rather, humans, chakra capacity was typically quite limited. Only a handful had reserves that surpassed normal expectations. Take Kisame, for example, his chakra levels were practically on par with a tailed beast. Then there's Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara. They probably did reach, or even surpass, tailed beast levels. Hashirama, in particular, was just absurd. His uniqueness was jaw-dropping. The endless war between Indra and Asura's descendants was supposed to play out with the Asura side teaming up with tailed beasts and everyone else to fight Indra's forces. But Hashirama, sure, he teamed up with people, but he soloed Madara. And the tailed beasts? He sealed them, tamed them, even sold them. He didn't need help at all. It wasn't until Naruto came along that the cycle returned to something resembling normal. Saying Hashirama surpassed Asura? Gen would absolutely believe it. And Uchiha Madara? He was the only one who left even Hashirama exhausted and battered. So, is this system rating me based on human standards, or something else entirely? Either way, Gen didn't really care anymore, as long as he could keep developing, that was all that mattered. The more I unlock, the more my body improves. My perception, my physical strength, it's all increasing. Especially my eyes. He rubbed his eyes, feeling the rush of chakra surge even faster after this latest upgrade. Maybe soon he'd develop new eyes of his own. Hey, Jen. What are you doing here? Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out. Jen didn't even bother looking up, casually replying, I noticed you earlier. I was wondering what you were doing here, Naruto. Turning around, he saw Naruto staring at him with that trademark goofy curiosity. Aren't you supposed to be in class? Dude, class ended already. Naruto looked at him with a mix of exasperation and amusement. What the heck are you doing? Lost track of time or what? I'm training hard. Unlike some people, Jen said with a grin, standing up and stretching. But since class is done. How about some ramen? I'm starving. You bastard. You're trying to scam me again. Naruto groaned. This wasn't the first time Jen had used that excuse. Still, he followed along naturally, even as a thought popped into his head, making him twitch. Also, you jerk. What kind of technique did you teach me? Sasuke called me a pervert because of it, unbelievable. Huh? Jen blinked in confusion. Sasuke. You were practicing the sexy jutsu, how did Sasuke get involved? Sexy jutsu. Great, you even named it. You're definitely a pervert. Stick to the point. I don't even know. He kept following me around to see what I was doing, then I tried it a few times and he yelled at me, called me disgusting, and stormed off. Jen looked at Naruto's indignant face, unsure what to say. Just because you like pranks doesn't mean others can handle them, especially something like the sexy jutsu. Wait. You said you tried it a few times. It worked? Not exactly. Still needs tweaking, Naruto said, clearly frustrated. Can't believe I trusted you. Not bad, then, Jen said with a smirk, patting Naruto on the shoulder. My treat today. Show me what you've got, I'll give you some feedback. Why does it feel like you're up to something? Nonsense. I trained with Master Jeriah for days. I know what his type is, trust me on this. Jen silently decided to find a camera later. A recorded performance of the 7th Hokage's early sexy jutsu trials. Pure gold. Blackmail material, for sure. One day, if Naruto pissed him off, he could just whisper, you wouldn't want these pictures getting out, would you? The two bickered the whole way to Ichiraku, laughing like idiots. But just as they neared the ramen stand, Jen suddenly frowned. Something felt off. He turned his head, and saw a girl with pale white eyes staring at him with the same confused look. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, old man, let me handle this mission. Jeriah slammed his hands on the desk, clearly fired up. I already planned to assign it to you, Hiruzen said, scratching his ear, wincing from the volume. But I have one condition. Name it. Take Jen with you. What? Jeriah looked confused. What the heck was the kid coming for, but he wasn't stupid, after a moment's thought, he figured it out. You're bringing him so I won't go overboard, huh? Exactly. Hiruzen nodded without hesitation. I know you've matured a lot, but the situation in Kirigakure is urgent. As for Orochimaru, I'm prioritizing intel. You and Orochimaru share a history, that's exactly why I want Jen to come along. His presence will keep you grounded. And he's not weak. If he can take on Juzo Biwa, he's more than qualified. Even if Jen lacked real combat experience, he could still assist and analyze effectively. This mission could be a critical step in his growth. Hiruzen had many flaws, his infamous solo stand during the Chunin exams being just one of them, but no one could deny his efforts in promoting talented civilians. Jeriah. Orochimaru. Even Minato Namikaze, none of them came from elite clans. Fine, I got it, Jeriah muttered after some thought. I'll take him. Good. Hiruzen smiled. By the way, how's his flying thunder god training coming along? Oh. That? Jeriah scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah. That's gonna take a while. What's wrong? Naruto tilted his head, puzzled as he saw Kitagawa Gen suddenly come to a halt. Following his gaze, Naruto quickly noticed a girl looking their way not far ahead. Oh hey, it's Hinata. Yeah, your classmate. Gen snapped out of it and nodded slightly, only to be met with Naruto's mischievous grin. Oh ho, why'd you freeze up the moment you saw her? Don't tell me, you've got a thing for, idiot. Gen promptly reached out and gave Naruto a good rub on his spiky head. This brat really loved jumping to conclusions. Still, he understood Naruto's mindset. Right now, Naruto barely noticed Hinata. Or rather, to him, she was just another classmate. His eyes were full of Sakura, the girl constantly fawning over Sasuke. It wasn't until pain came to Konoha and Hinata stood up to protect Naruto that a seed was finally planted in his heart. This guy really doesn't know how lucky he is, Gen sighed inwardly. Totally taking his blessings for granted. Gen muttered in his heart. But just as the two were messing around, Hinata had already walked up to them. While the two of them were goofing around, Hinata had already walked over. And Naruto-kun, and Gen-senpai. She stammered, head bowed, cheeks bright red. Still, her eyes kept darting toward Gen. Long time no see, Hinata, Gen said with a warm smile, releasing Naruto's head. Why are you alone? Not heading home? My father took Hanabi to visit an old friend from another clan, so. I thought I'd head to school a bit early. Her voice was small and shy, her head still lowered. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly at her bashfulness. I see. Gen didn't think too much of it. After a moment, he smiled again and said, perfect timing. I was just about to take Naruto out for food. Come with us. Yeah. Hinata's face turned a deeper shade of red. She wanted to say she'd already eaten, but as a member of a noble clan, it would be impolite to refuse outright. Besides, she figured she could manage another small bite. More than that, something about Gen-senpai made it hard to say no. He had a strange kind of allure, something warm and familiar, but also slightly intimidating. It was a confusing mix of feelings that left her completely unsure how to respond. Naruto, meanwhile, was rubbing his temples in exasperation. Thankfully, Gen didn't press her, simply smiling as he made the decision. Settled then. Let's go. Ichiraku should be fine for today. Oh okay, Hinata nodded lightly, still flushed, and followed behind them with her head down. She's so shy. Naruto muttered quietly as they walked. Then, smirking, he leaned toward Gen and whispered, Hey, I think she was staring at you the whole time. Gen, what can I say? Totally normal. Gen shrugged nonchalantly. I mean, between the two of us, who's she gonna look at? The tall, handsome guy, or the short, dumb one? Naruto froze, comparing their heights. His face turned red from sheer indignation. Why you jerk? But Gen wasn't in the mood to bicker. He had noticed Hinata's reactions too. Clearly, she wasn't the only one feeling that strange sensation earlier, he had felt it as well. Is this because of the Ōtsutsuki bloodline? Gen pondered to himself. The possibility seemed strong. His bloodline had now reached 10% development. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan originated from the Ōtsutsuki after all. Even if the branch in the shinobi world had degenerated over time, Hinata was still the Byakugan princess. Her pure bloodline might naturally draw him in, and vice versa. Ramen. Ramen. Old man. They arrived at the ramen stall, and Naruto yelled out excitedly, making I am scowl. Keep it down. Geez, it's not like he can't hear you. Learn from Jen, will ya? It's fine, it's fine. Lively is good, Tucci said, unfazed, already starting to prepare their ramen with a grin. It'll be ready in a moment. Thanks, old man. Naruto plopped down happily. Once they were all seated, he glanced at Hinata, still blushing and silent, then looked back at Jen, slightly bored. You've barely said a word. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about training, Jen said lazily, rolling his eyes to cover his thoughts. His gaze flicked to Hinata again. What was happening on the moon right now, running into Hinata today was pure coincidence, but that strange mutual reaction caught his attention. If both he and Hinata were affected, what about the Ōtsutsuki still on the moon? Can I eventually sense the Tensigen on the moon by continuing to develop my bloodline? That celestial eye had been on his mind for a while now. Even before gaining his current bloodline, he'd been itching to figure out a way to beat up the old and feeble up there. The Ōtsutsuki clan's civil war on the moon had wiped most of them out, leaving behind only Ōtsutsuki Tonari. It felt like a golden opportunity, and Jen hated to let chances like that go. The problem? Getting to the moon was a massive hassle. If Tonari hadn't shown up to kidnap Hinata back then, even Naruto and the others might have never found a path there. After all, even Black Zetsu never went to the moon to find Mother. Maybe Black Zetsu didn't know. Or maybe he did know and was too scared. But still, it's not like Jen could just go ask him for directions. Forget it. Time to eat. Tucci had served up their bowls. Naruto clapped his hands together, grinning ear to ear. Hinata, eat up. He's paying today. This guy's mooched off me so many times, I'm getting my money's worth today. Thank you for the meal. Hinata blushed even more at Naruto's loud declaration. He scratched his head, not quite sure what he'd said wrong. But to him, all that mattered was one thing, ramen. I'm digging in. Naruto immediately began devouring his bowl with gusto, making Jen chuckle. Slow down, no one's taking it from you. Whatever, do your thing. Watching Naruto wolf down the food like he hadn't eaten in days, Jen gave up on reasoning and snapped his chopsticks open. His mood was great right now. At this point in the timeline, the civil war on the moon should be over. Whatever's left of them is probably just the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, old, weak, sick, and disabled, the perfect targets for a heavy punch. His only concern was whether they'd sense him first. Sensing went both ways. Just like Hinata had reacted earlier, the Ōtsutsuki on the moon, with access to the Tensigen, had been spying on Earth for years. Otherwise, Tonari wouldn't have known about Hinata in the first place. The Tensigen was a power of the Ōtsutsuki. It was entirely possible they could see him, get spooked, and go into hiding, cutting off access to the moon altogether. That would be a pain. Sure, Jen wasn't the only Ōtsutsuki on Earth. There was also Ishiki, hiding in his state, possessing Jigen. But unlike him, Jen was a full-fledged, flesh and blood Ōtsutsuki. So I need to train. Push my bloodline. Sense the Tensigen before it senses me. I'm not letting that thing slip away. He nodded to himself, then cast another glance at Naruto. This guy might actually be a bit of a good luck charm. After all, it was thanks to Naruto that he ran into Hinata today. Just as Jen lifted his chopsticks to finally dig in, hey. There you are, brat. Jeriah came sprinting toward him, out of breath. No more ramen for now, we've got a mission. Jen hadn't even said a word yet, but next to him, Naruto, who just started slurping his noodles, suddenly looked like the color drained from his face. Land of Fire, on the road to the land of hot water. Two figures, Jeriah and Kitagawa Gen, were moving swiftly. However, Jeriah's expression was rather strange. What was that with Naruto just now? When he heard you were heading out on a mission, his face turned green. He's probably just worried about me. Kitagawa Gen glanced at Jeriah. Of course, he wasn't about to admit that he'd tricked Naruto a few too many times, leaving the poor guy a little traumatized. Jeriah showing up out of nowhere and shouting for Gen to go on a mission. Anyone would be freaked out. Still, Gen wasn't totally heartless. He'd earned a bit of money from all those missions with Kakashi, so he didn't ghost him this time. Well, it's not every day someone like you barges in and demands a mission, Lord Jeriah. Anyone would be concerned. But seriously, what is this mission about? Where's Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi's still recovering, but he'll be back on his feet soon. Once we return, you can team up with him again. Jeriah's reply was casual, but then his tone turned serious. As for this mission, listen up, kid. We're tracking Orochimaru's movements. Orochimaru? Gen raised a brow, a strange look flashing across his face. How did they even find a lead on him? Yeah, him. Remember that one-eyed old man you saw that night? The intel came from him. Jeriah didn't notice Gen's expression and continued talking. Seems like there's been some progress on Kirigakure's side, too. I'm not a fan of that guy, but I can't deny he's capable. Capable? More like a sellout. Others might not know, but Gen was well aware, Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru were deeply connected. So what the hell was Danzo playing at now? Don't tell him, he's trying to make progress again. And me? What am I even here for? Gen couldn't help but ask, confused. Jeriah looked a bit annoyed but still explained, keeping some things to himself. It was the old man's idea. Said you're good at intel analysis, and that you'd be helpful as my assistant, figuring things out while we scout. The focus now is on Kirigakure, so we can't afford to go all in here. It's reconnaissance only. Got it. Gen shrugged. Yeah, he got it all right. They just wanted him to be Jeriah's leash, to keep the Sannin from charging in without thinking. Not a bad idea, honestly. Orochimaru wasn't someone you could deal with recklessly. Suddenly, his expression shifted. His system was reacting again, / exclusive side mission unlocked, Jeriah's companion quest, title, If You're My Bro, Stab Me Twice objective, assist Jeriah in tracking down Orochimaru. Note, this exclusive quest will not interfere with regular side missions. Accept mission. / yes / no, another exclusive mission, Gen blinked in surprise. The last one had given him some sweet rewards, he still remembered that clearly. And now another one's popped up, of course he was going to accept it. No way he was passing this up. Besides, if Jeriah and Orochimaru met, it was always a showdown, just the two of them focused entirely on each other. Gen figured he probably wouldn't be dragged too deeply into it. Maybe. I'll even run into Kimimaro. Orochimaru had a lot of good stuff under his wing, but getting anything from him was near impossible, especially with Jeriah around. But Kimimaro? That guy had long since been added to Gen's hunting list. He strongly suspected that Kimimaro's Kagaya clan bloodline was actually a manifestation of the Ōtsutsuki Himura's physical legacy. This mission might turn out to be great. Gen muttered under his breath, and just then, Jeriah spoke up. Alright, let's pick up the pace. If we hustle, we can reach the land of hot water by tonight. The hot springs there are amazing. Oh. Now I'm intrigued. Yeah, except you might not be allowed in. Excuse me? What do you mean by that? Because you're too young. Jeriah-sama. Are you saying you're heading to a non-family friendly establishment? No, no. That's exactly why you can't go, it is a legitimate place. Gen almost burst out laughing in frustration. Not letting minors in, wasn't that the definition of a proper place, then again? Maybe it was legitimate. / meanwhile. In an underground lab somewhere in the land of hot water. Another failure, huh? Orochimaru stared at the test tube in his hand before casually tossing it aside. Failure didn't faze him, it was merely another step toward success. Still, he was beginning to wonder if he had taken the wrong direction. If your foundation was off, no experiment would ever yield the correct result. This Shikatsumiyaku really is something else. He licked his lips as his eyes swept over the figure on the table. Kimimaro slowly sat up. His expression was calm and cold, but his gaze toward Orochimaru was filled with respect, admiration, and guilt. I've disappointed you, Lord Orochimaru. I'm not a worthy vessel. I'm not disappointed. I've still got time. Orochimaru shook his head with a light chuckle. Far from disappointment, he was actually quite intrigued. The more unknown something was, the more it fueled his curiosity, and Kimimaro's body was full of mysteries. His Shikatsumiyaku was unlike anything else. That violent, almost divine yang release energy made even Orochimaru feel uneasy. He had only experienced a similar feeling once before, when studying the first Hokage's cells. Of course, Kimimaro's yang release power didn't compare to Hashirama Senju's, but it was still remarkable. The stronger the yang release flared, the stronger the Shikatsumiyaku became. But that came with a cost. It was also accelerating his so-called Kekkai Genkai disease. The more powerful Kimimaro became, the more unstable his body grew. Even Orochimaru found it troublesome. Is this some kind of genius's curse? He murmured thoughtfully. The better he performed, the closer he got to death. But alas, there was no way to dig into the Kagaya clan's history. The clan had already been wiped out by Kirigakure. Well, that just makes things more interesting. Orochimaru chuckled, eyes gleaming. Your condition is complicated. For now, I can only suppress the degeneration caused by your bloodline. You should try to use your powers as little as possible. I understand, Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro bowed his head. But Orochimaru only sighed. He knew this kid. Even if he understood, he'd still fight when it mattered. Still, that was fine. Kimimaro was utterly loyal. Alright, we're running low on materials. I need you and the others to go gather more, and get food and water while you're at it. There are a lot of mouths to feed here. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Are there any specific requirements for the materials? Requirements? Orochimaru tilted his head, thought for a moment, then grinned. Bring whatever you like. They're just materials, after all. But if you find someone interesting, bring them back too. My father's a gambler, my mother's gravely ill, and my husband went missing. What am I supposed to do now? Life is just too hard. Sob sob, inside a tavern in the land of hot water, Kitagawa Gen wore his usual dead fish expression as he listened to a teary waitress pouring her heart out, while his companion, Jeriah, sat next to him, awkwardly nodding along. They'd been in the land of hot water for a few days now, chasing leads on Orochimaru. Although Danzo had indeed provided intel, it was frustratingly vague, only narrowing things down to a general area. Thankfully, Jeriah was a professional. The only thing that threw Gen off was just how unconventional the man's methods were. Don't cry now, Jeriah attempted to console the crying woman, but then suddenly froze, eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, you're married? Why yes. She stammered, confused by his reaction. My husband went missing a month ago. I had no choice but to work here to make ends meet. I see. That's tough, Jeriah muttered, rubbing his forehead and visibly losing all enthusiasm. Jen, meanwhile, was holding back laughter. After the waitress walked away, Jen couldn't help but smirk. It's the perfect story, isn't it? A gambling father, a sick mother, a missing husband. And a broken woman. Not to mention, she's married. Sounds like your type. You little brat, where the hell are you learning this stuff from? Jeriah gave him a look that was somewhere between amused and annoyed. Have you forgotten the 3 prohibitions of a ninja? I learned it from you. And last I checked, you're not exactly following them either. Jen pointed directly at him. And while we're on that, haven't you ditched me every night to hit up brothels and bathhouses? Leaving me to rot alone at the inn? Hey, don't slander me like that. Jeriah waved his arms in defense. I'm gathering intel, alright? Research. Sure, Jen nodded sagely, eyes gleaming with mock understanding. I didn't say what kind of research. Jeriah could only laugh in frustration. Fine. I'm not arguing with a brat. But I'll have you know, we're definitely getting close to Orochimaru. You think that waitress's missing husband is connected? If my hunch is right, yes, Jeriah replied, now serious again. He pulled out a small notebook and flipped through a few pages. There have been multiple disappearances in this area recently. On top of that, locals say strangers often come by to buy large quantities of food and water. A big group, then. And trouble, Jen muttered, catching on. Exactly. That's why I've already stationed my little toads around the area to keep watch, Jeriah said with a smug grin. The waitress mentioned her husband disappeared a month ago. Based on the frequency of supply runs, I estimate another delivery is due soon. When it happens, we strike. Jen just shrugged. Typical Jeriah, looked like a clown, worked like a pro. That was the real him, a man who never let his ridiculous antics interfere with the mission. Alright, if you've got that covered, I'll wander the streets and see if I spot anyone interesting. But before Jen could get up, Jeriah's eyes locked onto a woman walking past the tavern window. His jaw dropped, and a very suspicious giggle escaped his throat. I need to, gather more intel. Let's go our separate ways for now. Better for the investigation. Jen stared at him blankly. I take it back. He's just a perverted old lunatic. But then, a strange sensation washed over him, an inexplicable energy that felt oddly familiar. The last time he'd sensed something like this was when he met Hinata. He turned his head subtly. Among the crowd outside, he could just make out a pale-haired boy. Wait. Don't tell me. Jen scratched his cheek, expression wry. Am I turning into a radar for weirdos? Elsewhere, in a forest near the town, Kimimaro, we've gathered almost everything. Jirobo's still out getting the last supplies, Yugo said, glancing up at the birds overhead before turning to his companion with a grin. How's your body holding up? No need to worry, Kimimaro replied with his usual calm, unfazed even around his closest friend. I told you, I'll be your cage. I'll stay with you to the end. Of course. Yugo smiled warmly. Because of his unstable condition, Yugo had two personalities, one calm and kind, the other completely berserk. Kimimaro was the only one who could keep the madness at bay, which was why Yugo followed him and ended up in Orochimaru's service. Orochimaru had provided medication to suppress the violent outbursts, but Yugo still preferred Kimimaro's presence. Only with him could he truly feel at peace. Hey, those two people following us, still there? Kimimaro asked in a low voice. Thanks to his ability to communicate with animals, Yugo had been using birds to scout their surroundings. Back in town, they had noticed they were being tailed, one middle-aged man with white hair and another boy about their age. Both were clearly ninja. They're still on us, Yugo replied, subtly glancing up at a circling bird. Probably some mercenaries or bounty hunters. Places like this are full of them. The land of hot water was a mess, full of criminals and desperate men. Orochimaru didn't mind. After all, free materials were always welcome. Good, Kimimaro nodded. Orochimaru had asked him to bring back anyone interesting, and honestly, he'd been wondering where to find suitable candidates. Now, They were walking right into their arms. The two soon arrived at the entrance to a hidden underground lab, where Orochimaru was already preparing for his next experiment. "Back so soon?" he asked casually, glancing up at them. "Didn't find anything useful?" "We did, Orochimaru-sama," Kimimaro answered with respectful calm, bowing slightly. "Two ninja have been tailing us. We plan to invite them in." "Very well. If they've come this far, let's make sure they stay," Orochimaru murmured. "Are they rogue ninja, or from a village?" "Orochimaru-sama, based on the bird's observations, they weren't wearing any village headbands," Kimimaro replied. Yugo added, lowering his head, "but one of them has a white mane and carries a scroll with the kanji for boil." Orochimaru's face, so far indifferent, twitched slightly. That symbol. That name. Something very disagreeable had just entered his territory. Deep in the forest, Jeriah crouched on a thick branch, carefully observing the distant compound through the leaves. "It really is Orochimaru's underground lab," he said, turning to the young man beside him. A smirk played on his lips as he added, "See? Told you we'd find it. No need to look so grumpy." "Heh," Kitagawa Gen let out a dry chuckle, his face still stiff. When it came to intel, Jeriah was unmatched, but when he lacked intel? That's when things went south. Just like when he had barged straight into the land of rain. Note, canon, the moment Gen gave the slightest hint, Jeriah charged right in, ignoring every warning. To be fair, with their skill levels, most people wouldn't notice their surveillance. But there was a problem. One of the people they were tailing had orange hair. "Pretty sure that guy's Yugo," Gen muttered. "And if that's true, then we've probably been made. He can communicate with animals, after all. How were you supposed to explain being caught by someone who could talk to birds?" Gen sighed. "I still say we need to be more careful. You could have used a toad to trail them, tch. You just don't get Orochimaru," Jeriah interrupted, shaking his head in frustration. "Snakes and toads are mortal enemies. If I sent in a toad, he would have sensed it instantly. No wonder this mission was named If You're My Brother, Stab Me Twice. You two really are stabbing each other in the back." "All right, enough talk," Jeriah said, refocusing on the compound ahead. "We've found it. Now let's, huh?" He suddenly stiffened, his expression shifting as he felt a powerful chakra surge. From the distance, the earth erupted, stone and soil turning into a sea of flowing sand, rushing toward them like a tidal wave. This scale of earth manipulation, Jeriah's face darkened. Of course. The kid was a jinx. Earth-style wall. Boom, a massive wall of stone rose before them, shielding them from the oncoming surge. "Tch. I thought I smelled something unpleasant," came a raspy voice from above. Looking up, they saw him, Orochimaru. Standing atop the wall, pale and composed in his beige robe, long black hair swaying in the breeze, eyes cold and unreadable. He wasn't thrilled to see Jeriah. Not again. Ever since Orochimaru defected from Konoha, Jeriah had been relentless, always chasing, always talking about bonds, and bringing him back. Recently, Orochimaru had thought maybe, just maybe, he'd get a break. Jeriah had returned to the village, after all. But no. Here he was again. "You really are here," Jeriah said, his tone turning serious. Despite still wondering how they got exposed, he knew he had to change tactics now. "Orochimaru. Come back to Konoha with me." Orochimaru was already annoyed, but that line earned a bitter laugh. "You're still as naive as ever. Konoha isn't what it used to be. It's a rotting tree. Why would I return to something so hopeless? Even a dying tree can sprout new life," Jeriah said firmly. "And those new buds can breathe life back into the old. Orochimaru, this time, I will bring you home. Is that so?" Orochimaru sighed. And then, he struck. Then let's see if you have what it takes. In an instant, a horde of venomous snakes erupted from the shadows, slithering toward them with deadly speed. Be careful. Find a chance to escape, Jeriah muttered to Jen as he weaved hand signs. I'll get whatever intel I can. Fire style, flame bullet. Blazing fire surged forth, burning through the snake swarm and filling the air with the scent of charred scales. Using the firelight as cover, Jeriah lunged toward Orochimaru, the two clashing atop the stone wall in a fierce exchange. Meanwhile, Jen tried to pull back, but two figures stepped in to block his path. Kimimaro. Yugo, Jen's gaze hardened. Kimimaro's eyes were sharp and filled with murderous intent, and Yugo, well, he didn't look like he was in a good mood either. Jen sighed, so much for a clean getaway. While focusing his chakra, he suddenly smiled. Really should thank you too. Without your help, we never would have found Orochimaru's hideout. The two froze, Jen's words hitting like a brick. Especially Kimimaro, his rage spiked. A sharp snap echoed as a bone spike protruded from Kimimaro's palm, aimed squarely at Jen. You're not leaving here alive. Kimimaro charged with blinding speed. To him, this was an unforgivable mistake. He thought he had brought back some low-level wanderers, maybe rogue shinobi at worst. He had no idea they were bringing such a storm down on Orochimaru. Kimimaro was the type to give his life for Orochimaru. And right now, he was furious. How impulsive, Jen muttered, stepping back swiftly. He didn't even bother with hand seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Whoosh, a giant fireball, like a meteor, roared toward Kimimaro. Jen's fire jutsu wasn't just flashy, it was powerful, directly tied to his chakra reserves. Like Madara or Hashirama, even his simplest techniques packed terrifying force. Watch out! Yugo shouted. Red markings spread across his face as natural energy surged through him. He leapt in front of Kimimaro, transforming his arm into a massive shield. Boom! The fireball slammed into Yugo's defense, scorching the area and shaking the forest. The air reeked of smoke and burnt earth, but the attack was stopped. Kimimaro didn't speak. His eyes were locked onto Jen with burning focus. Mistakes didn't matter now. What mattered was making it right. He tore through the scorched air, a streak of vengeance aimed at General, but just as Kimimaro closed the distance, Jen smirked. Earth-style wall. A wall surged up between them, solid and unyielding. Humph. Kimimaro sneered. A wall? Please. He could pierce through it with a single strike, but just as he was about to attack, his eyes widened. He froze. Right there, carved into the wall, was Orochimaru's face. Perfectly aligned. Perfectly placed. If he struck now, his attack would go straight through Orochimaru's forehead. You've got to be kidding, Kimimaro was stunned. Conflicted rage and horror tangled within him. And then, crack-crackum, the sound of lightning tore through the air. A bolt of purple lightning burst through the wall, aiming straight for Kimimaro's chest. While Kimimaro was being mentally shattered by Kitagawa Gen, another fierce battle was underway, between Jeriah and Orochimaru. These two, having known each other for years, skipped the formalities and jumped straight into a brutal brawl. Ninjutsu, hidden shadow snake hands. With Jeriah's relentless assault closing in, Orochimaru wasted no time. He extended his hand, and in an instant, countless venomous snakes surged toward Jeriah, fangs bared. Still obsessed with these disgusting techniques, huh? Jeriah shivered as the snakes neared, the sight alone making his scalp crawl. But despite the complaints, his hands didn't stop moving. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo. His wild white hair, infused with chakra, elongated and sharpened into needle-like strands. The incoming snakes were instantly impaled, pierced by hair now as sharp as steel. At the same time, Jeriah hurled a volley of kunai. While they flew toward Orochimaru, he quickly formed another hand seal. Ninjutsu, Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. TCH, Orochimaru scoffed as he saw the swarm of kunai and jumped to evade them. But that's exactly what Jeriah was waiting for. Ninjutsu, Wild Lion's main technique. His hair shot out again, aiming to entangle Orochimaru's legs. Orochimaru only chuckled darkly at the sight. And you say I'm disgusting? You're always playing with hair. Raising a hand, he summoned a slicing wind of chakra. Wind style, wind cutter. Blades of wind danced around him, shredding the incoming hair to pieces. Jeriah had no choice but to cancel the jutsu. You haven't changed a bit, Orochimaru sneered. Still as predictable as ever. Haven't made any progress, have you? At least I didn't join some evil organization, Jeriah shot back, using the exchange to fish for information. Come back, Orochimaru. It's not too late to stop. Organization. Orochimaru's expression twisted slightly, genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Jeriah to know that much. The Akatsuki operated in extreme secrecy, mainly taking black market and wartime contracts, leaving behind almost no trail, especially since they rarely left survivors. Did he return to Konoha because he discovered them? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes but quickly dismissed the idea. Jeriah wouldn't go back just for that, unless he found something he couldn't handle alone. That made more sense, given how cautious Jeriah could be when it mattered. And Itachi is still with the Akatsuki, even if that Uchiha feels off somehow. Well. His intel is outdated. He doesn't even know I've already left the Akatsuki, a thought began to form in Orochimaru's mind. If he played this right, he could deflect Jeriah's attention and make life harder for the Akatsuki. Oh. So you know about them, huh? Orochimaru licked his lips with amusement. Your investigation must be quite thorough. I wonder just how much you found. I know that group is filled with monsters like you, Jeriah replied, eyes sharp. But he maintained a sorrowful expression, still baiting. Rogue ninja. Even someone like Uchiha Itachi, who slaughtered his own clan. And I know you've been working with Kirigakure. Have you forgotten how much pain that village caused Konoha? Don't make the same mistakes again, Orochimaru. Come back. Kirigakure, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What does this have to do with Kirigakure? He had visited the village before and witnessed the massacre of the Kagaya clan. That's when he met Kimimaro, saw his talent and solitude, and decided to take him in. Now it made sense. Jeriah's info was off, but just believable enough. If Kirigakure is unstable, Orochimaru tilted his head slightly. The fourth Mizukage had stirred a hornet's nest, and civil war was brewing. It might be time to lay some bait of his own. You really aren't afraid of dying, huh? Orochimaru sneered. There are people in that organization even I wouldn't want to mess with. So what? You think you can stand against an entire hidden village? Jeriah shot back, analyzing every word, piecing together what was real and what wasn't. This has gone far enough, Orochimaru. A hidden village? Orochimaru shook his head inside. Don't use your naive sense of justice to measure the world. Some villages don't hate us. In fact, they need us. You're either ignorant or willfully blind. Jeriah didn't respond. He knew that rogue ninja groups often acted as mercenaries. Iwagakure, for example, frequently hired them for covert missions. So the Akatsuki are in Kirigakure as hired help? He asked the question cautiously, this was what he'd come to confirm. That's right. Orochimaru nodded, internally smirking. This was the perfect misdirection. Kirigakure is in turmoil. And chaos is exactly what we thrive in. Besides, the Mizukage pays handsomely. That vague, half-truth was enough to satisfy both of them. Jeriah's heart leapt. He'd gotten confirmation, the Akatsuki were in Kirigakure, likely employed by the Mizukage. Got him, and oddly enough, Orochimaru had the same thought. Got him, two schemers. Two stubborn bastards. Both smug in their small victories. But Orochimaru wasn't done yet. Well, we've talked enough. He smiled darkly, forming seals as he pressed his palm to the ground. Black markings spread across the earth. With a burst of smoke, the massive form of Manda, the king of snakes, erupted from the summoning circle. Orochimaru leapt onto its head, now towering over Jeriah. You shouldn't have dug so deep, Jeriah. So now, to keep you from interfering again, and to make sure you don't die at someone else's hands, I'll be the one to end you. And that brat you brought too, once this is done, I'll head to Kirigakure myself. As Orochimaru finished speaking, Manda lunged, its enormous body crashing down toward Jeriah. Jeriah quickly began forming hand seals to summon Gamabunta. But at that moment, both he and Orochimaru froze. The ground beneath them suddenly erupted, countless white bone spikes shot up from below, zzzzzt, a harsh electric screech tore through the air as Kitagawa Gen smashed through the wall himself, a surge of crackling purple lightning shooting straight toward Kimimara's chest. Watch out! Just as the lightning was about to hit, Yugo lunged forward without hesitation, using his body to shield Kimimaro. Despite the burns on his skin, he took the full force of the strike head-on. The muscle on his arm was pierced straight through, and in the next instant, he was sent flying by a brutal kick, dragging Kimimaro backward with him. Don't lose focus, Kimimaro. That guy's lightning technique isn't ordinary. As they stabilized themselves, Yugo spoke between breaths, his voice low but steady. Yugo. Kimimaro looked at his companion, his lips pressed tightly together. He was usually the calm and courteous one, unless something involved Lord Orochimaru. And now, this enemy had used such a despicable tactic that he almost destroyed Orochimaru's statue. Wait, no. He did destroy it. And he did it on purpose. I understand, Yugo. Though Kimimaro's eyes still burned with fury, his voice had cooled. But the cursed seal had already begun to spread across his skin. We'll finish this, together. Be careful, Kimimaro, your body, Yugo tried to caution him, but Kimimaro simply shook his head. Bone spikes had already begun to emerge from his chest. This isn't the time to worry about that. We need to correct our mistake. You done talking? Kitagawa Gen suddenly cut in, voice casual but sharp as a blade. Seems like you two respect Orochimaru a lot. Even in that situation, you held back. Kimimaro didn't respond, unwilling to waste words, while Yugo shot a glare at Gen and whispered, I'll go first. You follow. The moment he spoke, Yugo charged forward. Kimimaro followed close behind, their rhythm in sync. Yugo's unique body made him ideal for leading the assault, his injuries regenerated quickly, allowing him to take the brunt of the enemy's blows. They're coming. Kitagawa Gen raised an eyebrow as the purple lightning in his hand flared even brighter, and then, he shot forward like a thunderbolt. So fast. In a flash, Gen was already in front of Yugo. Reacting on instinct, Yugo threw a punch, boom, a thunderous impact rang out, blasting a visible shockwave through the air. The ground beneath them cracked wide open, spiderwebbing outward for several meters. But Yugo's expression turned grim. His punch had been blocked by a shimmering wall of purple lightning, and the surge of electricity left his arm momentarily numb. That lightning, not only does it pierce, it defends too. From behind, Kimimaro analyzed the situation in a flash, spotting his opportunity. Dance of the Camellia. His body flowed like a phantom, elegantly weaving through the air, and his bone sword stabbed toward Kitagawa Gen with precision. Pretty quick, Gen muttered as he glanced back. With a flick of his hand, his lightning surged. Crack, Kimimaro's eyes widened, his bone sword had been nicked. A cut. Impossible. His bones were dense and durable, forged for battle. Nothing should damage them so easily, yet here it was, a visible cut across the blade. That lightning, it's ridiculously sharp, too. 3 unique characteristics, piercing, defense, and slicing, all in one jutsu. Even as a taijutsu specialist, Kimimaro recognized how absurd that was. Ha! Yugo had recovered slightly and threw another enhanced punch at Gen's side. Kimimaro didn't hesitate, he drew another bone sword and attacked in tandem. Dance of the Larch. Despite being flanked, Gen remained calm. With a light twist of his body, he dodged Yugo's blow and swept his leg out. Thud, a heavy thump followed as Yugo was sent flying again, smashing through a nearby tree. At the same time, Gen raised his lightning-coated arm. The energy surged forward, forming a shield that effortlessly blocked Kimimaro's bone strike. Yugo charged again. Within moments, the 3 were locked in a fierce melee, boom, 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 lightning flashed, fists flew, and swords danced. Residual shockwaves shredded the landscape, trees fell, grass was flattened, and boulders shattered under the pressure of their battle. Kimimaro fought with agility and grace, while Yugo relied on raw power. Together, they made a perfect pair, complementary in style and deeply attuned. Yet, they were losing. To one man. Kitagawa Gen moved like a ghost, fast and lethal. His purple lightning was an all-in-one arsenal, offense, defense, speed, and neither of them could find an opening. He's around our age, so why is he so much stronger? They couldn't understand it, especially Kimimaro. The shame burned in his chest. During the Kagaya clan rebellion, even without formal training, he could fend off Mist Ninja with just instinct and his Shikatsu Myaku. Once under Orochimaru's wing, his growth had skyrocketed, his taijutsu honed, his bloodline fully utilized. And yet, even with Yugo's help, he couldn't match this man. He felt unworthy. He felt he'd failed Orochimaru. Their emotions weighed heavy, but Kitagawa Gen was unfazed. He knows that they're not at their full potential yet. Kimimaro hasn't unlocked the second stage of the cursed seal. Yugo hasn't lost control and tapped into his true rage. They're not at their future strength. But he had been growing fast too. If I can't go all out against opponents like them, then all my training, all my sweat, it's meaningless. Gen knew his weaknesses, lack of combat experience, inconsistency in technique. But even so, he could strike hard, boom, suddenly, a massive surge of chakra erupted in the distance. A colossal presence emerged, shaking the very earth beneath their feet. What the? The shock distracted all 3. But Gen reacted instantly. Bang, he slammed a devastating punch into Yugo's chest, sending him flying back into a giant boulder. Rock and rubble exploded on impact. Yugo! Kimimaro called out, worried, but Gen was already upon him like a phantom. ZZZZZZT, the purple lightning danced and hissed. Forming a blade with his hand, Gen slashed across Kimimaro's chest. SHHK, flesh parted, but Gen frowned. No blood. The sensation was off. Using a bone membrane as internal armor, he mused. I'll admit, that bloodline of yours is impressive. Kimimaro leapt back, eyes locked on General. His chest was torn open, but beneath the flesh was a solid layer of white bone. Impressive, but that's your limit. Looks like Orochimaru didn't train you enough. Gen's voice was calm. The lightning in his hand surged again. He intended to finish it, to carve out a chunk of Kimimaro's flesh and take one of his bones. He didn't know what the reward was, but better to be overprepared than under. But just as he stepped forward, Kimimaro suddenly raised his head. His face was pale, blood dripping from the corner of his lips. Don't you dare speak of Orochimaru-sama that way. I'm the one who's lacking. But for his name, for his honor, I'll stake everything on this final dance. Dance of the Seedling Fern. Damn it, where did that kid run off to? In the middle of a vast forest now turned into a bone-filled wasteland, Jeriah rushed forward with a worried look. He had no idea how Kitagawa Gen was doing, and judging by the eerie landscape around him, he couldn't help but swallow nervously. This cursed technique. Is this the Shikatsumiyaku? Why is it so powerful? Jeriah had seen his share of battles and bloodlines, and he was no stranger to the Kagaya clan's abilities. But what he was seeing now, this scale, this intensity, was far beyond anything he'd witnessed before. The once lush forest had been completely transformed. Towering trees had been replaced by massive, jagged white bone spikes. Even under the blazing sunlight, the area radiated a chilling, deathly aura. If it hadn't been for his quick reflexes, leaping onto Manda's back with Orochimaru, the outcome could have been drastically different for him. As for Manda, well, neither of them seemed to care what happened to the giant snake. "Kid, you better be okay," he narrowed his eyes and quickened his pace. Soon, deep in the bone forest, he spotted Kitagawa Gen, alive and well, smashing through the remaining bones while making his way out. Phew, Jeriah finally let out a long sigh of relief. His heart had been pounding with anxiety the entire time. But as he got closer, he frowned. Gen's clothes were tattered and slashed in multiple places. "You alright, kid?" Jeriah jumped down beside him and immediately started checking him over, not even giving Gen a chance to speak. "Huh? Jiraiya-sama?" Gen had already sensed Jeriah approaching. He hadn't expected such a dramatic entrance, and he gave a light chuckle as he shook his head. "Relax. I'm fine. Nothing to worry about. Still, better to be safe." After a quick inspection, Jeriah finally exhaled in relief. Oddly enough, despite the shredded clothes, Gen didn't seem to have a single visible wound. But that wasn't the most pressing issue right now. "So, what happened? Was it that guy you were fighting?" Gen nodded. "Yeah. He unleashed an enormous amount of chakra and the forest just turned into this. After that, he disappeared. He didn't bother hiding anything. The weird thing is, he could pull bones out of his own body to fight. I've read about that somewhere before. It reminded me of the Kagaya clan. From the hidden mist." Jeriah cut in, nodding grimly. "But this guy was way beyond any Kagaya I've ever seen. That level of power. They couldn't come close." Which made sense. After all, Kimimaro was considered dangerous even by his own clan. So much so that they locked him up despite his young age. Gen recalled that in some game, even an Uchiha received similar treatment. Now that I think about it, those two clans really are alike. The Uchiha were notorious for their unstable personalities, and the Kagaya were basically battle-crazed lunatics. Banished to the outskirts of the village, they frequently picked fights with others, always causing trouble. Both clans even tried coups, and were ultimately wiped out. Talk about two peas in a pod. If the mist hadn't closed off its borders, maybe the Uchiha would have learned something from the Kagaya's fate and backed off. Gen mused internally, then turned to Jeriah with curiosity. "By the way, what about Orochimaru? And our mission? With all that chaos earlier, I was more worried about you," Jeriah said, looking a little awkward. "Didn't have time to care about him." But then he grinned. "Anyway, don't sweat the small stuff. Mission's done, and this sage still got the job done." A little mistake. Gen glanced at the bone-covered wasteland around them, then looked back at Jeriah with a very specific expression that said, "Maybe if you had listened earlier, this wouldn't have happened." "What's with that look, huh?" Jeriah flushed a little with embarrassment, even though Gen hadn't said a word. Sometimes, silence is louder than anything. "Alright, enough of that. Mission accomplished, let's get outta here." Right. Gen didn't bother arguing. Either way, mission complete. / side quest, Jeriah's exclusive mission complete, / title, if you're my bro, stab me twice, / reward acquired, Kimimaro's unique yang release power, / meanwhile, in another forest in the land of hot water, how's Kimimaro? He still needs treatment, Orochimaru-sama. In a clearing, Orochimaru observed as Yugo worked to heal Kimimaro. Using his rare, cellular shedding, ability, Yugo could share his chakra-infused cells to regenerate others, provided they were compatible with his cursed seal. However, Orochimaru wasn't optimistic. Kimimaro's biggest issue wasn't just physical wounds, it was the genetic disease coursing through his bloodline. That last technique, Dance of the Seedling Fern, must have taken a huge toll, Orochimaru frowned. That jutsu was Kimimaro's ultimate trump card, something he hoped the boy would never have to use. Yet, here they were. Kimimaro had been forced to use it, cornered and desperate. This wasn't good for Orochimaru's plans. Still, his mind drifted. That kid, though, he's quite interesting. Though he didn't even catch the name, Orochimaru was intrigued by the young shinobi tagging along with Jeriah. According to Yugo, the boy was absurdly fast and strong, and more importantly, he wielded a rare form of lightning release. One that merged 3 different properties simultaneously. It was this very technique that overwhelmed both Yugo and Kimimaro, and even forced the latter to use his ultimate move. To have mastered both lightning's shape and nature transformation at that age, as a connoisseur of jutsu, Orochimaru recognized the terrifying potential behind that violet lightning. A child with that kind of talent, raised by Jeriah, he licked his lips. Could he be another Minato? The thought left a sour taste. The mere mention of Minato always put him in a bad mood. Of course it had to be Jeriah again. Annoyed, Orochimaru shook off the thought. There were more important things to do, like getting the hell out before Jeriah's bloodhound senses caught up again. Good thing he took the bait. Let him and the Akatsuki tear each other apart. With that, Orochimaru turned away, the trees swallowing him whole. So, you used that method to bait Orochimaru? Inside a hot spring inn in the land of hot water, Kitagawa Gen and Jeriah were packing up while exchanging thoughts on recent events. However, as Jeriah explained, Kitagawa Gen's expression became increasingly strange. He couldn't quite make sense of the relationship between those two. TCH, this sage has his ways, Jeriah gave a smug hum, but seeing Kitagawa Gen's look, he could only chuckle and shake his head. Alright, stop looking at me like that. I know Orochimaru probably did it on purpose. He might be trying to make me back off or just distract me. After all, Uchiha Itachi was there too. That means this organization is both dangerous and troublesome. But this time, they're my target. Jeriah's goal was clear. Even though he regretted not being able to dig deeper into Orochimaru's actions, the presence of 2 Mangekyo Sharingan users in the same organization meant he had to prioritize. From his perspective, investigating the organization was investigating Orochimaru, it all connected. But things just got a bit more complicated. Jeriah rubbed his chin, his expression slightly troubled. Orochimaru's group, this mysterious organization, they've been hired by the Mizukage. That's going to make our investigation a lot harder. Yeah. I guess, Kitagawa Gen let out a dry laugh and tried to keep the conversation going. But if there's civil strife in the hidden mist, that's not all bad news, right? I've heard they caused plenty of trouble in the past wars. True, but with the Mizukage shielding them, it'll make things difficult for us. Jeriah frowned thoughtfully, clearly running scenarios in his head. Looks like I'll have to go back and talk this over with the old man. Kitagawa Gen nodded, though his mind was still trying to process the weird chain of events. He could now tell that both Jeriah and Orochimaru were essentially fishing for each other. Jeriah knew Orochimaru too well, but didn't realize Orochimaru had already left the Akatsuki. This whole thing was likely a setup, leading Jeriah toward them on purpose. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, based on his own knowledge of Akatsuki and intel on the mist, had fabricated a half-truth that just so happened to align shockingly well with Kitagawa Gen's own memories. So, everyone ended up heading in the right direction, by accident. Was this a happy accident where everyone gets a good ending? Kitagawa Gen was baffled. Everything seemed wrong, and yet, somehow right. Well, at least things were moving in a positive direction. Alright kid, take your time packing. While Kitagawa Gen was mentally cursing all the messy twists, Jeriah let out a dramatic sigh. It's such a shame to leave the beautiful land of hot water behind. You mean it's a shame Konoha doesn't have such luxurious entertainment districts? Kitagawa Gen rolled his eyes, unimpressed. Nonsense. This sage is above such things. Jeriah scoffed, waving off the accusation before speaking in an almost poetic tone. I merely appreciate the fleeting beauty in this mundane world. The vibrant hues of life. The brilliance hidden in ordinary days. You, child, know nothing of art or soul. Kitagawa Gen wasn't buying it. Flowery words couldn't mask the fact that Jeriah had been frequenting those kinds of places. And some of them didn't even allow minors. Anyway, you finish up. This sage has some matters to attend to. Jeriah turned toward the door, prompting Kitagawa Gen to call after him. Wait, in broad daylight? You just fought a battle. You, don't get the wrong idea, Jeriah waved him off and sighed. I'm going to that bar again. One of the waitresses there, her husband was killed by Orochimaru. It's not directly related to us, but I just can't ignore it. Her situation's tough. Since I'm here, I might as well help. He gave a wry smile. Stay here and don't wander off. I'll be back soon. Kitagawa Gen fell silent. It was a sentimental gesture, but wasn't that what being human was about, still? He couldn't shake the feeling he was getting the short end of the stick. Oh right, want me to bring back some oranges? I saw some sweet ones being sold in town. As he was thinking, Jeriah turned back with a casual offer. And change your clothes. You look like a beggar. Don't embarrass this sage. With a wave, Jeriah finally walked off. Kitagawa Gen sighed in defeat, then looked down at his tattered clothes. Seeing the scratches and rips, he felt a little better. Guess things went pretty well this time. Even though their infiltration had failed, it was still a productive mission. Everyone, in the end, seemed to benefit. During his battle with Kimimaro and Yugo, he had mostly been on the offensive. Of course, without a Sharingan, it was impossible to come out unscathed. Getting grazed by Kimimaro's bones or taking a hit or two from Yugo was expected. Especially at the end, when Kimimaro went all out with Dance of the Seedling Fern. Even though Kitagawa Gen used purple lightning to defend and destroy many of the bone spears, a few still pierced through. But then, after completing the mission and absorbing Kimimaro's yang release, these changes started happening. The yang chakra had spread through his body, triggering some kind of transformation. His chakra felt calmer, but his strength and speed were definitely increasing. Most notably, his recovery ability. Wounds that would normally take days to heal had already closed before Jeriah returned. The speed was truly visible to the naked eye. What an unbelievable power. Kitagawa Gen could now understand why Hashirama Senju was practically invincible on the battlefield. No matter how often he was wounded in his battles with Madara, he always recovered. Such absurd regeneration made him a perpetual engine of war. Even Madara had to admit, no one can kill Hashirama on the battlefield. Kitagawa Gen wasn't at that level, but this was more than enough for him. Besides, I'm still developing and adapting to the power. And, he clenched his fists slightly and noticed something. His bones were absorbing chakra, subtly, steadily. Just like his eyes were doing. It felt like something was growing within, though the process was slower in the bones, and the chakra absorption was more restrained. But that's fine. I've got time on my side. With a small smirk, Kitagawa Gen removed his torn clothes and put on a new set. But just as he pulled them on, realization struck him. Oh crap. Am I heading straight toward Ōtsutsuki Himura?
Thanks so much for listening to this episode of Naruto. Starting with the Ōtsutsuki Bloodline. If you enjoyed the story, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you'll always know when the next chapter drops. Want to get early access to more chapters and support the series? Head over to my Patreon, patreon.com/mvmunsen7. Your support means the world and helps me keep creating more content like this. Feel free to share your thoughts, theories, or favorite moments down in the comments. I love hearing what you all think. Thanks again for joining me on this journey through the shinobi world. I'll see you in the next episode. Take care and stay legendary.